10 years of collecting Dragon Balls, starting with Super 4 normal transformation. 001, Super Saiyan 4. The Mysterious Red Warrior. Dragon Ball World. The originally peaceful Satan City was filled with gunfire. Hurry up, give me the money, hurry up, why are you so slow, put the money in. A masked robber pointed a gun at the bank. The staff of the bank threatened. The staff looked at the fierce appearance of the robbers and trembled with fear. They dared to do as the robbers said. The money has been put in. Okay. After we use up all the money, we will come back to get it from you. The leading robber showed a vicious expression, then picked up the machine gun in his hand and fired at the surroundings. At this time, although Yang witnessed all this in the distance, he did not intend to take action. Because he was waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the appearance of Satan's daughter Biddy. 2 years. I have been in this world for 2 years without knowing it. 2 years. I finally got the chance to get close to Biddy. At this moment, Yang's long black hair was draped over his shoulders, his eyes were red, his pupils were golden, and more importantly, the extremely sharp eyes of Super Saiyan 4. He was covered with red hair, and a red tail behind him swung flexibly in the air. If you have watched Dragon Ball GT or Dragon Ball Super, you should know how handsome Sun Wukong is when he becomes Super Saiyan 4, but the Super Saiyan 4 that Yang has become at this moment is more charming than the Super Saiyan 4 that Sun Wukong has become. He blinked his eyes gently, and his sharp eyes revealed a hint of playfulness. After calculating the time and finding that Biddy Lee was about to arrive, Yang no longer hesitated and rushed directly towards the robber who was about to escape in the distance. Swish! Yang's body flashed and appeared in front of the robber's car. Hey! You want to leave without my consent? Yang looked at the robber with a smug smile on his face, because this was not the first time he had done such a thing. Damn it, it's that mysterious Red Warrior, brothers, attack quickly. After seeing Yang's sudden appearance, the leading robber panicked, and then hurriedly picked up the machine gun in his hand and began to shoot wildly at Yang's body. But the result was that Yang dodged all the attacks and then easily knocked down the robbers in a way that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Run away! After seeing that his companions were all dealt with at once, another robber who was driving hurriedly stepped on the accelerator to leave this place of trouble. Red Warrior! Please don't let him escape! After seeing that the robber wanted to escape, an older police officer shouted loudly to Yang, hoping to get his help. Hee. It's just a small matter. Want to escape? Let's see where you can escape to. Yang's eyes were slightly closed, but his expression at the moment could see the disdain on his face. Then with his eyes suddenly opening, his arms suddenly opened, and then a strong airflow gushed out from Yang's hands. Boom! The robber's car flew up directly, and then fell heavily to the ground after rotating 360 degrees in the air. And the people inside fainted. Just in time. Yang glanced at Bidalai who had just arrived from a distance, and then disappeared from the spot. Since Bidalai had seen him, his goal this time was achieved. Who did this? Could it be the police? Bidalai's forehead was covered with sweat at this moment. It can be seen that she must have received help from these police officers, so she rushed here in such a hurry. Really? I finally got here, but it's over. Who could it be? Bidalai looked at the scene with anger. Miss Bidalai, I just saw it, it's the mysterious Red Warrior. After seeing Bidalai coming, the old police officer hurried over. Mysterious Red Warrior. It's him again. After hearing the words of the old police officer, Bidalai not only did not show any surprise, but she couldn't help but clenched her fists with anger on her face. Because it was not the first time she had heard this name, the mysterious Red Warrior. During this period of time, this name would reach her ears almost every moment. And every time, he helped the police to accomplish many incredible things and protected the peace of Satan City. Even for her, the strong woman who was the first to contact the police when they encountered difficulties. It was rare for the police to contact her actively. Even if they did, it would be like today. She had just arrived at the scene, but the matter had been settled by the mysterious Red Warrior. Miss Bidalai, don't underestimate this mysterious Red Warrior. He is not only fast, but also has high kung fu. The cars of those bad guys had obviously driven far away, but he exhaled, not only stopped all their cars, but also you can see for yourself. The old police officer seemed to not know how to express his shock at the time, and immediately pointed to the severely deformed car in the distance to Bidalai. Is this really something that humans can do? Bideli looked at the completely scrapped car and seemed to have thought of the situation at that time. By the way, Miss Bideli, that mysterious Red Warrior has the same badge as you. I wonder if he is also a student. Student, a badge like yours, he seems to have one on his pants too. The old police officer pointed to the badge on Bidalai and said, the same badge as mine. Could it be that this mysterious Red Warrior is a student of our school? Is there really such a person in our school? Humph. No matter who you are, I will definitely find you out. P.S. A new author, indeed lacks experience, but fortunately, the author of The Failed Street has perseverance. This is the first Dragon Ball fan fiction. No matter how the results are, I will continue to write. Readers with flower evaluation tickets can give some. These are free and will be cleared the next day. These are more important during the new book period. Thank you everyone. 002, Ya Yang's Purpose. Grab Bidalai. Ding dong ding dong. Ding dong ding dong. As the bell rang, the originally lively classroom suddenly became quiet. Damn mysterious Red Warrior, I've worked in vain again, don't let me find you out. After returning to the classroom, Bidalai still felt unhappy. This was not the first time he had encountered such a thing, and basically every time, the crisis was over as soon as he arrived. Bidalai, is that mysterious Red Warrior more powerful than your father? Eliza said. How is it possible? Bidalai's father, Mr. Satan, is a hero who saved the earth. It is impossible to find someone as strong as him in this world. Before the student wearing glasses in front of him finished speaking, a white-haired teacher walked into the classroom. Ahem. Good morning, students. From today on, we have a new classmate. Let me introduce him to you. Come in, classmate Ya Yang. The white-haired lecturer looked at Ya Yang at the door and said, hello everyone. My name is Ya Yang. After Ya Yang looked around the classroom, his eyes fell on Videl. Then a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Because all this was planned by him early in the morning, the person who came to the classroom today should have been Sun Gohan, but it became Ya Yang. That's because Ya Yang had just made a wish to Shenlong not long ago, so that Sun Gohan could go to school 2 days later. In addition, he also wished to become a better academic master than Sun Gohan, so it was natural for him to replace Sun Gohan's plot. Ya Yang has been in this world for 2 years, and he was bound to the system when he first arrived in this world. Dragon Ball Collection System. Yes, this system is not very useful. It can only help the host collect Dragon Balls quickly. However, it also has its own special features, which is to strengthen the dragon summoned by the 7 Dragon Balls. It turns the original blue dragon into a golden dragon belonging to the east, breaking the limitation that the dragon can only realize wishes within the ability of the gods. It can help the host realize any wish. And 3 wishes can be realized each time, and 3 wishes can be fulfilled at once. However, if the wish requires too much energy, 2 or even 3 wishes will be consumed. The wish made by Ya Yang when he just collected the 7 Dragon Balls in the first year was to turn himself into a Super Saiyan 4. But if you let the dragon help you improve your strength directly, then 2 wishes will be consumed directly, and this will also have a negative impact on your body. After all, Ya Yang himself is just an ordinary earthling body. So if you want to make yourself stronger without damage and side effects, you need to consume 3 wishes. Although it was a bit painful, Yang still chose to become a Super Saiyan in the end. 4. After all, wishes can be realized by collecting Dragon Balls. As for the wish for the second year, Yang made a wish to have combat experience that is not inferior to that of Son Gohan now. Don't ask why he doesn't want higher combat experience, because it requires 2 or even 3 wishes. The second wish, to let Son Gohan postpone his enrollment for a few days. And the third wish, to make himself a better student than Son Gohan. Then things became like this. Through his own efforts, Yang entered Orange Star Middle School and became Vidal's classmate. Student Yang, just find an empty seat and sit down. At this time, the white-haired lecturer spoke. Wow! Vidal Yang is so handsome, he is my type, this way. Eliza looked at Yang with a crazy look on her face, and then she stood up and waved to Yang to indicate that he should come to the empty seat next to him. And Yang did not refuse and walked over directly. Thank you. After arriving at the seat, Yang smiled and said to Elisa and Biddy. During the entrance examination, Yang got full marks in mathematics, history, physics, Chinese and foreign languages. He is quite outstanding. After seeing Yang find an empty seat and sit down, the white-haired lecturer spoke again. As soon as the white-haired lecturer's voice fell, the students below immediately introduced a heated discussion. Full marks, and all the subjects are full marks. Okay. Everyone be quiet, the teacher hopes to stimulate everyone this time. The teacher said and supported his eyes with great pride. It can be seen that he is very satisfied with Yang, a student. Wow! All the subjects are full marks, how did you do it, Yang? Eliza was already deeply attracted by Yang's appearance, and now after hearing the teacher say that Yang is not only handsome but also full marks in all the subjects in the entrance examination, she looked at him in disbelief. Maybe I am lucky. Yang just responded to Eliza's words perfunctorily, and then cast his eyes on Vidal, but found that Vidal was also staring at him. For a while, the 4 looked at each other, and Yang did not avoid Vidal's eyes like Son Gohan did, but stared at Vidal. And Vidal's little face suddenly flushed. Then he turned his face away in a hurry. Hey! Classmate Yang, have we met somewhere before? Even Vidal herself didn't know why she felt familiar when she saw this guy. It was as if she had seen him somewhere before today. Oh! No, today is my first time going to school. Yang smiled and then put his eyes on the textbook and ignored Vidal. Although Yang now has the powerful ability to become a Super Saiyan 4, it is a pity that he didn't meet Cell and the others and didn't have the opportunity to show his strength. However, fortunately, it is not too long before the time of Majin Buu, and Yang's strength is not afraid of Fat Buu at all. Even if Thin Buu comes, Yang can easily deal with it. But after all, there is still some time before Majin Buu comes, and there are many beauties in the world of Dragon Ball, so Yang naturally doesn't want to waste such a good opportunity. So Yang set his sights on Vidal. Although Vidal's eyes now reveal a serious look, like a strong woman. However, those who have watched Dragon Ball Super should know that after Vidal married Son Gohan, she changed a lot. She was no longer as strong as before, but gentle, virtuous and steady, a perfect wife and mother. Although Yang was attracted to Vidal when he watched the anime before, he was still a little excited when he saw her in person, because the real Vidal was more beautiful than the Vidal in the comics and anime. Besides, Vidal is different from other women in the Dragon Ball world. She is not good at dressing herself up, but spends her time protecting the peace of Satan City. In the original work, Vidal finally cut her long hair, which made her beauty public. In the end, even a playboy like Supna was not attracted by her and took the initiative to pursue her at the world's first martial arts tournament. 8. 5 PS, please support the new book. At the beginning of the new book, Data is very important to the author. I hope to get your support, please. 7003, Plan. Rescue Vidal. Liu Yang was not interested in the content of the class at all. His only purpose of coming here was Vidal. 6. Besides, because of the wish he made to the dragon, Yang has now become a super student. He can basically remember all the content in the book at a glance. 3. There is no need to study in depth at all. Yang even thought about how to capture Vidal. As for how to attract Vidal and successfully take her down, Yang had actually thought about it many times in his mind when watching the anime. So when he was actually practicing, he seemed to be particularly handy. Everyone knows that Vidal was a strong woman in the early stage. If you want to force it, it will probably not have any good results. How can you successfully attract Vidal's attention? You can only learn from Son Gohan to do good things, and you can't let Vidal find out that it was you who did it directly, but in this case, you still need to make the other party suspect that it was you who did it. First of all, if you want Vidal to notice you, you have to stop Vidal and Son Gohan from contacting each other. However, this is relatively easy to solve. After all, Yang made a wish that Son Gohan would arrive in a few days, and when Son Gohan arrived, Vidal had basically been attracted by Yang, so even if he came, he would not pose any threat. However, although Yang has seized the initiative now, he still dare not be careless. After all, even if Yang delayed the meeting between the two, Son Gohan is the protagonist after all, so he still has to be foolproof. However, Yang already has a series of plans in his mind, so it should not be a difficult thing to win Vidal's heart in advance before Son Gohan. After all, Yang has simulated such things countless times in his mind. The first thing is to sneak into the bus that Vidal will rescue next, and then help Vidal solve the trouble at the critical moment. This way, you can not only win Vidal's favor, but also use the unique charm of Super Saiyan 4 to attract Vidal's interest in yourself. Then, a week later, a building in Satan City will suddenly catch fire. People are trapped inside, and Vidal will also go there at that time. It is also an opportunity. After all, in the original work, it is because of this time that Vidal's affection for Son Gohan has greatly increased, so Yang naturally does not intend to give up this opportunity. Anyway, in short, you can't give Son Gohan a chance to make Vidal feel good about yourself. Of course, if Vidal still has no feelings for you, then Yang can only take the initiative to expose his identity. I don't believe that Vidal, a strong woman, has no feelings for the air dance. And teaching Vidal to practice the air dance can also make love over time, and then the next is the world's first martial arts conference. With a complete set of plans, Yang knew what he should do next. In this way, he would not be blind. Wait until the afternoon, Yang directly followed his own plan and squatted at the bus stop in advance. Sure enough, after Yang waited for 3 hours, accompanied by the sound of machine gun shooting, the robbery finally broke out. At the same time, the police officers had no way to deal with the hostage threat of the robbers, and they did not see the mysterious Red Warrior take action. In the end, they could only choose to contact Vidal for help. At this time, Yang had already prepared a very simple mask. As for why he did not wrap himself more tightly, it was naturally to let Vidal see his face intentionally or unintentionally so that it would be convenient for Vidal to suspect him. Yang would not be as stupid as Son Gohan to install a helmet for himself. Because of the wish, the current Son Gohan has never left Baizai Mountain, so Yang does not have to worry about being intercepted by Son Gohan in advance during this period. However, when Yang saw this scene in the anime, he still felt a little emotional. After all, Satan City is one of the most prosperous cities in Dragon Ball, and after all, the hero of the earth Satan is also in this city. But even so, robberies often happen here. Although the police notified Vidal that it would take several minutes to rush over. After 3 minutes of negotiation, the police were already deadlocked. In the end, they had no choice but to take the initiative to prepare the 50 million ransom required by the robbers. However, fortunately, at this time, Yang had already felt that Baidalai's breath was approaching here. Although the robbers were finally allowed to drive away, Baidalai's jet arrived shortly after the robbers left. Then Baidalai fell from the sky and landed directly on the bus. Her figure was extremely heroic. Even Yang, who saw this scene from a distance, couldn't help but feel his heart beating. But even if Baidalai arrived at this time, it was obviously not an easy task to face 3 strong men with guns alone. At this time, the 3 robbers also noticed Baidalai and started to shoot wildly at the roof of the car. Although Baidalai had the strength to fight against 3 people, she was at a disadvantage because she couldn't get down from the roof under the machine gun shooting. Damn! Do you really think that I can't subdue you? Baidalai gritted her teeth, then rolled over to enter the bus through the side window and then tried to subdue the 3 robbers. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of glass breaking, Baidalai successfully entered the bus. Then she jumped and knocked the guns out of the robbers' hands, and then beat the 3 of them violently. The combined combat power of the 3 is probably less than double digits, and Baidalai now has a combat power of nearly 100, so it didn't take much effort to deal with the 3 robbers, and then she subdued them. It turned out to be Miss Baidalai, the messenger of justice. Take a picture of her. After seeing that the 3 robbers had been subdued by Baidalai, one of the old men immediately picked up the camera and took a picture of Baidalai. After hearing these old people call her the messenger of justice, Baidalai blushed with embarrassment. No. Danger. At this moment, Baidalai realized that the robber who was driving the car had been knocked unconscious by her, and now the bus was about to fall off the cliff. It's over. After feeling that the bus had begun to fall, Baidalai closed her eyes nervously. However, the next moment, the bus that was still falling suddenly stopped. This is... When she looked out of the window, she found that a strong man in red actually lifted the bus with one hand. Great! Great! After being rescued, the old people cheered. Although Yang was wearing a mask at this moment, he still couldn't hide his handsome face. Especially his sharp eyes. Baidalai just took a look and felt that her heart was beating like a frightened deer. Is he the mysterious Red Warrior? Why do I feel nervous? P.S. The new book is launched, I hope everyone will support. As long as the data is good, updates are indispensable. Please support me, dear readers. 004, Take Away Baidalai. It's so fun. It's like a trip to hell. Namo Amitabha. After being rescued, the old people all sighed, but Baidalai tied up the 3 kidnappers and immediately set her sights on Yang. Are you the mysterious Red Warrior mentioned by the police? While speaking, Baidalai's face flushed, and then she slowly walked towards Yang. Even Baidalai herself didn't understand why she suddenly became a little woman, but as long as she looked into Yang's eyes, her heart seemed to beat violently. Although the other party was wearing a mask so that she couldn't see his appearance clearly, she could tell from the outside of the mask that the mysterious Red Warrior in front of her was already a very handsome guy. Red Warrior. What an interesting title. Just call me whatever you want. Goodbye. After saying that, Yang waved to Baidalai and the others, and then his body turned into a stream of light and flew away. Mysterious Red Warrior. I will definitely find a way to find out your true identity. For some reason, Baidalai suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of loss after seeing Yang fly away. But that sense of loss soon disappeared, replaced by the idea of finding out the true identity of this guy. According to the clues provided by the police, this mysterious Red Warrior has the badge of their school on him, and it is very likely that he is a student of their school. Wait, mysterious Red Warrior, we will meet again. Sorry, I'm late. After returning to the classroom, everyone was already sitting in their seats waiting for class. Although it was not the first time that Baidalai skipped class, because of the mysterious red warrior she met today, Bidalai seemed to suddenly become shy. It's okay, Bidalai is the messenger of justice in Satan City. Come back to your seat. The lecturer seemed to be used to Bidalai's behavior, and pushed his eyes to signal her to return to her seat. Thank you, teacher. After saying that, Bidalai returned to her seat. Hee. I've long been used to Bidalai being late, but I didn't expect that a top student like Yang would skip class. It's really strange. After seeing Bidalai return to her seat, Shapna spoke immediately. What? Yang just came back too. Bidalai squinted her eyes and looked at Yang, as if she had thought of something in her heart. Because when he said goodbye to the mysterious red warrior just now, the direction he left seemed to be the direction of the school. Too suspicious. And I heard from the previous police officer that the mysterious red warrior seemed to be a student of our school. Could it be that Yang really has some connection with the red warrior? After saying that, Bidalai set her sights on Yang again. But at this moment, for some reason, Bidalai actually saw a familiar shadow on Yang. No way. Although classmate Yang looks very handsome. But his martial arts should be very ordinary with his grades. But no matter what, this Yang is very suspicious. Finally, after Bidalai struggled internally, she chose to ask Yang. Hey! Classmate Yang, have you heard of the mysterious red warrior in our Satan city? Bidalai looked at Yang with a slightly red face and finally asked. Oh? The mysterious red warrior, I seem to have heard of it. It is said that he is a messenger of justice who will take action when he sees evil forces. I wonder what kind of guy he is. Yang simply covered up. He had just attracted Bidalai's attention at the moment, and it was far from the point of making the other party's heart beat. So now was not the time to reveal his identity, and revealing his identity now might have a counterproductive effect. Really? You really don't know other things about this mysterious red warrior? It is obvious that Bidalai did not give up her speculation about Yang because of what Yang said. After all, this guy is a top student, and he would skip classes like him, and the time they returned to the classroom was basically the same, which was too unbelievable. Humph! I will let you show your feet sooner or later. Although Vidal was somewhat suspicious of Yang, she had no evidence, so she could only give up. In the following period of time, Sun Gohan entered Orange Star Middle School with full marks in every subject, just like in the original, and became Vidal's classmate just like in the original. But because Yang got there before him, basically everything that should have belonged to Sun Gohan was taken away by Yang, such as the seat that Sun Gohan didn't have the good luck to sit next to Vidal in the original. Because Yang had already taken that seat first. So Sun Gohan could only sit there obediently. The position in front of Yang. P.S. I hope to get everyone's support when I start my new book. Rules for adding more chapters: 5 chapters per day with 10,000 words as the minimum. Adding more chapters depends on the data. 1,000 flowers plus 1 chapter, 500 evaluation votes plus 1 chapter, 20 comments plus 1 chapter, monthly tickets, rewards plus more chapters. New authors have perseverance. No matter what the results are, they will continue to write. Readers with flowers and evaluation votes can give some. These are free and will be cleared the next day. These are more important during the new book period. Thank you. There is enough time during the holidays. As long as the results are good, the author will work hard to update. 005, Fire Rescue. Time flies, and it has been a week in the blink of an eye. And this day should be the time when the building near the Satan Tower will catch fire in the original book. After calculating the time, Yang went directly to the Satan Tower, because Yang knew that there was not much time left before the building caught fire, so Yang needed to hurry up. Although Sun Gohan missed a lot of things because of his wish to Shenlong, Yang found that the masked Saiyan Superman still appeared during this week, which also means that Sun Gohan has become the masked Saiyan Superman as in the original work. So Yang needs to hurry up even more. After all, Sun Gohan has become the masked Saiyan Superman now, so Yang needs to enter the building to help Videl before Sun Gohan. But at the same time, he can't let others think that he set the fire. In fact, Yang was also very strange about this matter. How could a building suddenly catch fire, and how big the fire was? You know, buildings like this usually have top-notch fire prevention measures. Whenever a little bit of excessive smoke is found, the smoke detector will alarm at the first time. In this case, the fire should not spread so quickly under normal circumstances. Although this point is not introduced in the original work, Yang knows that this is definitely not a simple matter. After all, there are similar things in his world. If the fire in the building this time is the same as in his world, then it is much easier to explain. It is nothing more than offending someone and someone is maliciously retaliating. Or the people inside failed in business, or there are other uncertain factors, and then maliciously defrauded the security deposit. After all, if a similar insurance is purchased for a fire in a building like that, a huge amount of compensation will definitely be obtained. Hey! I really haven't completely walked out of my world. After exhaling, Yang shook his head and told himself not to think about these things anymore. After all, no matter what, it has nothing to do with him. The most important thing is to work hard on those Videl, and then find a way to deal with the world's first martial arts tournament and the next Majin Buu. As for other things, they are not important to Yang at all. For example, a building like this, let alone Yang, even if Master Roshi sends a wave, it can be easily destroyed. It should be nearby. Yang looked around, then turned into Super Saiyan 4 and flew to the mouth to check. Although Yang was not sure which building it was, he was sure that it was not far from the Satan Tower. Because in the original work, when Sun Gohan was dating Angela, he just walked to the vicinity of the Satan Tower and found that there was a building on fire nearby. Found it? It's here. Looking at the black smoke rising in the sky in the distance, Yang flew directly over. When Yang arrived, the fire had spread, and the crowd had already been evacuated dozens of meters away. The fire was so big that even if more than 10 fire trucks were triggered at the same time, they could only buy guns to reduce the spread of the fire. But for floors above 10, the fire trucks were simply unable to put out the fire. The whole building has more than 30 floors. If we only rely on these fire trucks, it will never be completely extinguished. Moreover, even the fires on the floors that are being extinguished by the fire trucks in the dream are still spreading. In the air, a helicopter quickly approached the building, but due to the fierce fire, there was no way to stabilize the helicopter, and it could only land at a distance from the building. Yang had remembered Bidali's aura when he first met her, and at this time, through the perception of aura, Yang could easily sense that Bidali was on the helicopter. Then Bidali was almost the same as the original work, wanting to use the water tank on the roof to extinguish the fire on the upper floors. If it was really feasible, then at least the fire on the upper floors would be alleviated, and then the firefighters could find a way to rescue the people trapped in it. On the high building, Bidali was turning the valve of the water tank on the roof with all her strength. However, because of the fire, even the valves of the water tanks were burned red, and because of years of disrepair, no matter how hard Videl tried, the valves did not move. Son Gohan, this guy came so fast. It seems that we can't wait any longer. Feeling Son Gohan's Angrafter getting close to here, Yang did not hesitate at all and flew directly to the location where Biddy Lee's breath was. At this time, on the rooftop, because the fire continued to worsen, the floor was burned and a huge hole was torn. Because there was no support point, the huge water storage tank tilted directly towards where Biddy Lee was. Even if Biddy Lee was a strong woman, she was still a girl after all, and she was only in her teens. Seeing such a scene, she was so scared that she closed her eyes in a hurry. For a moment, despair and grievance surged in her heart. And for some reason, at the moment when she closed her eyes, a figure suddenly appeared in her mind. Yang! That's right, it was Yang. Is he really the mysterious Red Warrior? I want to say thank you to him in person. But it seems there is no chance. Biddy Lee closed her eyes and waited for the arrival of doom, but after waiting for a long time, she did not feel the heavy object hitting her body. So Biddy Lee curiously opened one eye, and then a familiar figure appeared in front of her. Hey! What are you doing? P.S. The new book will be updated 5 times a day. Please support. Please, the data of the new book is very important. Give me one more chapter for each monthly ticket. 006, Vitalize love is stirring. Is it you? Looking at the familiar figure that suddenly appeared in front of her, Vitali was as excited as if she saw the person she wanted to see the most at this time. Although they had only met twice, the other party gave him an extremely close feeling, as if as long as the other party appeared, no matter what kind of problem could be solved. Don't be stunned, Vitali, you have to have a limit to your stubbornness. Now such a fire is no longer something you can put out. Stand aside and leave it to me. Yang did not turn his head to look at Vitali. Because of the rapid flight, the mask on his face was already a little tattered. Oh! When Vitali first heard Yang's words, she instinctively wanted to refute him, but for some reason, after seeing the sharp eyes of the Red Warrior, her pretty face suddenly turned red and her body seemed to be stiff. She couldn't refute him no matter what, and finally she could only listen to him and stand aside obediently. Then you have to be careful too. Although opening the valve of this water storage tank can alleviate the fire here, for some reason, the water outlet valve here seems to be aging. No matter how hard I try, I can't move it at all. Vitali, who hid in a safe place, still looked at Yang's back and said with some worry. Hey! Is the water valve aging? I don't need that kind of thing. After hearing Vitali's words, Yang instinctively snorted, and then glanced at Vitali with his sharp eyes again. Just watch from where you are. After answering casually, Yang clenched his right fist and punched the water tank, imitating the solution of Sun Gohan in the original book. Then, with a crisp sound, the steel water tank was instantly pierced. Puff! The arm was pulled out. And the water in the water tank found this breakthrough and began to spurt out continuously due to the strong internal pressure. Then what happened next was basically the same as in the original book. However, in just a few minutes, under the flushing of a large amount of rapids, the fire was extinguished layer by layer. Although the fire has been extinguished, it is not ruled out that there will be some safety hazards if this building is burned for a long time, so you should leave quickly. After seeing that the surrounding fire had been completely extinguished, Yang set his sights on Biddy Lee. Well, I know, but I don't know where my helicopter has gone. I wonder if classmate Yang can take me down. At this moment, Vitali seemed to have discovered something, and then she blinked her big eyes and put her hands behind her back to stretch her neck to Yang's side. In fact, Vitali shouted like this only because she suspected that the person in front of her was Yang, and there was no evidence, but even so she still wanted to try to see how the other party would react. After all, the mysterious Red Warrior called Vitali classmate when he rescued her, which proved that the person in front of her was her classmate, and as for who in their class it was, the only person Vitali suspected at present was Yang. The reason is very simple. Both of them have a pair of sharp eyes, which are a pair of eyes that make people's hearts beat violently at a glance. Well, Yang's body trembled slightly after hearing Vitali's words. He shouldn't be exposed so soon. Then, after confirming that the mask on his face was still intact, Yang slowly exhaled. You must be mistaken. I don't know who Yang you are talking about, but if you want me to take you down, that's fine. After saying that, a wicked smile appeared on Yang's face under the mask. Then he quickly stepped forward, stretched out his arm to block Vitali's waist, not giving Vitali any chance to react, and then the two of them moved forward. The shadow had already appeared in a quiet place below. Okay. Since you are safe now, I will leave first. Waving to Baitalai, Yang's body turned into a stream of light and disappeared in the distance. For a while, Baitalai was left standing there stupidly and had not recovered yet. When Baitalai came to her senses, her whole pretty face turned red. Although she looks like a strong woman, in fact, every girl is a girl in her heart, and Baitalai is no exception. And it was the first time she was hugged by the opposite sex like this. Although the time was very short, it made Baitalai's heart unable to calm down. Humph! I don't believe you, mysterious red warrior, whether you are classmate Yang or not, I will definitely find a way to find your true identity. Baitalai shouted loudly at the direction where Yang left. Although Yang had left, he did not go far. After hearing Vidal's voice, a smug smile also appeared on his face. He had successfully attracted Vidal's attention, and his goal was now more than half successful. It was not easy to make a strong woman like Vidal like a strange man, and Yang felt that Vidal already had a good impression of him. Then the next step was to add fuel to the fire to completely capture Vidal. Well, Son Gohan, he actually came towards me. Yang originally wanted to return to normal and leave to school. But at this moment he actually felt that Son Gohan's breath was flying towards him. Humph! It seems that he noticed me, then come on, it's only a matter of time anyway. The fire had been put out, and at this time Son Gohan would approach her, so there was only one possibility, that is, he noticed her aura. What a strong aura, and I felt it in the classroom before. Dad, you are right. You will never know how strong others are until the last moment. The mysterious red warrior. He also has a tail. Could he be a scion? But didn't Dad say that they are the only scions left? No matter. Let's find him first and find out. Son Gohan also saw Yang, the mysterious red warrior, on the news, so he noticed that the other party also had a tail like a scion, and more importantly, the other party was not weak. This made Son Gohan pay more attention to him. But if the other party has been doing good things, he should not be a bad scion, so Son Gohan would think about meeting the other party when he felt the other party's aura. P.S. Please support. Please support. Please support. Please support. New book please support. 007, Son Gohan's invitation. Let's become Scion masked riders together. Finally here. Looking at the sky not far away, Son Gohan, who was wearing Scion masked rider, was approaching, and a smile appeared on the corner of Yang's mouth. It's not long before the next World No. 1 martial arts tournament and the arrival of Babadai and others, and now Yang has successfully gained the favor of Baital. In this way, even if Son Gohan finds out his identity, it doesn't matter. Swish! After a flash of light, Son Gohan's body appeared in front of Yang. Fortunately, there is no one here, otherwise, if the two messengers of justice were together, it would definitely cause a lot of restlessness. Son Gohan. Without waiting for Son Gohan to speak, Yang spoke first. Do you know me? Originally, Son Gohan wanted to ask who the other party was. After all, Yang had a flexible red tail behind him, and his power was also extremely powerful. From this, it can be seen that Yang is definitely not an earthling. But before he could speak, Yang took the lead. Yes, I know you. After saying that, Yang took off the mask on his face and revealed his true face. You are classmate Yang. After seeing that the mysterious red warrior was actually his classmate, Son Gohan was even more shocked. Yes, Son Gohan knew Yang. Because when Son Gohan just entered school, the teacher had mentioned Yang to him. Although both of them entered school with full marks in all subjects, from the perspective of answering questions, Yang's performance was still more outstanding. After being reminded by the teacher, Son Gohan naturally paid more attention to Yang. After all, he was a person with more outstanding performance than himself. Just as I thought, you should have noticed me a long time ago. Yes, just as you thought I am also a scion. After saying that, Yang's face showed a smile, and then the tail behind him shook a little, as if to prove something to Son Gohan. Tails is indeed a scion, but Dad and Uncle Vegeta have said before that the Scion planet was completely destroyed by Frieza many years ago. And we are the only scions who escaped by chance, so can you, classmate Yang, explain what is going on? Although the other party directly admitted that he was a scion, it did not dispel Son Gohan's doubts. After all, as he said, there were only them left among the scions. How could there be a mysterious scion suddenly appear? And every time the scions came to Earth, none of them were good guys. Even Vegeta came to Earth with the idea of destroying the Earth. You're right. Planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza, but that doesn't mean that you scions are the only ones left in the world. Like Vegeta and the others, I was on a mission outside when Frieza was about to destroy planet Vegeta, so I escaped. Since Yang chose to tell Son Gohan about these things, he had already thought of ways to deal with them. Planet Vegeta is so big, who can guarantee that all the scions obeyed Frieza's orders and returned to planet Vegeta? Vegeta is an example. He escaped because he didn't go back to another planet. There are also Broly and Son Goku. Since so many people have escaped by chance, it seems that there is nothing wrong with adding one more person. Same as Uncle Vegeta. So that's it. Son Gohan touched his chin. Although he still had some doubts, he could not think of any reason to doubt him at this moment. After all, he had never done anything bad on Earth for a long time, and he had been sitting around to maintain peace in the name of the mysterious Red Warrior. And when he went to the fire scene just now, he found that the fire had been put out, and the reason for the extinguishing was naturally Yang. I'm sorry, classmate Yang, I shouldn't doubt you. After all, not every scion is a bad person. I hope you don't take it to heart. If Dad and Uncle Vegeta knew that there were scions on Earth, they would definitely be very happy. Son Gohan put away his scion-masked Superman clothes, and then walked in front of Yang with an apologetic look on his face. It seemed that he was embarrassed for doubting the other party just now. It's okay. But I hope you can keep it a secret for me for now, Gohan. I chose to go to school in Satan City just to be an ordinary person like everyone else. I don't want my true identity to be known by everyone. And I think you must think so too, Gohan. After saying that, Yang pointed at Son Gohan's transformation watch. Ahaha. Yes, after all, if I'm discovered, I can't get along with everyone like ordinary people. By the way, Yang, I asked Aunt Bulma to make this for me. How cool is it? Do you want me to ask Aunt Bulma to make one for you? How about the two of us working together to maintain the peace in Satan City? After saying that, Son Gohan raised his transformation watch, and then lightly tapped it, and his clothes instantly turned into the green of the Scion-masked Superman. Then he started to dance awkwardly on the spot like Jinyu. I am, the messenger of justice, the Scion-masked Superman. Ahem, forget it, Gohan, you should keep it to yourself and have fun. Also, if you can you help me practice? I haven't found anyone to do activities with for a long time, and I feel like my body is rusting. P.S. Please support. Please support. Please support. Please support. Flowers, evaluation votes, please support. 008, Super 4 Normal Transformation. If you can you help me practice? No one has practiced with me for a long time, and I feel like my body is about to rust. Yang looked at Son Gohan and said. Although Son Gohan has basically not practiced in the years since defeating Cell, and his strength has not improved but declined, Son Gohan is the first person in Dragon Ball to become Super Saiyan 2, and his potential is even greater than that of Son Goku. At this time, Ye Yang couldn't find anyone who could help him practice. Although he had mastered the ability to become a Super Saiyan 4, he didn't have much real combat experience. Practice. Okay. I also want to see how strong you are, classmate Ye Yang. Son Gohan didn't refuse Ye Yang's request. After all, as he said, life is too comfortable now. Not to mention Ye Yang, even he feels that his body is rusting. The two smiled at each other, and then they turned into two streams of light and flew out to the suburbs. Finally, after the two found an open place, they stopped at the opposite side of each other. Classmate Ye Yang, although we are both Saiyans, you should have heard about Super Saiyans. After that, a smug smile appeared on Son Gohan's face. Although Son Gohan felt a strong power in Ye Yang, he didn't think Ye Yang could become a Super Saiyan. After all, not every Saiyan can become a Super Saiyan. They had made great efforts to become Super Saiyans. HAAA. Then Son Gohan didn't wait for the other party to respond, and then he roared directly, and then a golden aura burst out of his body. Gradually, the black hair began to emit golden light and then turned into a head of golden hair. This is a Super Saiyan. After becoming a Super Saiyan, Son Gohan looked at Ye Yang confidently as if he was showing off his strength. Well. Is this a Super Saiyan? Not bad. After seeing Son Gohan become a Super Saiyan, Ye Yang did not show a very surprised expression, but calmly touched his chin. Ye Yang. Classmate Ye Yang, why don't you seem surprised at all? Could it be that you can also become a Super Saiyan? Looking at Ye Yang's reaction, Son Gohan's face showed a hint of embarrassment. How should I put it? It should be impossible. But if I'm not wrong, you should be able to become a Super Saiyan too. Ye Yang really can't become a Super Saiyan like Son Gohan, but he does have the ability to turn Super Saiyan 4 into a normal state. I don't know how many times stronger it is than the transformation of an ordinary Super Saiyan, so Ye Yang doesn't need to envy others at all. Super Saiyan 2. I didn't expect that classmate Ye Yang even knew this. Since you want to see it, I will transform for you. But you'd better stay away from me first, otherwise I'm worried that my energy will hurt you. After saying that, Son Gohan roared again. Then the golden flame on his body changed dramatically. The flame-like golden flame turned into a jet-like golden flame, and there was lightning surrounding it, which looked particularly domineering. The gravel on the ground floated in the air because of this powerful force. The ground under Son Gohan's feet was centered on his body, and then a spider web-like crack spread out. This is the Super Saiyan that surpasses the Super Saiyan, and it can also be called Super Saiyan 2. After becoming Super Saiyan 2, Son Gohan's eyes became much sharper, and he looked at Ye Yang with his sharp eyes. Very good, classmate Gohan did not show mercy and attacked me with all his strength. In this way, I also want to see how my strength compares to yours. Facing Son Gohan who became Super Saiyan 2. Ye Yang's face seemed particularly calm, as if even the powerful energy that erupted from Son Gohan's body was still very ordinary to him. Okay. Since I got the senzu beans from the cat immortal last time, I guess they can be used later. Then I will attack with all my strength. After saying that, Son Gohan took a fighting stance. However, he did not intend to listen to Ye Yang and use his full strength, because he knew that his strength after becoming a Super Saiyan 2 was very terrifying. Even Cell back then was not his opponent. So it would not be good if he injured Ye Yang. Since you don't take the initiative to attack, let me do it. After saying that, Ye Yang's body flashed and disappeared from the spot. When his body reappeared, he had already appeared in front of Son Gohan. 5. Lu. Then he clenched his right fist and blasted directly at Son Gohan. What? So fast, so fast! Looking at Ye Yang who suddenly appeared in front of him, Son Gohan was shocked. He didn't expect Ye Yang's speed to be so fast. After knowing that he had no way to dodge at such a close distance, Sun Gohan could only cross his arms across his chest to resist Ya Yang's attack. Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise. Although Ya Yang's attack was forcibly blocked by Sun Gohan's body was also pushed back more than 10 meters. This, classmate Ya Yang, I didn't expect your strength to be so strong. You can have such a strong power without becoming a Super Saiyan. If you become a Super Saiyan, wouldn't it be even more powerful? Looking at the 2 traces of his feet sliding on the ground, Sun Gohan began to praise. Don't think about these for now, fight me with all your strength. I know you didn't use your full strength just now. After coming to this world, Ya Yang basically didn't fight with powerful opponents, and Sun Gohan naturally became the most powerful opponent among them. So at this moment, Ya Yang was also a little excited. Boom! Accompanied by Ya Yang's low roar, his body was also wrapped in golden flames. From the momentum, it can be seen that it is even stronger than the golden flames on Sun Gohan. This is Super Saiyan? PS, please support. Please support. 009, easily defeat Sun Gohan. This is Super Saiyan. When Sun Gohan saw the golden flames suddenly gushing out of Ya Yang's body, he was shocked. The hair is still black and has not turned golden. He should be an ordinary Saiyan, but why did Ya Yang suddenly burst out with such a strong golden aura? After seeing this scene, Sun Gohan was a little confused, but as long as the other party's hair was still black and did not turn golden, he should still be an ordinary Saiyan, and he did not become a Super Saiyan. Is this a sign that Ya Yang is about to become a Super Saiyan? But no matter what, the strength shown by Ya Yang is quite strong, and I can't let others look down on me. After saying that, Sun Gohan roared again, and the golden aura on his body burst out even more fiercely. The aura suddenly became stronger. It seems that Sun Gohan is going to fight me with all his strength. Just right. Ya Yang could see how strong he was from the fact that he had just casually punched Sun Gohan's body and flew a long distance away. So even now, seeing that Sun Gohan's strength has become stronger again, Ya Yang still has no worries. Ha! After a loud shout, Sun Gohan's body turned into a golden stream of light and rushed towards Ya Yang's body. After clenching his right hand and getting close to Ya Yang's body, Sun Gohan's fist, which had been clenched for a long time, suddenly blasted out. But the next moment, Ya Yang's fist seemed to have been waiting for the opponent's attack. They slammed together fiercely. Boom! For a moment, a powerful explosion sounded, and the surrounding gravel was blown away cleanly because of this powerful energy. A huge deep pit was formed on the spot with the 2 people as the center. I really didn't expect that Ya Yang's strength is so strong. The attack just now actually made my arm numb. But it's not easy to defeat me. After saying that, Sun Gohan's other arm attacked Ya Yang's blind spot. Seeing that his attack was about to hit his hand. But the next moment, Ya Yang's body unexpectedly dodged the opponent's attack by turning sideways. What was dodged? After seeing that his attack was dodged, Sun Gohan hurriedly distanced himself from Ya Yang. It was so strange. His attack just now should be foolproof, but how could it be dodged? Could it be because he had not practiced well in recent years? What are you doing, Gohan? If you don't fight me with all your strength, you will be defeated by me. After saying that, Ya Yang's mouth raised an arc. Because of the wish made to Shenlong, Ya Yang now has combat experience that is not inferior to that of Sun Gohan. Although he had not been able to fully absorb these combat experiences before, it is different now. During the battle with Sun Gohan, Ya Yang had completely absorbed the combat experience in his body and transformed it into his own things. That's why his body was so flexible to dodge Sun Gohan's attack. Swoosh! Before Sun Gohan could react from the shock, Ya Yang's body flashed and appeared behind Sun Gohan. Then he put his hands together and hit Sun Gohan's back with a heavy blow. Bang! Sun Gohan didn't react for a while, and was hit to the ground by Ya Yang's attack, and then a deep pit was smashed on the ground. However, Son Gohan is a character with great potential in Dragon Ball. Even though he was attacked by Yang, he quickly jumped out of the deep pit and flew to the opposite side of Yang. That was really painful just now, classmate Yang. At this moment, Son Gohan seemed to be ignited, and the tone of his speech was very different from before. That's why I asked you to fight a little harder, and my attacks will be more fierce each time. I hope you can withstand it. The battle just now was at most a warm-up exercise, and now Yang was planning to use the true strength of Super Saiyan 4. After all, it was Super Saiyan 4 versus Super Saiyan 2, and Yang was not in a hurry, because Son Gohan could not defeat him anyway. If it was the mysterious Gohan who fought against Majin Buu, there might be a slight possibility, but now this Son Gohan who has been idle for several years has no chance of winning against himself. I am also very happy to meet an opponent like Yang. Son Gohan's face was gloomy, because he felt Yang's strength from the battle just now. He thought he would give Yang senzu beans after the battle. Now it seems that he is the one who needs to eat senzu beans. Although it was just a simple fight, Son Gohan already felt that the opponent's strength was not inferior to him at all, and was even stronger than him. Dad, you are right. You will never know how strong others are until the last moment. Thinking in his heart, Son Gohan happily thought about how to defeat Yang next. Swoosh! Then his body quickly rushed towards Yang again. The two arms launched a crazy attack on Yang respectively, and the speed was so fast that it was not something that could be seen clearly with the eyes. But even so, none of Son Gohan's attacks hit Yang, and all of them were dodged by the opponent. How could this happen? Although these years I didn't practice well, but if we only talk about combat experience, it should be impossible for me to miss every time. Seeing that all his attacks were dodged by Yang one by one, Son Gohan was even more panicked. Bang! At this moment, Yang seemed to have found the opponent's attack gap, and then punched Son Gohan's abdomen heavily. For a moment, Son Gohan's body flew out like a cannonball. Then he hit a small hill in the distance and stopped. Ugh! Although he stabilized his body, Son Gohan still vomited a mouthful of sour water. Looked extremely embarrassed. P.S. Please support. 010, the next plan. Ahem, so strong, is this the strength of classmate Yang? Son Gohan covered his abdomen, his eyes full of disbelief. He has already used all his strength. Even though his strength has declined a lot due to long-term lack of training, he is not that fragile. What are you doing, Gohan? Concentrate or you will be defeated by me. As he spoke, Yang put his hands together and released a Qigong bullet to blast Son Gohan's body. What? Such a fast attack! Looking at the Qigong bullet coming towards him, cold sweat broke out on Son Gohan's forehead. If he can't dodge, he can only resist it. After saying that, Son Gohan put his hands on his waist to form a calyx shape, and then the powerful energy slowly gathered at his waist. Kamehameha Qigong Wave. After Son Gohan roared, the Kamehameha Qigong Wave that had been gathered at his waist hit the Qigong bullet released by Yang fiercely. For a moment, because of the relationship between the two waves, the whole sky changed color, and the clouds above were also moving quickly. Hey! He actually blocked it, but it's not easy to block my attack. After watching his attack being blocked by Son Gohan, Yang remained calm and even smiled. He pushed his arm forward violently. Then the Qigong bullet that was stuck in the air quickly moved towards Son Gohan. Then, without giving Son Gohan any chance to resist, Yang's Qigong bullet instantly swallowed the opponent's Qigong bullet and Son Gohan. Boom! The loud noise continued for a long time. When the loud noise ended, Son Gohan on the ground had no ability to resist and fainted in the deep pit. Hey! Is this the power of Super Saiyan 4? It is indeed not comparable to Super Saiyan 2. Looking at the fainted Son Gohan at his feet, Yang said with satisfaction. You fainted, but fortunately you still have senzu beans on you, otherwise I can only leave you here. Yang shook his head and searched for 3 senzu beans from Sun Gohan. He fed Sun Gohan 1. And then Yang put the other 2 into his pocket. Eating 1 senzu bean can instantly restore all the injuries on your body, and the same is true for physical strength and qi. It is always right to keep it on you, maybe you will use it someday. Hey! Classmate Yang! After Sun Gohan ate the senzu bean, his body, which had been seriously injured, suddenly recovered. How did it recover so quickly? Senzu bean is really a magical thing. Although Yang had long known that the power of senzu bean was very powerful, he was still a little shocked when he saw how quickly Sun Gohan recovered. So it was senzu bean. Really, I was thinking of leaving the senzu bean for you to eat, but I didn't expect that I would be defeated by you first. Sun Gohan scratched his head and said embarrassedly. It's nothing, you just haven't practiced for a long time. In fact, your strength is still very strong. In the original work, Son Goku said that Sun Gohan's potential has surpassed himself. From this, we can see that Sun Gohan's potential is still quite large, but why did he become so bad later? That's because he simply gave up practicing. So in Dragon Ball Super, he was directly killed by Frieza's finger cannon. I really didn't expect that classmate Yang's strength is so strong. If Daddy were still alive, he would be very excited to see you. Sun Gohan said. Goodbye, classmate Gohan, I hope we can fight again if there is a chance. Yang waved at Sun Gohan and left directly using the flying technique. It is enough to simply understand your own strength, and as for Sun Gohan, he is just a supporting role in the following plot, so there is no need to pay attention to him. The most important thing at the moment is to capture Videl. And now Videl has basically pointed the finger of suspicion at herself, so now she only needs to add a little more fire to probably take down Videl smoothly. And this last fire is to teach Videl to learn the abilities of Qigong flying technique. It is certain that these abilities are very attractive to the strong woman Videl, and Videl must find it difficult to refuse. P.S. Please support. Is anyone else watching? Please respond. Ahem, so strong, is this the strength of classmate Yang? Sun Gohan covered his abdomen, his eyes full of disbelief. I have already used all my strength. Even though my current strength has declined a lot due to long-term lack of training, I am not that fragile. What are you doing, classmate Gohan? Concentrate, otherwise you will be defeated by me. As he said this, Yang had already put his hands together and released a Qigong bullet to blast Sun Gohan's body. What? Such a fast attack! Looking at the Qigong bullet coming towards him, Sun Gohan's forehead was covered with cold sweat. If he couldn't dodge, he could only resist it. After saying that, Sun Gohan put his hands on his waist to form a calyx shape, and then the powerful energy slowly gathered at his waist. Kamehameha Qigong Wave. After Sun Gohan roared, the Kamehameha Qigong Wave gathered at his waist hit the Qigong bullet released by Yang fiercely. For a moment, because of the relationship between the two waves, the whole sky changed color, and the clouds above were also moving quickly. Hey! He actually blocked it, but it's not easy to block my attack. After watching his attack being blocked by Sun Gohan, Yang remained calm and even smiled. He pushed his arm forward violently. Then the Qigong bullet that was stuck in the air quickly moved towards Sun Gohan. Then, without giving Sun Gohan any chance to resist, Yang's Qigong bullet instantly swallowed the opponent's Qigong bullet and Sun Gohan. Boom! The loud noise lasted for a long time. After the loud noise, Sun Gohan on the ground had no ability to resist and fainted in the deep pit. Hey! Is this the power of Super Saiyan 4? It's really not comparable to Super Saiyan 2. Looking at Sun Gohan who had fainted beside him, Yang said with satisfaction. $2. You fainted, but fortunately you still have senzu beans on you, otherwise I can only leave you here. Ye Yang shook his head and searched for 3 senzu beans from Sun Gohan. He fed Sun Gohan 1, and then Ye Yang put the other 2 into his pocket. Senzu beans are something that can instantly restore all injuries on your body as long as you eat one, and the same is true for physical strength and chi. It's always right to keep it on you, maybe you will use it someday. Hey! Classmate Ye Yang! After Sun Gohan ate the senzu bean, his body, which had been seriously injured, suddenly recovered. How did it recover so quickly? Senzu bean is really a magical thing. Although Ye Yang had long known that the power of senzu bean was very powerful, he was still a little shocked when he saw how quickly Sun Gohan recovered. So it was senzu bean. Really, I was thinking of leaving the senzu bean for you to eat, but I didn't expect that I would be defeated by you first. Sun Gohan scratched his head and said embarrassedly. It's nothing, you just haven't practiced for a long time. In fact, your strength is still very strong. In the original work, Son Goku said that Sun Gohan's potential has surpassed himself. From this, we can see that Sun Gohan's potential is still quite large, but why did he become so bad later? That's because he simply gave up practicing. So in Dragon Ball Super, he was directly killed by Frieza's finger cannon. I really didn't expect that classmate Ye Yang's strength is so strong. If Dad were still alive, he would be very excited to see you. Sun Gohan said. Goodbye, Gohan-san. I hope we can fight again if there is a chance. Speaking of this, Ye Yang waved his hand at Sun Gohan and used the sky dance technique to leave. It is enough to simply understand your own strength, and as for Sun Gohan, he is just a supporting role in the following plot, so there is no need to pay attention to him. The most important thing at the moment is to capture Videl. And now Videl has basically pointed the finger of suspicion at himself, so now he only needs to add a little more fire to take down Videl. And this last fire is to teach Videl to learn the skills of Qigong Sky Dance technique. It is certain that these abilities are very attractive to Videl, a strong woman, and Videl must find it difficult to refuse. P.S. Please support. Is there anyone watching? Please respond. 011, Identity exposed? Because Ye Yang basically didn't go to school that day. So he simply went back home after the battle with Sun Gohan. Ye Yang had no interest in the things explained in class. His purpose of going to school was simply for Videl, and because of Dragon Ball, Ye Yang had already imprinted those knowledge in his mind even if he didn't need to learn. And learning? Is learning useful in the world of Dragon Ball? Everyone should be very clear about this question. In the world of Dragon Ball, it is useless to study instead of practicing hard to become stronger. Sun Gohan is an example. He was already the strongest among the Z warriors when he fought Cell, and became the first strong man to surpass Super Saiyan and become Super Saiyan 2. But such a strong man with infinite potential was completely useless after going to school. Not to mention that his combat power was behind that before the battle with Cell, he couldn't even beat a small general under Frieza in Dragon Ball Super, and was even solved by a small minion in the end. So is learning useful? The god of destruction Beerus and his men are always ready to destroy the earth. No matter how much you learn, it will be useless. So in the world of Dragon Ball, only strong strength is the hard truth. Hey! Today's battle with Sun Gohan also made me clearly understand where my strength is now. If Sun Gohan can become a mysterious state, maybe I can have more fun. But the current Sun Gohan is at most a warm-up exercise. After saying that, Ye Yang returned to the bathroom in the room. After a day of exercise, he naturally planned to take a good bath. Although Sun Gohan can still become Super 2, his strength is not even as good as when he fought Cell. However, this battle also made Ye Yang more determined to become Super 4. Dong dong dong. Hearing the knock on the door, Ye Yang frowned in confusion. It seems that he has no relatives or friends in this world. So who will suddenly visit at this time? Is it a door-to-door salesman? With doubts in his heart, Yang simply wiped his body and walked out of the bathroom with his upper body naked. Click. As the door was opened by Yang, a familiar figure appeared in front of Yang. Classmate Baidalai. Looking at the beautiful figure standing outside the door, Yang recognized the other party's identity at a glance. Isn't that the target of his pursuit, Baidalai? What Yang didn't expect was that Baidalai would suddenly come to him at this time. Ah! Yet! Classmate Yang! Please put on your clothes before coming out. Baidalai looked at Yang's agile figure, whether it was the abdominal muscles, the mermaid line or the hair that exuded moisture, all of which exuded the unique charm of men. Baidalai felt her cheeks burning, and then she screamed and closed the door in a hurry. Huff, huff. After closing the door, Baidalai dared to breathe heavily, but her cheeks were already flushed with shame. At this moment, Baidalai herself was somewhat doubtful about what was going on with her. Why was she suddenly so nervous? She had been assisting the police in solving cases for such a long time, and had seen all kinds of things, but why did she feel her heart beating so fast? You know, she had only experienced this feeling when she met the mysterious Red Warrior. Huff! No matter what, I must ask classmate Yang today, he must be connected with the mysterious Red Warrior. How can a strong muscle be a strong martial artist? How can he be a weak student? After saying this, Baidalai mustered up her courage, and then walked towards the door of Yang's room again. Before Baidalai knocked on the door, Yang had already opened the door. It's Biddy Lee, I didn't know you ran away so suddenly just now. Hey! Just put on your clothes. Biddy Lee glanced at the other party nervously, and was relieved when she saw that she had put on her clothes. What do you mean just put on your clothes? Biddy Lee. Looking at the blush on Biddy Lee's face that had not completely faded, Yang showed a satisfied smile on his face. No. Nothing, classmate Yang, don't you want to invite me in to sit down? After saying that, Biddy Lee walked into Yang's house without waiting for Yang to answer. I really didn't expect that a boy at home could clean up the house so cleanly. Biddy Lee looked around and said with some surprise. Okay, classmate Biddy Lee, you suddenly came to me, it shouldn't be to praise me for being simple. Yang looked at Biddy Lee and said. It was obvious that Baidalai must have suspected her identity when she found this place, and in this case, Yang's plan was completed. As for what to do next, it depends on Baidalai's attitude. Nothing. You didn't attend class all day today. As a classmate, shouldn't I care about you? Baidalai found a place to sit down, but her eyes were still looking around the room, hoping to find evidence from the details that Yang was the mysterious Red Warrior. But no matter how he looked, there was no result. The content of the class is too boring, and I have already mastered those things. It doesn't matter if you don't study after holding it. Yang said. At this time, Baidalai's sharp eyes seemed to have discovered something, and then a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of her mouth. She slowly walked towards Yang and finally pointed at Yang's chest with her finger. Hehe, classmate Yang, you should know that a high-rise building near Satan Station caught fire today. Well, I have heard about it, but it's so far from my home, it shouldn't burn to me. Looking at Baidalai's confident expression, Yang frowned. Could it be that the other party discovered something, but he didn't seem to have revealed anything? Hehe. Classmate Yang, you don't need to continue the exercise. You are the mysterious Red Warrior. Baidalai's mouth corners slightly raised, and then showed an expression that Yang was sure of. What? Red Warrior? How could I be related to that kind of superhero? Yang scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Student Yang, things have come to this point, do you still plan to continue hiding it? As she spoke, Baidalai took out a mask that had been burned by fire from Yang's trouser pocket. Obviously, this mask was the one Yang used when he went to rescue Baidalai. P.S. Please support. Please support. Please give me more chapters if the number of flowers exceeds 1000, and more chapters if the number of evaluation votes exceeds 200. Please, all the big guys. 012, teach me the art of flying. Student Yang, things have come to this point, do you think you still need to continue hiding it? Bidalai raised the burned mask in her hand and smiled triumphantly. This mask is the one that the mysterious Red Warrior wore when he rushed into the fire to save her. Bidalai got this wrong. This, isn't it just an ordinary mask? What's so strange about this? Su Yang did not expect Biddy Li to observe so carefully. Yang originally planned to throw away the mask after use, but because of Biddy Li's sudden arrival, he did not have time to throw it away. Su did not expect that such a small detail would be discovered by the other party. Haha! I didn't expect that classmate Yang was so well hidden. You still don't admit it. I want to see how long you plan to hide. Biddy Li pointed to the mask in her hand. You said it was just an ordinary mask, so how do you explain the black ashes and the burnt areas on it? 4. Bidalai threw the mask in her hand to Yang. 8. It is obvious that Bidalai has determined that Yang is the mysterious Red Warrior. After all, if not, how could the mask that the Red Warrior said he used when saving her be in Yang's pocket? And in order to prove this good thing, Bidalai returned to school as soon as the fire was over. As expected, Yang was not in the classroom. This further confirmed Bidalai's guess. Ah, this. If I say I picked it up on the road, would you believe it? Yang did not expect Bidalai to observe so carefully. It seems that his identity will be exposed by Bidalai today. 5. Haha! I believe it, why don't I believe it? After all, the words came from the mouth of the Red Warrior, the messenger of justice in our Satan city. How could I not believe it? As she said this, Bidalai took advantage of Yang's inattention and kicked him with a flying kick. She thought her attack was flawless, but the next moment Yang suddenly stretched out his big hand and directly pinched his ankle. You can block my attack under such circumstances, it must be right, classmate Yang, just admit it, you are the mysterious Red Warrior. After seeing her attack being caught by Yang, Bidalai was not surprised at all, but said excitedly. The kick she just made, let alone an ordinary person, even a martial arts master might not be able to block it, but Yang actually grabbed his ankle with his hand so easily. This undoubtedly made Bidalai more certain that Yang was the mysterious Red Warrior. Hey! There is no way. I didn't expect that no matter how carefully I disguised myself, Bidalai still saw through it. Okay, I confess. I am the mysterious Red Warrior you are talking about. I did this originally to get along peacefully with everyone. It's really a headache. How come I was discovered by Biddy Li so quickly? As he said this, Yang deliberately showed a helpless look on his face. And Biddy Li smiled proudly after seeing the change in Yang's expression. Then he raised her white chin and said, hee hee. Don't forget that I was the one who protected the peace of Satan City before you appeared. Your disguise is nothing in front of me. I actually forgot something so important. An ugly expression appeared on Yang's face again, as if he was in a dilemma after his identity was discovered by the other party. But all of this was just a disguise, because since Biddy Li, if he had already discovered that he was the Red Warrior, then there was no need for him to continue hiding. Just confess directly. After all, the purpose of all he did was to make Bidalai suspect that he was the mysterious Red Warrior. Besides, Bidalai had already developed a good impression of him, so it didn't matter if he was exposed. Hee, you didn't expect that your identity would be revealed by me so quickly, the mysterious Red Warrior, or classmate Yang. But if you want me to help you hide your identity, it's okay, but you have to agree to one condition. At this time, Bidalai seemed to have thought of something in her heart, and immediately took 2 steps forward and approached Yang. I wonder what Bidalai's condition is. Yang Shuarian seemed to be cautious on the surface, fearing that the other party would make any excessive demands, but he had already guessed what kind of line the other party would propose. Dancing in the air. Yes, it was dancing in the air. Although Yang is very strong, Bidalai knows this very well, but as a strong woman, it is not easy to make him admit defeat. So Bidalai naturally wants Yang to teach him how to fly, so that she can fight with Yang. I can keep your secret for you. But the premise is that you have to teach me how to fly in the sky like you. P.S. Readers who have flower evaluation tickets can give some of them. These are free and will be cleared the next day. These are more important during the new book period. Thank you. 013. It should look better if you cut your hair short. I can keep your secret for you, but the premise is that you have to teach me how to fly in the sky like you. How about it, classmate Yang? Bidalai moved her body closer to Yang and looked forward to his answer. Although she didn't know why, Bidalai felt that the other party would not refuse her request. Teach you how to fly in the sky. You want to learn the art of flying. Although Yang looked shocked, he did not stir up any waves in his heart, and even felt a little proud. After all of this was according to his plan, and since Bidalai took the initiative to ask for it, it would be the best. The relationship between the two is now very delicate. Now Yang only needs to slowly teach Bidalai to practice in the next period of time, and it is only a matter of time to attack Bidalai. Yang just has this time, because there is still a month before the appearance of Majin Bu, so Yang is not in a hurry at all. Of course, it's too unfair for you to be the only one who can fly. Bidalai said excitedly. If she can also fly in the sky, she will not have to use a helicopter when she goes to support the police in the future, and she can also complete more things that she could not complete before. I can promise to teach you the air dance, but I have my conditions. Since you want to learn from me, you have to worship me as your master, so forget about the trouble of kneeling and bowing. You just need to take care of my daily life, such as washing clothes and cooking. You will do it in the future. Yang glanced at Biddy Lee and said. Because Yang knew that Biddy Lee wanted to learn the air dance very much, so he didn't intend to waste the little girl who came to his door. Impossible, don't even think about this kind of thing. But Anyway, I don't want to be your apprentice. And I have to wash clothes and cook. But Biddy Lee's reaction after hearing Yang's words was quite intense, and she decisively rejected Yang. Satan's reputation in Satan City is naturally needless to say, and Biddy Lee, as Satan's only daughter, basically doesn't have to do anything at home except martial arts. It's not easy for her to serve others now. Okay. You can also choose to refuse to expose my identity. But this will not have a big impact on me. After all, you know my academic performance. Even if I study at home, I can get full marks in every subject. Do you think it will be difficult for me to go to school in another city? But you will lose the opportunity to fly freely in the sky forever. Yang shook his head helplessly. Of course, I can't show any worry at this time, otherwise it will be troublesome if I am controlled by Bidalai. On the contrary, Yang will not give in to Bidalai like in the original book. Isn't this a good time to control Bidalai? Humph. Okay, I promise to serve you in your daily life, but don't even think about asking me to worship you as my master. Bidalai frowned, looking serious. It seems that this is the most concession Bidalai has made. It is obviously unlikely to make Bidalai give in again. Okay. Then from now on you have to make yourself clear. I won't teach you if I'm not in a good mood. After seeing Biddy Lee's acquiescence, Yang stroked Biddy Lee's short hair with pride. You, what are you doing, what are you doing? I just promised to take care of your daily life, but I won't help you with other things. After seeing Yang actually made such an intimate move to her, Biddy Lee's pretty face blushed and she quickly retreated. Step. Hee. What are you thinking about? I just want to tell you. Yang took 2 steps forward and put his mouth close to Bidalai's ear, blowing gently. I just want to say, you will be more beautiful if you cut your hair short. After saying that, Yang did not linger on the special fragrance from his nose, and hurriedly retreated to the sofa. But Bidalai was stunned, her face flushed for a while, not knowing what to do. Classmate Yang. Then I will come here to practice the air dance with you tomorrow. After saying that, Bidalai rushed out of the door in a hurry. As a strong woman, Bidalai had never seen such a scene before. Even after leaving Yang's house, she could still hear Yang's extremely light voice. It seemed that it could not be shaken off. Hee. It seems that things are much more interesting than I thought. Seeing Biddy Lee leaving, Yang said lightly. P.S. Dear gentlemen, I'm sorry, there are some trivial matters at home, which delayed the update, but the author is now updating as fast as he can. I will definitely update more, and I hope everyone can support me. Readers who have flowers and evaluation tickets can give some. These are free and will be cleared the next day. These are more important during the new book period. Thank you. Point 014, this is a trick. Since the purpose of going to school has been achieved, then Yang naturally has no need to go to school again. Biddy Lee also went to school for a long period of vacation, so he came to Yang's home early this morning. Originally, Yang said that he would let Biddy Lee serve his daily life, but he didn't really expect Biddy Lee to serve him. After all, a lady like Biddy Lee, it is already quite good not to need others to serve her. How can she expect him to serve others? But what was unexpected was that Bidalai actually came to Yang's house with all kinds of cooking materials. Let's put aside the smell first. Bidalai is Satan's only daughter, a real lady. It's a good thing that she can lower her status to cook for Yang, so Yang never expected the taste. Bidalai looked at Yang a little uneasy. This is my first time cooking. How is it, classmate Yang? After all, it was her first time cooking in her life, so Bidalai was a little worried. The cooking needs to be improved. But you are really beautiful today. Looking at Bidalai, who had short hair like the original, Yang felt that Bidalai at this moment was even more beautiful than in the anime. Even Yang was deeply attracted to Bidalai after seeing her short hair. Is it really beautiful? After hearing Yang's praise, Bidalai was naturally very happy. But even she herself did not expect that she would have such a big change after cutting her hair short, and even Yang took the initiative to praise her beauty. Bidalai looked at how fast Yang ate and showed a satisfied smile on her face. It was as if the result of her hard work had been recognized by others. And Bidalai still didn't understand why she suddenly cut her hair short. Was it really because of the other party's words? Although Bidalai was a young lady, she didn't act like those real young ladies. Instead, she helped Yang to sort out a lot of housework. Not long after dinner. Condensing qi doesn't mean you have to use your strength to force your body to exert its strength. No matter what you do, it's just brute force. Yang smiled at Bidalai, who was trying to condense qi. After a few minutes, Bidalai seemed to be unable to bear it anymore. She broke her qi directly, supported her hands on the sofa, and gasped for breath. You keep talking about condensing qi, so what exactly is this qi? You only demonstrated it to me once, and I don't know how to condense qi at all. After failing to condense qi continuously, Vidal's patience was gradually worn out. Yang also felt a little embarrassed after hearing what Vidal said. Of course he knew how to condense qi, after all, Dragon Ball had given him Son Gohan's combat experience, but if he was asked to teach others how to sense and condense qi, Yang really didn't know how to explain it for a while. So Yang just demonstrated to Vidal once like Son Gohan in the original book, and then observed Vidal's practice beside her. You only came into contact with qi for the first time today, so don't be too anxious. The most important thing to learn to control your own qi is to relax and guide your own qi with your heart, so that you can better control it. Let me show you again. After saying that, Yang started to work. He took a deep breath, and then clenched his hands into hemispheres. In just a few seconds of standing still, a flash of lightning flashed, and then a golden ball of light condensed into shape, like a ray of light in the dark night, giving people great warmth. Seeing this, Biddy Lee approached Ye Yang in surprise, leaned forward and put her little head next to Ye Yang, staring at the prototype of Qi in Ye Yang's hand like a curious baby. "This is Qi," Ye Yang said. "Isn't this really a magic trick?" Biddy Lee stared at the prototype of Qi in Ye Yang's hand for a long time, and finally suddenly said something that made Ye Yang speechless. "Magic trick?" It's no wonder that Biddy Lee thought so. It must be the result of being influenced by his champion father Satan since childhood. According to Satan's understanding, anything that he can't understand or explain is a magic trick, just a trick. But it's also true that there are not many people on Earth like Z warriors, and Satan is already a very powerful existence among Earthlings. As for how he boasted in the original work that he defeated Cell and became a hero of all mankind, the fact that he was respected by countless people also proved that it is also important to brag in this Dragon Ball world. "Okay. Now try it again," Ye Yang said and took back his anger. Ye Yang was not in a hurry to expose Satan, because Ye Yang believed that Videl knew it in her heart, but the other party was Videl's father after all. And there was no conflict between the two, so Ye Yang didn't need to say anything about Satan. As long as Videl learned to condense Qi, and then learned the air dance and Qigong bullet, the so-called trick would naturally make Satan himself ashamed. "Well, although I still don't understand it very well, I will try my best." Videl didn't care whether it was a trick or not, but tried to recall Ye Yang's every move when he condensed Qi in his mind. After all, she didn't know whether it was a trick or not in her heart. Even such a trick can allow Ye Yang to save all of them when the bus falls off a cliff. But Satan is his father after all. So she doesn't want to believe that her father is just deceiving her. Ah! Although Bidali's forehead was covered with sweat, she didn't mean to stop. She thought her body had already felt it, and there was already a breath surging in her palms, but because it was the first time to feel the air, it was difficult to condense them. "Hold on, don't relax." After saying that, Ye Yang stretched out his hands and placed them on the back of Bidali's hands, and then the air that was about to dissipate was condensed into a ball in an instant. The prototype of air looks even more special than what Ye Yang condensed when he demonstrated before. "This is air? I succeeded." Looking at the air condensed between her hands, Bidali said excitedly. "Successful, but don't be happy too early. You have to learn to control them and not let them collapse. P.S. Flowers and evaluation votes will be refreshed every day. I hope everyone will support it. Please. 015, are you sure you want to stay?" After a day of hard work, Bidali can already condense Qi simply. It's just that Bidali can't stabilize the Qi for the time being. Although the condensed Qi will eventually collapse quickly, it is already a very good thing for someone who has just come into contact with Qi. "Classmate Ye Yang, are you also sure that I am stupid?" Bidali's eyes were slightly red. Although she could feel the existence of Qi after a day of practice today, no matter how hard she tried, she still couldn't keep the Qi for a little longer. "No, Bidali." Ye Yang didn't expect Bidali to be so strong. Although the speed of practice was much worse than that of Sun Wuxian in the original work, it was already a very difficult thing for an ordinary person. It's not easy to completely master the air dance technique. It's not easy for you to condense the Qi after just one day of contact. Let's stop practicing today. You can go back first. Although it is important to teach Videl to practice and cultivate the goodwill between the two, Ye Yang can't fall behind in practice. Otherwise, he will be like Sun Gohan. And even if he has become a Super Saiyan 4, he will face Majin Buu and Beerus next. Even if Ye Yang is sure to defeat Majin Buu, he still has no confidence if the opponent is the god of destruction Beerus. When Videl heard that Ye Yang wanted her to go home, she pouted and looked unwilling, as if a little princess who was praised by everyone was suddenly disliked by others. "Ya Yang, do you really think I'm stupid and clinging to you like a scabby dog?" Biddy Li looked at Ya Yang with some anger. She had wanted something that he couldn't get since she was a child. Now she didn't expect that someone would ask her to leave. Such behavior aroused Biddy Li's grievance. "No, Biddy Li, you think too much. Your cultivation speed is really very fast. And I just want to tell you that the cultivation of qi is not something that can be achieved overnight. What is needed to cultivate qi is perseverance." Ya Yang scratched his head. Sure enough, although he thought he had a good understanding of Biddy Li after reading the original book, Ya Yang overlooked one thing. That's the damn detail of a woman. "It's fine if you don't teach me how to practice, but why are you so anxious to drive me away? And it's too early now, so what if I don't leave? I've checked your information, you should have no other relatives or friends. Then you let me go today, but I won't leave. I'm going to stay here to practice. At worst, you sleep on the bed and I sleep on the sofa at night. Well, do you have any secrets that you can't tell, classmate Ya Yang?" As she said that, Biddy Li came to the sofa and measured it with her eyes, and found that it was enough for him to sleep. Anyway, she thought that she had just mastered the gathering of qi, and it was not stable yet. If she practiced beside Ya Yang, she could not only get Ya Yang's guidance, but also learn other things from him. Biddy Li had seen Ya Yang easily punch through a 3 cm thick steel plate with one punch, and this alone showed how powerful Ya Yang was. Anyway, Biddy Li refused to leave before she had fully mastered the air dance technique. "Stay? Sleep on the sofa?" After listening to Vidal's words, Ya Yang felt that he was a little overwhelmed for a while. Vidal in the original book did not ask to stay in Sun Gohan's house, so why did he force her to stay in his house? Although this is good for cultivating feelings with Vidal and conquering Vidal, Ya Yang suddenly felt unhappy at this moment for some reason. Because if the other party chooses to stay in his house, it will be difficult for Ya Yang to become a Super Saiyan 4 to practice. After all, Vidal's current understanding of this world is still at a level higher than that of normal people. If she saw that he became a Super Saiyan 4 and smashed the moon with a Kamehameha wave, Vidal would be scared to death on the spot. So he could only try to make the other party come only when he was practicing, and not affect his practice at other times. But soon Ya Yang thought of a way, which was of course coercion. "Are you sure you want to sleep at my place tonight?" Ya Yang frowned slightly, then showed a naughty expression. "Of course, I will notify my men to send my daily necessities over now. From today on, I will live in your house and will not leave unless I have completely learned the air dance technique." After saying that, Biddy Li picked up the phone and notified the servants at home to send her daily necessities over. "A man and a woman are alone in the same room, aren't you afraid that I will do something to you?" 5 Ya Yang slowly stood up and approached Biddy Li. Not giving Biddy Li a chance to get up, Ya Yang's arm directly pressed on the sofa next to Biddy Li's ear. 6 You, Ya Yang, I believe you won't do anything to me." 6 Biddy Li looked at Ya Yang's handsome face and how close it was to her, and then she turned her head away with a slightly red face. "How come you are beautiful and just my type? Are you really not afraid at all?" After hearing Biddy Li's words, Ya Yang moved closer to Biddy Li. "Humph! I don't believe it. If you really have that idea, you wouldn't have driven me away just now." Biddy Li pouted and said. Hearing this, Ya Yang didn't know how to refute for a moment. "You actually look down on me." As he said this, Ya Yang pressed his mouth on Biddy Li's cheek, and then quickly retreated 5 meters away. "You can stay if you want, but I'll leave the housework to you." As he said this, Ya Yang licked his lips, as if he was cherishing the soft feeling just now. Biddy Li was stunned for a long time before she reacted, and then she blushed and wanted to find trouble with Ya Yang, but she didn't know that Ya Yang had already left through the window using the air dance technique. "Well, Ya Yang, you stop right there. Looking at Yang departing back, Biddy's mind went blank, but her heart seemed to be beating like a little deer. My heart is beating so fast. Yang. P.S. Please support. Please support. Please support. Readers who have flowers and evaluation tickets can give some. These are free and will be cleared the next day. These are more important during the new book period. Thank you everyone. 016, R&D ability, compressed energy bomb. In the following week, Biddy basically did not leave Yang's side except when necessary. The study during this period also allowed Biddy's body to float back and forth in the room, and it would not take long for her to fly freely in the sky. Even Yang himself did not expect Biddy to actually live with him. Although Biddy had been at Yang's house during this period, Yang did not abandon his practice because he did not want to become like Sun Gohan. And although Biddy Lee is important, it is just a temporary excitement for Yang. Yang will not give up his practice for her. In the world of Dragon Ball, if your own strength is not strong enough, then even if you are surrounded by excellent women, what's the use? You can escape the attack of Majin Buu, escape the earth and escape the destructive power of Beerus, the god of destruction. Obviously it's impossible. During this period of time, Yang also mastered a lot of abilities. It may be because of teaching Videl to practice Qi that Yang thought of developing Qi. Since the Qi in the Dragon Ball world is so magical, why doesn't he want to try to develop his own abilities? You should know that many powerful abilities in the Dragon Ball world are basically developed. King Fist and Spirit Bomb were developed by King Kai. King Kai can develop such powerful abilities, so Yang is naturally confident. After a week of hard work, Yang finally completed the compressed energy bomb he developed. As for why Yang named it the compressed energy bomb, the reason is actually very simple, that is, to gather the energy bomb in his hand and then continuously compress it, just like the original power of this energy bomb is 100,000, but after being compressed by Yang, it becomes 100 to the power of 100. The power is unknown how many times the original power is. Although Yang cannot compress the compressed energy bomb to the 100th power, he can still compress it to the 10th power. And even the power of the 10th power is already quite amazing, because Yang accidentally compressed the compressed Qigong bomb to the 5th power when he was practicing the compressed energy bomb. As a result, a strong earthquake occurred in the entire northern region. It is precisely because of that time that Yang basically chooses to practice on an uninhabited island when practicing the compressed Qigong bomb, because this allows him to use the compressed energy bomb freely. If he can make his own compressed energy bomb well, Yang is confident that the power will definitely be much greater than that of Sun Gohan's spirit bomb. Not only that, Yang couldn't help but study the powerful killer move of compressed energy bombs, and also imitated the way of Zamasu in the original book to develop his own air blade. However, the air blade developed by Yang is not as monotonous as the one used by Zamasu, but can only change the length of the air blade on the arm during the battle. The most important thing is that the speed of changing the length is extremely fast, almost happening within 1 second. So if the opponent fails to hit the spirit when fighting with Yang, then Yang can use the arm air blade to quickly lengthen and surprise attack the opponent. After all, Yang does not follow the morals of martial arts. Being able to beat the opponent is the hard truth. P.S. Please support. Please support. Please support. Readers who have flowers and evaluation tickets can give some of them. These are free and will be cleared the next day. These are more important during the new book period. Thank you. 017, enter the Spirit Time House to practice. After more than 10 days of hard practice, Vidalai finally learned the air dance technique thoroughly. Now she can fly freely in the air like in the original book. However, unlike the agreement, she did not leave Yang's house because she learned the air dance technique, but just stayed there. The biggest reason is naturally that she wants to stay here and let Yang continue to teach her other abilities. Another reason is that during this period of cohabitation, she gradually developed a sense of dependence on Yang. In her heart, she was unwilling to leave Ye Yang. The relationship between the two became more subtle. However, Ye Yang did not refuse, because after spending half a month with Bidalai, Ye Yang had already gotten used to being served by her. The relationship between the two became closer. Even Bidalai took the initiative to invite her to attend the world's #1 martial arts conference with him a few days later. Ye Yang did not refuse, because Sun Wukong and others should appear at that time, and Ye Yang was also looking forward to a fierce battle with Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 3. So Ye Yang left home the day before the world's #1 martial arts conference was about to start, and went to an uninhabited deserted island to practice his abilities. Boom! After a loud noise, a small island was completely destroyed by the power of Ye Yang's compressed energy bomb, and even a fierce tsunami was set off around it. Looking at the success of his practice, Ye Yang nodded with satisfaction. Although it is an uninhabited area, if a compressed energy bomb with too much energy is released here, it will also have a significant impact on the earth. It will be troublesome if Babadai is scared and runs away. Let's go to the spirit time house in the heavenly temple to have some fun. As he said this, Ye Yang directly turned into Super Saiyan 4, and then turned into a stream of light and flew towards the heavenly temple. Now there is only one day left before the opening of the world's #1 martial arts conference, and Ye Yang plans to go to the spirit time house to consolidate his training results. Because there is no need to worry about the power of his compressed energy bomb being too strong and accidentally destroying the earth. Swish! A slight landing sound was heard, and then a figure appeared in the heavenly temple. "You, who are you?" Bobo said in panic when he saw Ye Yang suddenly breaking in. "Who are you? What are you doing in the heavenly temple?" The heavenly god Dandy looked at the tail behind Ye Yang, and then looked at him with a vigilant face and asked. No matter who the other party is, since he can easily arriving here means he is definitely not an ordinary person. And the most important thing is that there is a tail behind Ye Yang. What does the tail mean? Of course, the other party is most likely a scion. And Dandy felt a very strong sense of oppression on the guy in front of him, and even made him breathless. "Don't be nervous, Dandy, I just come to borrow the spirit time room." Ye Yang smiled with a kind expression. "How do you know my name? And who are you?" Dandy squinted his eyes while reading a book and looking at the tail behind Ye Yang. "Haha! Don't be nervous, my name is Ye Yang, as you can see, I am also a scion, and also a friend of Goku and others, they recommended me here." Ye Yang said this to reduce unnecessary trouble. And Ye Yang is indeed a friend of Son Gohan, so there is nothing wrong with saying this. "I didn't expect that there are scions on Earth that I don't know about. But since you are Mr. Goku's friend, please follow me." Dandy nodded, and then took Ye Yang to the spirit time house. Although he was not sure whether the man in front of him was Goku's friend, he did not feel any dangerous aura from him, and the other party did not do anything bad on Earth. That means the other party should not be a bad person. Ye Yang nodded to Dandy, and then followed him. "Mr. Bobo, go prepare food for Mr. Ye Yang. Mr. Ye Yang is in front of the spirit time house, please go in by yourself." Dandy led Ye Yang to the door of the spirit time house and said, "Okay." Ye Yang walked in without hesitation. Ye Yang, who had read the original work, naturally recognized the door in front of him as the spirit time house at a glance. "Lord Celestial God, do you really believe that he is a friend of Goku and the others?" After seeing Ye Yang walk into the spirit time room, Popo looked at Dandy and said uneasily, "I'm not sure either, and I've never seen him before. But to be on the safe side, I'll go to Earth now. If this person is really a friend of Goku and the others, I believe Gohan should know. Mr. Popo, you should stay in the Celestial God Temple and observe his situation," Dandy said with a serious face. One of the reasons why Dandy agreed to let Ye Yang enter the spirit time room so readily was that he and Popo were not good at fighting. If they fought, the two of them together would probably not be Ye Yang's opponent. It would be better to stabilize the opponent first, and then ask Gohan and the others. Okay, Lord Celestial God. When Popo saw that Dandy had already had an idea, he felt relieved. After Yang entered the spirit time room, he observed the surrounding situation. The place is exactly the same as in the Dragon Ball anime. Except for a resting place, the rest of the place is almost all white. And the climate change in this place is very different. However, Yang likes the 10 times gravity here very much, which can speed up his practice. Okay. Let's start practicing. After a full meal, Yang started his practice. In this place, let alone a 10 power compressed energy bomb, even 100 times compressed energy bomb does not have to worry about destroying this place. P.S. Sorry everyone, it has been raining heavily at home recently, and the internet and power are cut off. It's hard to sleep well with thunder and lightning outside. I almost vomited. I can clearly feel the thunder next to my ears, so scary. 018, Scion? Vegeta's shock. Only 2 hours have passed outside, but Yang has been practicing in the Spirit Time House for more than a month. And within 2 hours, Dandy has successfully arrived at the home of Son Gohan in Baizai Mountain. Son Goku died in the battle with Cell. And Dandy naturally didn't dare to provoke Vegeta, so now Dandy can only pin his hopes on Son Gohan. Aunt Shishi, are you at home? I wonder if Gohan has come back. After arriving at Baizai Mountain, Dandy looked at Shishi anxiously and asked. Although 1 day outside is 1 year inside the Spirit Time House, Dandy can't guarantee whether Yang will suddenly come out of the Spirit Time House. And if Yang comes out of the Spirit Time House and finds himself looking for Son Gohan to verify his identity, that would be bad. Oh, it turns out to be Dandy. Gohan went to Satan City to attend high school. He should still be in class at this time. Shishi answered while busy with housework. After all, she was the only one who supported the family during the years when Goku was away, so Shishi has also changed a lot over the years. What? Gohan is not here. That's bad. After seeing that Gohan was not at home, Dandy became even more anxious. Oh no! Gohan should be back soon. By the way, Dandy, what do you want to talk to Gohan about? At this time, Shishi also noticed that Dandy looked anxious, and immediately stopped what he was doing. After all, Dandy was a god, so why was he so anxious to find Gohan? It must be something important. It's like this. Just now, a scion with a tail came to the Temple of the Gods, and he said that he was a friend of Goku and the others, so I wanted to come to Gohan to confirm. After all, the other party is a scion and I can feel a great sense of oppression from him. Dandy said truthfully. What, a scion who suddenly came to Earth? But this Gohan will not come back until he goes down. After hearing that the other party was a scion, Shishi also realized the seriousness of the matter. After all, in his mind, scions are just like when Vegeta first came to Earth. Not only did he beat Goku so badly that he couldn't move, but even his beloved son Gohan was not spared. Dandy, why don't you go to Vegeta's place? I believe that if it is a friend of Goku and Gohan, Vegeta should recognize him. Shishi said seriously. Okay. It seems that we can only go to Vegeta now. Although Dandy was reluctant to find Vegeta, after all, this guy had invaded their Namek before and killed many of his people. But the current situation did not allow him to hesitate. Aunt Shishi, I will go to Mr. Vegeta. In addition, if Gohan comes back, please make sure to ask him to come to Tenshin, please. After Dandy finished speaking, he went directly to find Vegeta. Although he could also go to Son Gohan, it was closer to where Vegeta was than Satan City. And Vegeta was not as busy as Son Gohan. Under normal circumstances, Vegeta was naturally training with Trunks in the gravity training room at home. After Dandy came to Vegeta's house, he easily found Vegeta. What? A guy with a tail? A scion? Yang? How is this possible? There are only 2 pure scions in the world, Cockroach and I. How could a scion suddenly appear out of nowhere? What a joke! Where is Dendi now? After hearing what Dendi said, Vegeta became excited. You should know that planet Vegeta has been destroyed by Frisia, and the scions who have escaped by chance are only him and Sun Wukong. If you have to count them, there are also Cockroach's 2 sons and his own son. How could a scion suddenly appear out of nowhere? Vegeta naturally didn't believe it, because according to Dendi's words, the opponent's strength seemed to be not weak. Mr. Vegeta, since you don't know, is it possible that Mr. Goku knows Yang? Dendi looked at Vegeta's slightly ferocious expression and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Although Vegeta has become much better now, the scene of Vegeta killing his name Kian still lingers in Dendi's mind. Stop talking nonsense, I don't care whether Cockroach knows that guy, tell me where he is now. Vegeta looked at Dendi and said viciously. He didn't care whether Sun Wukong and the others knew this guy named Yang. What he cared about was whether Yang's identity was a scion and how his strength was compared to him. This was what he cared about. Tian Shen Temple, Mr. Yang is now practicing in the Spirit Time House of Tian Shen Temple. Although Dendi was a little worried that Vegeta would do something rash, looking at Vegeta's fierce expression, Dendi finally told Yang's location. Humph! In the Temple of Heaven, Scion. Let Vegeta knock you down after reading it. P.S. Readers who have flowers and evaluation tickets can give some of them. These are free and will be cleared the next day. These are more important during the new book period. Thank you. 019, shock Vegeta back with a punch. In the Spirit Time House, Yang was very embarrassed at the moment. Because of the strong training, his clothes had become tattered. But this did not affect the joy on Yang's face. And the aura emanating from Yang at this time has changed a lot. It's like a different person compared to a few hours ago. Hey! Finally compressed the compressed energy bomb to the 20th power. The power is even more amazing than I expected. Yang looked at the effect of the compressed energy bomb he had just released to the 20th power, and his face was full of satisfaction. This way, there will be no problem. Although Yang does not know Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave, the compressed energy bomb developed by Yang himself is many times more powerful than the Big Bang Kamehameha wave. And you should know that Yang's compressed energy bomb is a growing ability. As long as Yang practices it enough, it can be compressed to the 30th power, or even the 50th power. It's not even a day outside now, but since I've already completed the practice, it seems useless to stay here. After completing the training, Yang wanted to leave the Spirit Time House in advance. Since the training has been completed, there is no point in staying here. And he can come back here anytime if he needs it. So Yang decided to leave the Spirit Time House. Although practicing alone can make you stronger, if you want to make your fighting strength stronger, you still need to fight continuously. Kaka. Accompanied by a crisp sound of opening the door of the Spirit Time House was opened. Then the ragged Yang walked out of the Spirit Time House. I thought the first person I saw after coming out should be Dendi or Popo, but I didn't expect that a familiar face appeared in front of Yang the moment Yang opened the door. Vegeta. Yes, the person who appeared in front of Yang was Vegeta, and Yang also felt a hint of malice from the other party. You are Yang. You said you are a scion. Vegeta slowly stepped forward and raised his chin towards Yang with a proud look on his face. That's right. Although Vegeta looked at Yang maliciously, Yang did not show any fear. After all, the current Vegeta 2 is just a Super Saiyan 2. Even if his combat power is a little stronger than Son Gohan, it is probably not much stronger, so Yang has no need to take him seriously. Tisk. What's your attitude? I am the Saiyan Prince Vegeta. Hey! If you are really the Saiyan Prince, you should know me. As he said that, Vegeta raised his energy and a strong sense of oppression swept towards Yang. Hey! Now you know how powerful I am as a Scion Prince. After seeing the other party stop, Vegeta smiled triumphantly. Please, you are really annoying, and I don't know anybody. What is a Scion Prince? Yang glanced at Vegeta, his eyes flashing with a hint of coldness. He had just finished his training, and Vegeta came to him at this time. Isn't this a tool for him to practice? Anybody? Damn bastard, even more annoying than Kakarot. Seeing that the other party didn't take him seriously at all, Vegeta's facial muscles twitched, and he was obviously quite angry. Vegeta! Don't be impulsive, Mr. Yang may be Mr. Goku's friend. At this time, the god Dandy also rushed back. Stop talking nonsense. Dandy wanted to stop Vegeta, but the strength of the two was too different. Before Dandy could do anything, Vegeta's body had already jumped up and came to Yang in an instant. He punched Yang's abdomen heavily. Although Vegeta was very upset with Yang, he still wanted to learn something from him, so he didn't kill him. He just wanted to see if this guy who was more arrogant than him was a Scion. After all, although the opponent also had a Scion tail behind him, it was the first time that Vegeta saw a Scion with red hair. Looking at Vegeta's fist that was quickly rushing towards him, Yang also punched out. However, Yang didn't use his full strength, because he saw that Vegeta also retained his strength. After all, Vegeta was still in his normal state and had not become a Super Saiyan. Bang! The next second, the fists of the two collided heavily. Although neither of them used their full strength, Vegeta's body had retreated nearly 10 meters before stopping, while Yang's body still stood there without any reaction. What? This guy actually has such power. The two of them fought briefly. Although Vegeta did not use his full strength, he was even more embarrassed when he saw that the opponent did not move at all. Because his punch just now was just a tentative attack, it was definitely not weak. And this guy not only blocked his attack, but also repelled him. So strong, he can actually repel Vegeta. Although the identity of this person cannot be confirmed now I can only pray that Gohan will come quickly. Seeing that Vegeta was repelled by Yang's punch, Dandy was also shocked. If Yang is really a friend of Goku and others, it would be fine. If this guy with such terrifying strength is a villain like Frieza and others, then the Earth will be in real danger. Vegeta, if you want to save your strength, I advise you to save it. P.S. Readers who have flowers and evaluation tickets can give some of them. These are free and will be cleared the next day. These are more important during the new book period. Thank you. 020, I am afraid that I will hit you. Vegeta, if you want to save your strength, I advise you to save it. Yang shook his arms, his face full of excitement. I didn't expect that I just threw a random punch and directly knocked Vegeta back more than 10 meters. It can be seen that my training during this period is still quite successful. Moreover, Yang could clearly feel that the blood in his body was boiling. He was eager for a bloody battle to calm his restless mood. Tisk! Don't get carried away. If you think you have seen through my full strength, then you can wait for me, Vegeta, to beat you down. Vegeta glared at Yang and said loudly. It was obvious that Vegeta was going to show some real skills to fight Yang at this moment, because he also saw that if he didn't show some real skills, it might be difficult to get useful information from Yang. Hee. Want to become a Super Saiyan? That's just what I want, but this place is not suitable for fighting. I will need the Spirit Time House in the future. I don't want to accidentally destroy this place when we fight. After seeing Vegeta about to become a Super Saiyan, Yang immediately said to Vegeta, and then flew directly out of the temple. He even knows about Super Saiyans. Could it be that this guy can also become a Super Saiyan? How could such a thing be possible? But if this is your capital for arrogance, then you can just wait to be beaten down by me, Super Vegeta. After discovering that Ye Yang actually knew about super science, Vegeta was a little surprised, but he was too proud to be afraid. After all, in his eyes, even if Ye Yang knew about super science and became a super scion by chance, he would definitely be just super scion 1. But he is different. He has now surpassed super scion. Super scion 2. So Ye Yang is doomed to lose. I won't let you escape. After seeing Ye Yang fly away, Vegeta also flew out of the temple and followed him. Great! The temple is saved. But to be on the safe side, Mr. Popo, please find a way to contact Gohan and ask him when he will arrive. Zero Dendi was relieved when he saw the two flying away, but he knew that the matter was not over yet. Swoosh! The two soon arrived at a deserted island, and there was basically nothing but the sea within 100 miles, so this place was more suitable for the two of them to fight. Ye Yang did not fly too fast, the purpose was to let Vegeta keep up. The results of the training in the Spirit Time House just now can be used now. Ju Humph! Are you not going to escape? Then you can wait to be beaten down by me, Prince Vegeta. Zero Vegeta looked at Ye Yang with a cold smile on his face. 5. Although I don't know whether you can become a Super Saiyan, the result is the same anyway. After saying that, Vegeta gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and a terrifying golden aura burst out from his body. Hey hey hey! With a low roar, Vegeta's hair turned golden by itself, and a golden flame swept in all directions with Vegeta as the center. The cracked ground and gravel under Vegeta's feet were suspended in the air. Ye Yang originally thought that Vegeta's hands might be only a little stronger than Son Gohan, but now it seems that he was wrong. Vegeta's current transformation is only Super Saiyan 1, but the powerful aura exuded by his body is comparable to that of Son Gohan when he became Super Saiyan 2. You can imagine how much stronger Vegeta would be than Son Gohan if he became Super Saiyan 2. Sure enough, Son Gohan has been really useless over the years. How is it? Are you scared by the aura I emit? After watching Ye Yang standing there in a daze, Vegeta said to Ye Yang complacently. Although he was very weak when he fought with Cell, he has been practicing hard every moment in these years, so his strength is definitely not comparable to before. Even Vegeta is confident that even if Cell is resurrected now, he, Vegeta, can kill him with one hand. You are too self-righteous, Vegeta. I just wonder if you should just become Super Saiyan 2. Otherwise, I am really worried that I will hit your self-confidence later. Ye Yang said lightly. Although he was a little surprised that Vegeta Super Saiyan 1 could release such a powerful aura. But Super Saiyan 1 is after all, the gap between Super Saiyan 1 and Super Saiyan 4 is too big. What? Damn it, although I don't know where you got so much information about Super Saiyans, you have completely angered me. Vegeta roared, and the golden flames on his body gushed out. Then his body flashed and rushed towards Ye Yang. Damn bastard, die! As soon as the voice fell, Vegeta's body flashed and disappeared again in an instant, and appeared directly above Ye Yang's head, and then he put his hands together and was about to hit Ye Yang's back. Swish! Just when Vegeta's attack was about to fall on Ye Yang's body appeared and disappeared and then appeared directly in front of Vegeta. What? What? So fast! Vegeta was shocked and shocked. Before he could react, Ye Yang's knee had already landed on Vegeta's abdomen. Bang! A low sound rang out, and then Vegeta's body flew backwards like a cannonball. Boom! Boom boom! It smashed a mountain directly, his pupils shrank slightly, and then Vegeta knelt on the ground and spit out a mouthful of sour water. P.S. Readers who have flowers and evaluation tickets can give some of them. These are free and will be cleared the next day. These are more important during the new book period. Thank you all. 021, Sun Wukong, I also want to participate in the world's first martial arts conference. Is this the result of my practice? It's much stronger than I expected. And this feeling is so cool. Ye Yang clenched his fists, feeling extremely excited. I thought it would not be easy to defeat Vegeta without using full strength, but I didn't expect that I could almost lose my fighting ability with just one blow. Damn! How can this bastard be so strong? Vegeta gritted his teeth tightly, feeling endless humiliation in his heart. Now he only had one good thing in mind. No matter whether the other party was a scion or a mysterious identity, he just wanted to make the other party disappear from this world completely. But because Ye Yang's attack just now was too heavy, at this moment, he couldn't even maintain the form of Super Saiyan, let alone using all his strength to become Super Saiyan 2. Swish! At this moment, a stream of light flashed, and Shunfan's figure appeared between Vegeta and Ye Yang. Gohan classmate, you are here. After seeing Son Gohan suddenly appear, Ye Yang's face was not too surprised. He thought that the other party must be Dendi to verify his identity. Just after class, Dendi hurriedly found me and said that there was something important. I knew that the powerful Scion Dendi was talking about must be you, Ye Yang classmate. Son Gohan looked at Ye Yang and scratched his head and said with a smile. Yeah, I told Dendi that we are friends, but they seem to be a little afraid of my Scion identity. Ye Yang said lightly. Now that Son Gohan is here, his fight with Vegeta probably can't continue. But it doesn't matter, because the brief fight just now has allowed Ye Yang to basically understand his current strength. As for the battle with Vegeta, Ye Yang believes that by then, whether it is Vegeta, Son Gohan or even Son Goku, they will be there. So there is no rush to wait. Damn bastard, Gohan! Who is this guy? Why have I never heard you mention that there are other Scions on Earth? Vegeta was about to go berserk. How embarrassed he was beaten by the other party, and now Son Gohan knew it. Ah, this is Uncle Vegeta. Although Ye Yang is my classmate, he is also a Scion like me. But you don't have to worry. Classmate Ye Yang is a good person. And he has been protecting the peace of Satan City as a mysterious red warrior. Looking at Vegeta's angry face, he hurriedly explained. Tisk! I don't care about those things. This guy dares to ignore me, Prince Vegeta. I must teach him a lesson today. As he said this, Vegeta was about to become a Super Saiyan again. Vegeta, if you really want to fight me, then come to the World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament. I will wait for you there. Now that Son Gohan is here, even if the two continue to fight, it is estimated that there will be no good results. After all, the other party will not choose to watch the two fight. If this is the case, then the two will not be happy even if they fight. What a joke! Who wants to go to that boring martial arts tournament for you? Vegeta's voice was loud, and it was obvious that he was unwilling to accept Ye Yang's proposal. I want to participate too. At this time, a very familiar voice came into the ears of the three people. And Vegeta was stunned after hearing this voice. Gohan! This voice is Dad. Could it be really Dad? Have you been okay these years? Hearing this, Son Gohan was excited, thinking that the owner of this voice was his father Son Gohan. Kakarot! Tisk! It turned out to be you. After confirming that the voice was Son Goku, the anger on Vegeta's face dissipated by half. For a moment, a hint of excitement appeared on his face. I don't know whether it is good or bad, after all, I'm dead. Son Goku's voice came out again. You really can participate in the world's No. 1 martial arts tournament? Yes, I have asked the fortune teller to allow me to go back for one day. I will use that day to participate in the world's No. 1 martial arts tournament. And I didn't expect so many things to happen on Earth when I was away. Vegeta was actually beaten by Ye Yang, the mysterious Scion. It's unbelievable. So since Ye Yang and Vegeta are also going to participate in the world's No. 1 martial arts tournament, then I want to participate too. Sun Wukong was obviously being King Kai had already seen what Ye Yang had just done with Vegeta. Great, long live, if that's the case, then I must participate. Gohan shouted excitedly. Tisk! Kakarot, you bastard, what do you mean by saying that? I told you that I didn't use my full strength just now, and my strength has become stronger than you can imagine in the years you were away from Earth. So even if you come back to participate in the world's #1 martial arts tournament, you will only be defeated by me. Vegeta was quite excited when he heard that Sun Wukong was coming back, but he didn't expect that the other party would actually tell him that he was defeated by Yang in one move, which undoubtedly made Vegeta a little angry. That Yang hopes to fight with me at that time, please. Sun Wukong ignored Vegeta and set his sights on Yang, thinking that neither he nor King Kai of the North could see the depth of Yang, so he was valued by the other party so much. Even if Vegeta hasn't used his full strength, it's not easy to defeat him with one move. Okay, since we are going to participate in the world's #1 martial arts tournament, then we will naturally have the opportunity to fight. Yang looked indifferent. Although Yang was looking forward to Super Saiyan 3 Son Goku, Yang was more looking forward to him and Vegeta using the earrings to combine with Gogeta. Great! I will tell my mother and Uncle Krillin about my father coming back now. After Son Gohan finished speaking excitedly, he immediately said goodbye to Yang and left. Because since his father has spoken, I believe Vegeta and Yang should not continue to fight now. Humph! I'll let you go this time. When the world's #1 martial arts tournament begins, I will let you see what my Super Vegeta's full strength is. Vegeta glanced at the other party coldly, and then turned into a stream of light and disappeared on the spot. His target has never been Yang, but Sun Wukong in the underworld. Now that he heard that Sun Wukong was coming back, Vegeta naturally had to go back to practice. Hey! I'll wait for you. After watching the two of them leave, Yang was relieved. Things went as smoothly as he thought, and now he would go back to rest and wait for the start of the world's #1 martial arts tournament. 022, Sun Wukong's invitation. After resting at home for a day, Yang came to the world's #1 martial arts tournament under the leadership of Bidalai. Bidalai is much more familiar with these things than Yang. Because her goal has always been to surpass her father Satan, but Bidalai has never seen her father take action, so she doesn't know that her current strength has actually surpassed Satan. After Satan appeared, the entire world's #1 martial arts tournament was boiling. No matter where Satan goes, cameras and fans will follow him. From this point, we can see that Satan actually has a very high image among the Earthlings. I really can't stand my dad. He always makes it so grand. When seeing Sata holding up his gold belt to show off in front of fans and reporters, Bidalai's face showed a trace of helplessness. There is no way. After all, your dad, Mr. Satan, is a great hero who once saved the world. Yang said lightly. Then Satan typed the number 137 on the machine measuring punching power in front of the staff of the World #1 Martial Arts Conference. After 137 appeared on the measuring machine, the crowd and staff once again had a heated discussion. After all, this is a height that normal people can hardly reach. And Satan is actually quite strong among normal Earthlings, otherwise he would not have won the champion gold belt of the last World #1 Martial Arts Conference. Haha! Everyone, fight hard! I hope someone who can beat me will appear today. 2:05. After saying that, Satan left the arena with a satisfied look on his face. Because he is the champion, Satan does not need to compete with other contestants. He only needs to fight with the final champion. Then please take your number plates and line up in front of the boxing machine. After the staff's voice fell, those who participated in the world's first martial arts tournament lined up one by one. Really, Uncle Piccolo, do you feel your father's anger? Son Gohan looked at Piccolo and asked anxiously. Because the auditions are already underway, but Son Gohan has not yet arrived. If he doesn't hurry up, it may be too late. No. Wukong hasn't appeared yet. Piccolo shook his head. As a god on earth, he would have sensed it immediately if Wukong was on earth. Since he didn't sense Wukong's presence, Wukong probably hasn't come back yet. What happened to Wukong? Is he already in the lounge? Shishi was also anxious. After all, he hadn't seen Wukong for many years. He naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. Well, then I'll go and have a look, Krillin said at this time. Ye Yang saw all this scene. The only thing that surprised Ye Yang was that in the original book, Krillin seemed to have hair instead of a bald head. But what Ye Yang saw now was a bald Krillin, and he did not see the figure of number 18 among the Z warriors. Strange. Could it be that the original book has changed because of me, and number 18 is not with Krillin? Ye Yang touched his chin and thought about it. From the current situation, there is still a great possibility, and if this is really the case, it would be comfortable. Humph. It seems that it is necessary to understand what is going on. Ye Yang murmured. At this time, Sun Wukong's body flashed and appeared behind the Z warriors. Hee hee. Yo. Wukong made a familiar sound to everyone. Everyone has changed a lot. By the way, are you all okay? As soon as Sun Wukong's voice came out, Z warriors, Chi-Chi and others were all excited and shed tears. Kakarot, you are finally back. I thought you were too scared to face me, Vegeta. Vegeta put his hands on his chest and snorted. It was obvious that Sun Wuhan's sudden return made him quite excited. Long time no see, Vegeta. Sun Wukong just greeted everyone symbolically, and then his eyes were focused on the distance. Walk straight over. You are Mr. Ye Yang, younger than I thought. I also know part of your story. I hope you can have a good fight with me later. P.S. Readers who have flowers and evaluation tickets can give some. These are free and will be cleared the next day. These are more important during the new book period. Thank you everyone. 023, Satan's son-in-law. No problem, after all, this is one of the reasons why I came here. Ye Yang did not refuse Sun Wukong, because he also wanted to see whether Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 3 could defeat his Super Saiyan 4. Tisk. Kakarot, you guy. Seeing that Sun Wukong ignored him and walked towards Ye Yang, Vegeta was embarrassed. Classmate Ye Yang. It was at this time that Sun Wuhan noticed Ye Yang's existence. Classmate Gohan, do you have to dress so exaggeratedly? Seeing that Sun Wuhan actually dressed like the Saiyan masked Superman in the original book, Ye Yang was speechless for a while. There is no need at all, anyway, your identity will be exposed in a while. Hee hee. I am different from classmate Ye Yang. I don't want my classmates to know that I can do martial arts. Sun Wuhan smiled awkwardly. Okay. Ye Yang said lightly. Goten, come and see daddy. At this time, Shishi pushed Sun Wukong behind him out. I was thinking that this child looks exactly like me, it turns out that he is really my child. Sun Wukong said in surprise when he saw Sun Wushan who looked exactly like him. Dad. Sun Wushan carefully poked his head out from behind Kikai. Because it was the first time he saw Sun Wukong, he was a little overwhelmed, but he finally rushed into Sun Wukong's arms, and Sun Wukong also excitedly hugged him in his arms. After seeing this scene in front of them, everyone smiled with relief. Hey! If you don't hurry up, the registration will be closed. After saying that, Ye Yang took Bidalai to the team of boxing machines. Just now, the group of people seemed to be together. I don't know why I feel that their strength should not be too weak. Ye Yang, are you friends with them? Although Bidalai didn't speak just now, she heard everything they talked about. The other party actually took the initiative to invite Ye Yang to fight, so he must be strong. We are not friends, but just acquaintances. Okay, Bidalai, it will be your turn soon. Ye Yang and Sun Wukong are not friends, but acquaintances at best. Is that so? Well, 137, I wonder if I can surpass my dad this time. Seeing that Yang didn't seem to want to talk about these things, Bidalai stopped asking. When it was Bidalai's turn, even she was shocked. Because she scored 205. Seeing this, even she herself suspected that the boxing machine was broken. Fortunately, after a while of operation, the staff found that the boxing machine was not broken, and Bidalai did score a value that surpassed her dad. And it was not just a little bit. Yang, did you see that? I really can't believe it. Could it be that my current strength has surpassed my dad? Bidalai looked at Yang excitedly. Yang could see the loving gratitude in her eyes, thinking that if Yang hadn't been guiding her in her practice these days, she wouldn't have made such rapid progress. Haha! This is really possible, Bidalai. When it was Yang's turn, he just controlled his strength and hit a value of 300 points. But even though it was 300 points, it was still very difficult for a strong man like Yang to control. It was easy to increase his strength, but it was not easy to control his strength and make the value smaller. It's over 300 points, too scary, and this guy is actually with Miss Bidalai. Yes, yes. Miss Bidalai is so powerful, and the boy next to him is even stronger. Could it be that he is Mr. Satan's illegitimate son? What nonsense are you talking about? Mr. Satan has only one woman. This man must be Mr. Satan's secret son-in-law. Otherwise, who can be so close to Miss Bidalai? And he can even hit a higher value than Mr. Satan. Too scary, he must be Mr. Satan's secret son-in-law. After Yang hit a value of more than 300 points and it spread among the crowd. Yang became more and more outrageous in their discussion, and finally he became Mr. Satan's son-in-law. Haha! So you are my father's secret son-in-law? After hearing the words from the crowd, Bidalai also covered her mouth and laughed. Facing Bidalai's teasing, Yang wanted to fight back. She dared to tease his master. But in the end, Yang changed his mind, took 2 steps forward to Bidalai, and his arm fell on Bidalai's waist without knowing when, and whispered in her ear. Haha, a son-in-law is a son-in-law, I don't care anyway, and I can inherit your family's property by the way, what's wrong with that? P.S. Readers who have flowers and evaluation tickets can give some of them. These are free and will be cleared the next day. These are more important during the new book period. Thank you everyone. If anyone else is reading, please let me know. 024, King of the Worlds appears. Haha, a son-in-law is a son-in-law, I don't care anyway, and I can inherit your family's property by the way, what's wrong with that? Yang thought that after he said this, Bidalai would be very embarrassed to escape from his arms. But unexpectedly, Bidalai didn't show any shyness on her face, but a long-awaited smile appeared on her face. Okay, if you are willing to be a son-in-law, you can marry me. Anyway, my father only has me as a daughter. Bidalai lay in Yang's arms, looking forward to Yang's answer. Before she knew Yang's identity, Bidalai was saved by him many times, and Bidalai has been living with Yang for a while. What's more, Bidalai originally had a good impression of Yang, and after living with Yang for such a long time, the relationship between the two became much closer. Humph! It's not that easy to make your master a son-in-law. After Yang finished speaking, he let Bidalai go. How many rich people are there in the whole Dragon Ball world? Apart from the world's richest man Bulma, the only one that everyone can think of is probably Satan, right? So if you can marry Bidalai, it is completely equivalent to reaching the peak of life directly. If it was in the world before Yang, he might have agreed to Videl without hesitation. But it is not the case in the world of Dragon Ball. It is good to have money in this world. But it is not very useful when a major crisis occurs. Because in this world, strength is everything. Money? You ask Cell for money? You ask Beerus for money? Obviously it is unlikely, even if you don't want money, the other party will want your life. So there is no need to take money too seriously. And what a joke about a live-in son-in-law. I am afraid that when Satan knows how terrifying his true strength is, he will not only not make any demands, but will also take the initiative to ask me to accept him as a disciple and marry Vidal to me. So Ye Yang does not need to take these things to heart. If you don't want it, then don't want it. Anyway, the result is the same. Although Vidal was a little unhappy after being thrown away by Ye Yang, she immediately hugged Ye Yang's arm again. Too powerful. The numbers those people hit just now actually surpassed Mr. Satan. Tisk. How is it possible? Mr. Satan is the world champion, and Mr. Satan once defeated Cell and saved the world? Just when Ye Yang and the others were about to enter the venue, there was another round of heated discussion behind them. Get out of the way? Vegeta didn't bother to care whether the machine was broken or not, and directly asked everyone to get out of the way violently. Boom! Then he punched the boxing machine heavily, and with a loud bang, the boxing machine was actually blown up. It's over? After seeing this scene, Sun Wukong patted his forehead helplessly, because he knew that it would be very troublesome next. Hey! Vegeta is still as manic as in the original work? After seeing the extremely familiar scene, a smile appeared on Ye Yang's face. Ye Yang, aren't you scared? That guy just blew up the machine. After seeing that Vegeta actually blew up the machine directly, Vidalai was shocked, but she found that Ye Yang's face was not shocked at all, and he seemed to have an excited smile. Haha! What's so shocking about this? You will be more shocked when the game starts later. After saying that, Ye Yang pulled Vidalai into the arena. Although Vidalai has been living with Ye Yang for a while, Ye Yang basically won't let Vidalai see him when he is practicing. Because although Vidalai has surpassed the normal level of Earthlings and become a superhuman existence, she is still an ordinary Earthling in her mind. If Vidalai knew that he could destroy the moon with a Qigong bomb, she didn't know what kind of trouble would happen, so Vidalai didn't know how powerful Ye Yang was. So Vidal was so shocked when she saw Vegeta actually blew up the punching machine. However, when Ye Yang and Vidal had just entered the arena, two familiar figures in the distance, one red and one purple, seemed to be looking at Ye Yang up and down. Jebit and King Kai Shin. Yes, the two people in the distance who were looking at Ye Yang up and down were King Kai Shin and his follower Jebit. Are we here, King Kai? Looking at the gloomy expression of King Kai, Ye Yang said secretly in his heart. Because when Ye Yang was reading the original work, he thought that King Kai Shin showed such a gloomy smile, and his strength should be very strong. But he didn't expect that he was just a paper coward, and a dopper with a strength of only tens of millions scared him to a loss. And if it wasn't for his stupid operation to deliberately send energy to Majin Buu, there wouldn't be so many things. Humph! How dare the Earthlings look at us like that? They are simply asking for their own death. 025, the conference begins. Humph! How dare the Earthlings look at us like that? They are simply asking for their own death. Seeing the disdain in Ye Yang's eyes, Jebit said angrily. If it weren't for the fact that King Kai had other plans, he would have let this ignorant Earthling see the power of God. Calm down, Jebit. We have more important things to do. There is no need to waste time on a small character. King Kai just glanced at Ye Yang and said lightly. His goal was to find Babadai's men, and then find Babadai's hiding place through them to prevent the resurrection of Majin Buu. The faces of those two people just now were so strange. Badeli said slowly after the two had walked away. They are just two minor characters. Don't worry about them. Do some warm-up exercises first. We will start drawing lots for the battle groups soon. But I believe that with your current strength, there should be no problem. Ye Yang said after seeing the referee had brought out the tools for drawing lots. Hee. Of course, I am also the daughter of the world champion Mr. Satan. After that, Baidalai did warm-up exercises on the spot as Ye Yang said. After waiting for a while, the staff announced that the numbers for the battles would be drawn. However, Ye Yang's opponent was a boxing master from Earth. Although he was not weak among the people on Earth, he was just like a child in Ye Yang's hands. Although the King Kai may have made some moves in the drawing this time, I didn't expect that it was roughly the same as the plot in the original book. Baidalai faced Spabiki. Son Goku faced Vegeta. Son Gohan faced Jebet. And Piccolo faced King Kaiasan. It is obvious that all this was planned by the King of the Kai. He first used his own godhood to suppress Piccolo, the god before the earth. Then let the other party have awe of him. In this way, when Jepital faced Son Gohan later, when he asked Spabiki and the others to absorb the energy from Son Gohan, Piccolo would not only not stop them but would stand on their side. It can be said that the plan was very perfect. What was unknown was that the King of the Kai, Shin, did not know how huge the energy in Son Gohan's body was, which directly helped Majin Buu's resurrection and provided more than half of the energy. If it were not for the god of the Kai, Shin, Majin Buu would not be so easily resurrected. But even so, Ye Yang would not stop it. I thought that what he wanted to see was the resurrection of Majin Buu. Why does that guy look weird? After seeing the terrifying expression on Spabiki's face, Videl was stunned. Because it was the first time she saw that look as if she was looking at her enemy. Don't worry, that guy's strength is not weak, but it is still a little worse than your current strength. If the current Biddy Lee is still the Biddy Lee in the original book, then Ye Yang will definitely kill Spabiki without anyone noticing. After all, he didn't want to see his beloved woman get hurt. But now Ye Yang felt that there was no need for this, because after accepting his guidance and training, Baidalai's strength was no longer comparable to before. So even if he faced Spabiki, there should be no danger. Even if he couldn't defeat the opponent, Ye Yang believed that it was not difficult to knock the opponent out of the ring. After all, Ye Yang even taught Baidalai the basic Qigong bullets. Even if there were any unexpected situations during the battle, Ye Yang would stop the game from continuing as soon as possible. Great, my opponent is Kakarot, it's a blessing from heaven, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Today I can finally defeat Kakarot. Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong with a proud face holding the number ball in his hand. It seemed that he had been waiting for this day for many years, and now he couldn't wait any longer. He now hoped to fight with Sun Wukong. The first battle is between Goku and Vegeta, so it will be the finals. Krillin shook his head helplessly. But it doesn't matter, as long as he doesn't fight against Goku or Vegeta. A moment later, the game started. Except that Videl successfully defeated Spabiki, there seemed to be nothing different from the original. As for Piccolo, he admitted defeat at the beginning of the game because of the huge difference in godhood. In addition, after learning the identity of the opponent, he made up his mind to assist the opponent as much as possible. Then when it was Gohan's turn to fight Jebet, Gohan turned into Super Saiyan 2 according to the opponent's instructions. But the result was that he was forcibly fixed by the Kai King God and watched Spabiki and Yamua take away his energy. But Ye Yang did not stop it. After all, only in this way could Majin Buu be resurrected. Finally, everyone watched as Son Gohan's energy was absorbed by Spabiki and the other two, and then he flew away using the sky dance technique. From now on, we have to follow them secretly from behind while attracting their attention. If you are willing, follow me. I also hope you can come, it may be helpful. After listening to the words of King Kai, Son Goku and others still didn't quite understand what was going on. But they finally followed. P.S. Is anyone still watching? If anyone is still watching, please leave a message. Thank you. 026, Dopura, the king of the demon realm, and the panicked King Kai. Seeing that everyone was flying in the direction of Spabiki, Ye Yang naturally followed. However, Ye Yang was not in a hurry, but waited until Dojpeter revived Son Gohan before following behind. Yang did not take Videl with him like Sun Gohan in the original work, but chose to go alone. Because although Biddy has learned the air dance technique, if she really flies, her speed is far behind Yang, so it is useless to bring her with him. Besides, it is safest to stay here in the current situation. A moment later, Yang's body has arrived above an island in the east of the earth. He looked down and saw Sun Wukong, King Kai, and others trying their best to hide their breath, hiding their bodies behind a stone pestle, staring at another group of people in an open space not far away. And on the other side, of course, it was the evil magician Babadai and the king of the demon world, Dopurina. Nkan, crowd of people. According to the original work, now is the beginning of the Majin Buu arc. Yang looked at the ground solemnly. Although he knew that almost all the people on earth would die after Majin Buu woke up, Yang's heart did not fluctuate at all. Along with the change of strength, Yang's mentality also gradually changed greatly. These humans on earth died and died. As long as they can bring happiness to themselves, their death is quite worthwhile. And even if everyone on earth died, even if the earth was destroyed, it would not have any impact. After all, the earth has Dragon Balls, and Namek also has Dragon Balls, and even the Earth universe and the 7th universe have more terrifying Super Dragon Balls. So there is no need to worry about death and destruction, as long as the Dragon Ball is still there, it is not a problem. Babadai and Dabura? Not interested, let's wait a little longer. Looking at these two guys, Yang narrowed his eyes and said. These two people did not interest Yang at all, not to mention Babadai, who was a complete scumbag. Although Dabura, the king of the demon world, was a little stronger in combat, he still could not arouse any interest in Yang. After all, Dabura only had a little prestige in the Kai King Goddessin, and he was not even considered a strong man in the eyes of Sun Wukong and his party. Babadai is a guy with this kind of personality. No matter where he goes, he will use magic to find a few strong and powerful gods of war to be his subordinates. And when they are of no use, they will be discarded like garbage. Looked at the King Kai's follower Jebit, who was thinking a lot in the distance. Because just now they witnessed Babadai letting his men kill Spabiki and the other two. After seeing this scene, Sun Wukong, who always regarded his companions as his life, gnashed his teeth, and Krillin and others on the side were also extremely angry. It is obvious that people like them who cherish their companions can't stand such people the most. As for Vegeta, he crossed his arms, smiled coldly, and looked indifferent. For him, companions are important, but when they really become a burden to himself, he will definitely choose to abandon them. After all, he has done such things before. It seems that this guy wants to use the same method this time, as many powerful energy as possible, and then revive Majin Buu. The King Kaiasan continued. While blocking everyone's laughter and conversation, Babadai under the rock glanced at the stone pestle where Sun Wukong and others were, then walked slowly for 2 steps and said lightly, "It seems that our warriors have attracted the bait as well." Ling. Hee. Long. Hearing this, the king of the demon realm Dopura sneered. 5. Among these people is the Kai King God who killed my father in the past. Dopura, I will leave everything to you later. 9. Babadai smiled slightly, then looked at Dopura and said, "I think you won't let me down." "Don't worry, Lord Babadai, do they think they can survive like that?" Dopura bowed his body, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 4. Come on, Dopura. Babadai smiled, then held the energy pot in his hand and went towards the underground passage. 4. He believed that with Dopura's strength, he could definitely defeat these guys easily and let them dedicate their energy. After all, according to his statistics, the combat power of the strongest on earth does not exceed 1000, and Dopper is the king of the demon world. Isn't it easy to deal with these people? In Babadai's view, the resurrection of Majin Buu is a matter of time. Strange, except for Dapper, the other two guys all went inside. Son Goku said in surprise at the stone ditch. Although Son Goku was puzzled as to why Dapper stayed outside, he was not worried that he was not Dapper's opponent at all, because Son Goku now has the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 3. Mr. Goku, although I know you are very strong, Dapper's strength is stronger than you can imagine. In fact, I suggest not to confront him head-on. Let's leave now and look for reinforcements. Kaishin was already nervous with sweat on his forehead. When he spoke, the muscles on his face couldn't help but twitch. Dabura is the king of the demon world. If you are the best fighter on earth, then Dabura is the best fighter on earth. Even I am not his opponent. The throat of King Kaishin moved, and a look of horror appeared on his face. You are so powerful. Haha. Then are you our opponent? After hearing what King Kaishin said, Vegeta sneered. Vegeta didn't have any good feelings for this guy, and he didn't even take himself, the Saiyan Prince, seriously. Obviously, he is the best fighter on earth. You. King Kaishin glared at Vegeta, but he didn't get angry. First, he knew that preventing Majin Buu from resurrecting was the most important thing at the moment, and second, he also knew that he was no match for Vegeta at all. And now Vegeta can be said to be extremely disgusted with this King Kai. He came to seek their help, but he didn't trust their strength. It was enough to make people want to press him to the ground and teach him a lesson. Immediately, Vegeta's body slowly rose up. He didn't plan to waste time going down. He would kill the best master of the demon world in the mouth of the king of the worlds, and then kill Majin Buu, to prove to the king of the worlds that he, Vegeta, is the most powerful Saiyan. Vegeta! Vegeta, what are you doing? P.S. Please support. 027, the king of the worlds was messed up. Vegeta, what are you doing? Looking at Vegeta, who suddenly stood up, the king of the worlds showed a look of shock on his face. What are you doing? Is there any need to ask? Of course, we are going to kill the demon king you mentioned. Vegeta smiled coldly, and then flew directly to Dabura on the open space below. He was going to kill the demon king and let King Kaishin know who is the best fighter on earth. Swish! A ball of flame suddenly burst out from Vegeta's body, and then he flew in front of Dabura at an instant with increased speed. He raised his hand and punched out. At the same time, his other hand released a Qigong cannon. Boom! In an instant, a deafening sound rang in the ears, and black smoke rose up. Although it was far away from King Kai and others, King Kai and Jepit were still shocked. That was the king of the demon realm, Dabura, the strongest fighter in the demon realm. How could he be knocked away by Vegeta? Is Vegeta really that strong? Is their information wrong? Is Vegeta the strongest on earth? However, according to their information, the most powerful being on earth is not Vegeta, but Mr. Son Goku beside them. If the information is correct, Vegeta is already so powerful, then how powerful should Son Goku be, who is even more powerful than Vegeta? Thinking of this, King Kaishin subconsciously set his eyes on Son Goku, and then his face showed excitement. If this is true, maybe they can really stop the resurrection of Majin Buu. Just when King Kaishin and Jepit thought that everything was going in a good direction, the smoke dissipated, and Dabura walked out of it. Then he attacked Vegeta. At this time, Vegeta was still complacently thinking that he had easily solved Dabura. When he was about to go back to see what kind of expression the Kai King would have, Dabura suddenly appeared beside him. Then he punched Vegeta's abdomen heavily, not giving Vegeta any chance to react at all, and the whole person flew out. Then in the next minute, Vegeta was basically abused by Dabura. At this time, the Kai King and his follower Jebito were about to drop their jaws after seeing this scene. This. How did Vegeta suddenly become disadvantaged? Sure enough, he should have listened to me. We should go back and get reinforcements now. Dabura's strength is not something we can handle. Seeing the scene of Vegeta being abused, both the Kai King and Geppetto turned pale for a while. He shouldn't have entrusted the safety of the entire universe to these people. Now it's fine if Dabura didn't find them, but if Vegeta exposes their positions in order to survive, it will be really troublesome. After all, Dabura, the king of the demon world, is the best master in the demon world. It's not easy to deal with him. Mr. Goku, let's run away, Vegeta is dead. King Kai had a glimmer of hope for Vegeta, but after seeing that the other party had no power to fight back in Dabura's hands, he gave up completely. What are you talking about, Lord Kai? Vegeta didn't use his full strength at all, and although he looks a little disadvantaged now, his body is not injured at all. Sun Wukong scratched his head, not quite understanding why King Kai was so afraid of Dabura, the king of the demon world in front of him. After the battle between Vegeta and Dabura just now, he also saw that although Dabura's strength should not be underestimated, he probably couldn't find much with Cell. If he becomes a Super Saiyan too, he can definitely defeat Dabura easily. How could Vegeta lose to Dabura when he hasn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan yet? Anyone with a normal brain should be able to tell who has the advantage and who has the disadvantage when fighting against Dabura at his peak under normal circumstances. What? There is such a thing. It is not difficult to see that the current King Kaizen was stunned after hearing what Son Goku said. Yes, even Vegeta hasn't become a Super Saiyan yet, how long can he hold on? Once Vegeta becomes a Super Saiyan, it seems that it is not impossible to defeat Dabura. Boom! At this moment, Vegeta was knocked away by Dabura's punch, and then the latter flew directly to where King Kai and others were. No, he found us. Before Geppetto finished speaking, Dabura's body had already arrived in front of him, and raised his hand to blast out a powerful energy cannon. Boom! Accompanied by an explosion, Jebbet's body was blown into dust and disappeared on the spot. Jebbet! Without waiting for the King of the Worlds to react. Then Dabura set his sights on the weakest Krillin and Piccolo, and then opened his mouth and spit 2 streams of saliva towards Krillin and Piccolo. Tudu! Be careful, Dabura's saliva is called petrifying saliva, and anything hit by his saliva will turn into stone. The King of the Worlds' face changed, and he hurriedly reminded. What? Hearing this, both Piccolo and Krillin were shocked, because just now Dabura's saliva shot on his face. Then it was only a moment before Krillin and Piccolo were completely turned into a stone statue. Krillin! Seeing Krillin being petrified, Sun Wukong shouted anxiously. Don't move! If they are accidentally damaged, they will never be restored to their original state. Don't worry about Goku, they will be restored after killing Dabura. Kaioshin explained. You should go back. No one can disobey Lord Babadai. After a sneer, Dabura quickly flew back to the spaceship. I hope I can have some fun. After Dabura's voice disappeared, his figure also entered into the spaceship. Damn! Looking at Krillin and Piccolo who were turned into stone statues, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth in anger. Lord Kai, as long as we beat that guy called Dabura, Piccolo and the others will probably be able to recover, right? Sun Wukong said, looking at King Kai Shin. Piccolo and Krillin are both very important to Sun Wukong, so no matter what, Sun Wukong must find a way to turn them back. Yes. As long as we kill Dabura, we can make them recover. King Kai Shin's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he was extremely terrified. If the other party was only Babadai, King Kai Shin would not care at all, but now there is an extra demon king Dabura. Although killing Dabura can make all the people who have been petrified by her return to their original state, but Dabura is the demon king, how can it be easy to kill him? Great! After hearing King Kai say that as long as Dabura is killed, Piccolo and Krillin can recover, Sun Wukong is excited. There is still a way to recover them, and it's not difficult. The stronger the opponent is, the more excited Sun Wukong is, and Krillin and Piccolo are both very important companions to him, so no matter how strong the opponent is, Sun Wukong will defeat them. Moreover, Sun Wukong saw from the battle between Dabura and Vegeta just now that the opponent's combat power is less than 100 billion at most, and when he became Super Saiyan 1, his combat power exceeded 100 billion. You know, Sun Wukong can become Super Saiyan 3 now, so the opponent has no sense of threat to him at all. Let's go, Dad. Anyway, we have to save Uncle Piccolo and Uncle Krillin, right? At this time, Sun Wuhan also stood up and said, "Of course, let's go." After hearing this, Sun Wukong no longer hesitated, and the two of them turned into a stream of light and flew towards the spaceship where Dopper entered. Boom! At this moment, a rock in the distance suddenly exploded. Then Vegeta's body emitting golden energy came out of it. "Wait a minute, Kakarot, let me deal with that guy." 028, Vegeta is angry. Z. "Wait a minute, Kakarot, let me deal with that guy." H. At this time, Vegeta has become a Super Saiyan, and the golden flames emanating from his body reveal a powerful momentum. U. Looks extremely domineering. A. At this moment, Vegeta has only one thought in his mind, that is, to kill all those who hinder him. N. Whether it is the evil wizard Babadai or Dopper or even the guy Majin Buu, he Vegeta will defeat them meaningfully. Q. At first, Vegeta thought that he could easily defeat Dabura even if he didn't become a Super Saiyan, but he didn't expect that he not only failed to defeat Dabura but was beaten up by him. U. This made Vegeta lose face. N. Vegeta. After hearing Vegeta's words, Sun Wukong was also stunned, and then Vegeta quickly went to the underground passage. He wanted to regain the face he had just lost. 9. Hey! Wait a minute, don't fall into the trap set by the enemy. 4. I think we should stay here and take a good look at the situation. 8. Seeing that Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan actually followed Vegeta directly, King Kaiasen said anxiously with cold sweat on his face. 2. Hey, they've all gone down. Dabura isn't interested. 4. Forget it. I'll just rest outside for a while and wait for Majin Buu's resurrection. 3. At this moment, Yang lazily leaned against Krillin and Piccolo, who had turned into stone statues, waiting for Majin Buu's resurrection. 3. For him, Dabura had no meaning at all. He wasn't even qualified to make a move. With a combat power of only over 70 billion, he might not even be able to defeat Super Saiyan 1 Vegeta. 0. Found it. 5. Looking at Dabura in front of him, Vegeta raised a scornful smile. What, it's you? My attack just now should have killed you. I didn't expect you to be alive. But it doesn't matter. Since you're looking for death, I'll kill you again. Although Dabura was a little shocked to see Vegeta suddenly catch up with him, he recovered quickly. Because this guy was just crushed by me, even if his aura changed a little, it would not have much impact on the result. Bang! Vegeta punched hard. Dabura just smiled coldly, then raised his hand and punched out as well. Bang! After the two fists collided, there was a shock wave around. It's ridiculous to compete with me in physical strength. All these guys in the demon world are famous for their strength and physical strength. Seeing that Vegeta was going to compete with him in physical strength, Dabura laughed triumphantly. But the next second what happened made him unable to laugh anymore. After the two fists collided, Dabura's body was directly knocked away and flew far away, and then a big black hole was knocked out on the spaceship. Is this a Super Saiyan? I thought that Vegeta would be killed by Dabura's attack just now. Because Vegeta was always at a disadvantage in the battle between him and Dabura just now. But after seeing this scene, King Kai-Shin was still shocked. Yes, this is a Super Saiyan, and Lord King Kai, Vegeta has not even used half of his strength yet. Facing the shocked King Kai-Shin, Sun Wukong smiled and said. Swoosh! Before Sun Wukong's voice fell, Vegeta's body flashed and disappeared from the spot. And the next moment he appeared in front of Dabura. Without giving Dabura any chance to react, a heavy punch hit Dabura's abdomen. Bang! After a low sound, Dabura's body was severely deformed, and then he was blown away in the next moment, and slowly stopped after hitting the wall of the spaceship. Puff! Although Dabura stood up despite the severe pain in his abdomen, the churning in his stomach still made him spit out a mouthful of unknown liquid. Damn it! If this goes on, the entire spaceship will be damaged. What on earth is Dabura doing? After feeling the vibration of the spaceship, the evil wizard Babadai said angrily. Lord Babadai has a little problem, but I will get rid of these people soon. After spitting out another mouthful of liquid, Dabura responded. What? Even Dabura was suppressed. If that's the case, I'll cast magic to send you all to the demon world. Babadai said with a gloomy face, looking at the crystal ball in his hand. Thank you, Lord Babadai. After hearing this, Dabura's face also showed a hint of pride. Fighting in the demon realm can further improve his combat power. In this way, even facing this guy in front of him will not be a problem. Mr. Gaku, find a way to stop Babadai quickly. If Dabura returns to the demon realm, his combat power will reach an invincible level. When King Kai heard Babadai's voice, he shouted in fear with cold sweat on his forehead. 029, Dabura is dead. Invincible. Lord King Kai. Don't worry, Vegeta can handle such a situation. It is obvious that Sun Wukong did not intend to stop him, because he also wanted to see how much Dabura's combat power would be improved after returning to the demon realm. Really? Is this really the case? Although King Kai had many doubts in his heart at this moment, he finally chose to believe Sun Wukong. Because the other party just said that Vegeta has not even used half of his strength yet. If that is true, how powerful can Vegeta be after using all his strength? Okay. I will teleport you to the demon realm. Dabura will definitely not let me down. Once in the demon realm, Dabura will be invincible. Baba Papa. After Babadai chanted a spell, the illusion around Vegeta and others immediately went directly to the demon realm. Is this the demon realm? I wonder if this guy Dabura can force Vegeta to become a Super Saiyan 2 in this place. Seeing that the surrounding environment had changed from a spaceship to the demon realm under Babadai's magic, Yang also had a strange smile on his face. In the original work, Dabura did not let Babadai use magic to teleport himself to the demon realm, but to prevent their battle from affecting Majin Buu, Dabura was teleported to a small planet close to the Earth. Soga. Is this the demon realm? So awesome! After watching the surrounding scene change from a spaceship to the demon realm, Sun Wukong said curiously. The Dopper in the demon realm cannot be defeated, Dopper, go and get rid of them. At this time, the voice of the evil wizard Dopper came out. Don't worry, Master Babadai, I will get rid of them. After returning to the demon realm, Dopper not only recovered quickly from the place where Vegeta attacked just now, but also improved a lot of energy. Tisk. You made such a big fuss, and I thought you could do something. Vegeta looked at Dopper and said with a cold smile. What? After hearing Vegeta's words, Dopper also showed a look of shock on his face. I thought Vegeta would be a little panicked when he felt the stronger climate on his body, but he didn't expect that the other party not only had no reaction but looked at him with a mocking face. Rubbish. After saying that, Vegeta raised his arm, and then the ultimate flash quickly blasted towards Dabura. Boom! After a loud bang, Dabura's body emerged from the layers of smoke and dust. Although there was still a faint breath on his body, it could be seen that Vegeta was already at the end of his strength at this time. What? What? After watching this scene, King Kaisen's heart stopped suddenly. This is the demon realm, the home of the demon realm King Dabura, and Dabura's strength will be multiplied here. And now he was knocked down by Vegeta so easily. He. I said that I will be invincible after returning to the demon realm. Just when everyone was relaxed, Dopura's voice suddenly came out. Then he rushed towards Vegeta at a very fast speed. Bang! He punched out and thought that his punch would directly end Vegeta's life, but he didn't expect that it was easily intercepted by Vegeta. Is this all you can do? After Vegeta sneered, he immediately grabbed Dopura's arm and exerted force. For a while, Dopura was squeezed by the strange power in Vegeta's palm and screamed. Die! After saying that, Vegeta threw Dabura away. Then he gathered his strength and fired a cannon. After a deafening explosion, Dabura's body was directly blown into powder. After Dabura's death, the surrounding environment returned to its original state. Dead, dead. Dabura is dead. After watching the scene in front of him and listening to the faint explosion in his ears, King Kai Shin's eyes were wide open, and cold sweat also appeared on his forehead. Too scary. Is this the strength of a Super Saiyan? It's so scary. King Kai Shin still didn't come back to his senses for a long time. The next one is Majin Buu. Let's go. Vegeta turned his head and glanced at Son Goku, then stepped directly into the underground passage. Babadai on the other side. After seeing that the king of the demon realm, Dopper, was killed so easily by Vegeta, his whole face suddenly changed. Dopura was killed. 030, turning defeat into victory. Dopura was killed. How powerful is Dopper, and in his own demon realm, how could he be killed so easily? Looking at the crystal ball, where Vegeta, the king of the world, and others were gradually approaching him, Babadai's face showed a trace of horror. Looking at the embryo of Majin Buu in front of him, beating like a heart, Babadai's face also showed reluctance. Because the energy needed for the resurrection of Majin Buu was almost completed, but at this moment, Dopper was killed by the king of the world and others. This result? And? D, plus or minus, it was a bit hard for Babadai to accept. He thought that he could perfectly kill the king of the demon realm and others by controlling Dopura, the king of the demon realm, and then revive Majin Buu through the energy obtained from the battle damage, but he didn't expect that Dopura was so useless that he was killed by the opponent after only obtaining a little energy. It's just a little bit short. Do you want me to revive Majin Buu in advance at this time? Babadai looked at the sealed dome of Majin Buu in front of him with an unwilling face. He was doubting his life. If he didn't collect enough energy, it would be fine. But now if he could, Babadai wanted to transfer his energy to Majin Buu, but it was useless. His energy was not enough to fill the gap between Majin Buu's teeth. Boom! At this time, a loud noise came out. The hatch at the bottom of the spaceship where Babadai was blown open. What? How come you came here so quickly? After seeing his hatch blown open, Babadai did not hesitate at all and quickly came to the embryo of Majin Buu, wanting to revive Majin Buu in advance. Although reviving Majin Buu in advance may make Majin Buu not as powerful as the perfect resurrection, Babadai knew that if he did not revive Majin Buu at this time, he might not have another chance. You are the evil wizard Babadai. Vegeta sneered, and his body flashed to stop Babadai, and raised his chin to look at the little thing in front of him. What evil wizard Babadai is this little thing? There is no fighting power at all. I am Babadai. What do you want to do? I advise you not to help King Kai. Otherwise, when Majin Buu is resurrected, you will all go to hell with King Kai. At this moment, Babadai was panicked. He didn't expect their speed to be so fast, but now he could only try his best to control the other party and hope to arouse the evil thoughts in the other party's heart, because only in this way can he use the spell to control Vegeta. Great, Vegeta, kill Babadai. Seeing how Babadai was easily controlled by Vegeta, King Kaisen's face also showed a touch of excitement. Although Jepitel sacrificed himself, as long as he could kill Babadai and prevent Majin Buu from resurrecting, then all this would be fine. It's all worth it. Stop making so much noise. Vegeta glanced at King Kai coldly and said. Hey! You just said that when Majin Buu comes out, we will all be buried with him? If so, then Majin Buu should be very strong. I can give you a chance to live now. Hurry up and let that guy out. I want to see how strong he is. Looking at the evil wizard Babadai who was picked up directly, Vegeta smiled and said excitedly. Well, what did you say? Let me revive Majin Buu. Babadai was stunned after hearing Vegeta's words, but soon an invisible expression appeared on his face. It turns out that this guy came to stop the resurrection of Majin Buu, not for justice. Humph, it will be much simpler this way. As he said that, Babadai smiled triumphantly, because he had just found a way to turn defeat into victory. That is naturally to use the evil thoughts in Vegeta's heart and use spells to control the other party. Vegeta, kill Babadai quickly, this guy wants to use a spell to control your body. Kaishin seemed to see what Babadai wanted to do, and immediately shouted loudly. But it was too late, Babadai was already casting a spell. Barbara. After a strange spell came out of Babadai's mouth. Vegeta's body suddenly turned cold, and then the light in his eyes disappeared, and he became like a puppet. Great, I successfully controlled this guy who is more powerful than Dabura. After seeing his spell take effect, Babadai shouted excitedly. It's over. Vegeta is controlled by Babadai. Looking at the M mark on Vegeta's head, Kaishin's forehead was covered with sweat, and his body involuntarily took 2 steps back. What? Lord Kai, you said Vegeta was controlled by Babadai. After hearing this, Sun Wukong was also shocked. 031, demonized Vegeta. What? Lord Kai, you said Vegeta was controlled by Babadai. After hearing what King Kai said, Sun Wukong also hurriedly focused his eyes on Vegeta. It turned out that Vegeta's expression was a little abnormal, and a strange M-shaped symbol appeared on his forehead. Vegeta. He has been completely controlled by Babadai. Looking at the evil smile on Vegeta's face, King Kai took 2 steps back in panic. Because he had seen Vegeta easily kill the Demon King Dabura after becoming a Super Saiyan, so he instinctively feared Vegeta after being controlled. Hee. Kakarot. Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong not far away with an extremely arrogant look. At this moment, Babadai behind Vegeta chanted the spell again, and then a strong light came out around them, and then everyone appeared on the field of the world's first martial arts tournament. Everything disappeared. I didn't expect that. I just slept for a while, and so many things happened. Yang stood up and looked at a giant egg in the distance and said to Babadai lightly. Hey, aren't you Gohan's classmate? How do you know so many things? Because Dopper was defeated, Krillin and Piccolo had returned to their original state at this time. You should know something. Piccolo looked at Yang with a gloomy face and said. After hearing the voice in his ear, Yang was stunned and actually forgot about the 2 of them. Dopura was killed by Vegeta, so the 2 of them returned to their original appearance. I do know a lot of things, but I can't tell you now. If you are willing to watch here, then watch carefully here. If you don't want to, then leave. There will be a big battle here later. Whether you 2 can survive is another matter. Yang scratched his ears and didn't take Piccolo's threat seriously at all. Because even if the 2 of them were resurrected, it would not have any impact on Yang's plan. What did you say? Who are you? Feeling Yang's contempt, Piccolo looked at him angrily. The people below are the evil wizard Babadai and Majin Buu who have not broken the seal. If you are confident that you can defeat Majin Buu, you can go down now. Yang pointed to the dome of Babadai and Majin Buu in the distance and said. What? So that dome is Majin Buu, no wonder I feel an inexplicable sense of oppression. While speaking, Krillin took 2 steps back excitedly. He has died many times. Although he was resurrected by Son Goku and others using the Dragon Balls every time, it was really uncomfortable to be killed by others. Majin Buu. That is a super creature that even the supreme god of the universe is afraid of. Krillin doesn't think he can be his opponent. What's wrong, weren't you quite powerful just now? I have told you the location of Majin Buu. Go down and stop him. Revive him. Seeing that both Piccolo and Krillin were shocked, Yang sneered. I still say the same thing. If you want to watch, then watch carefully here. Remember not to be discovered, otherwise neither of you will survive. Although Piccolo and Krillin wanted to refute Yang's words, they knew that they had no ability to stop Majin Buu. In the end, they could only lower their aura obediently to prevent Babadai from noticing anything. In the originally peaceful venue of the world's #1 martial arts tournament, Satan was immersed in the joy of becoming the champion again, but the sudden appearance of several people made him unhappy. It was Son Goku, the demonized Vegeta, Son Gohan and King Kaiasen. The demonized Vegeta and Son Goku looked at each other. The former suddenly raised his hand and blasted out an energy cannon at the audience next to him. Boom! Most of the people in the audience were disappointed, and a huge hole was directly pierced through the wall. Vegeta! Sun Wukong looked at the people killed by Vegeta and roared. Fight or not? The demonized Vegeta raised his chin, glanced at the passers-by who were running away in panic, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. For him, those passers-by were just like ants. As long as he could force Sun Wukong to fight him, it would be a worthy death. After all, he had done this kind of thing many times before. So it seemed particularly easy to do it again. Vegeta, I know that Babadai can't control you at all, so please wake up quickly. Looking at those killed by Vegeta, Sun Wukong roared again. From Vegeta's performance, he could feel that Vegeta was not really controlled by Babadai. Boom! Seeing that Sun Wukong had no intention of fighting with him, the demonized Vegeta smiled coldly again, raised his hand and stretched out a finger, with the golden light flashing at the fingertips. Uncle Vegeta, what are you doing? On the stage, Son Gohan looked at Vegeta, who looked indifferent, in disbelief and anger. These are all innocent people, how can you be like this? Kakarot! You should fight me if you don't want to see more people die because of you. Vegeta ignored Son Gohan and set his sights on Son Goku again. Vegeta, did you deliberately fall for Babadai's trick in order to fight me? After hearing Vegeta's words, Son Goku's face showed a little realization, and he looked at him in shock, with an incredible look on his face. What? Kaioshin was even more shocked after hearing Son Goku's words. Answer me, Vegeta! Son Goku roared. Hee. Vegeta did not answer Sun Wukong's words, but smiled coldly, then raised his arm and fired an energy cannon at the audience who had not had time to escape. Boom! Ah! The screams of terror continued to sound, but Vegeta laughed with great enjoyment. Kakarot, if you don't fight me, more people will die. Vegeta said with a grim face. At this time, Sun Wukong was extremely angry. Vegeta! Do you really want to fight me? Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and said. 032, transform into Super Saiyan 3 and slap Vegeta in the face. Are you sure you want to fight me? Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta with a serious expression. Although those who died could be resurrected through the Dragon Balls, Sun Wukong was also very angry after seeing Vegeta kill those innocent Earthlings. Vegeta did not answer Sun Wukong's question, but just looked at Sun Wukong, then raised his arm again, and the energy bomb had gathered at his fingertips. Aha! After seeing this scene, Sun Wukong could no longer bear it, and he roared and turned into a Super Saiyan, then shouted to the sky with a cold face, Hey! Babadai turned us to a place where there is no one around, I have decided to fight Vegeta. Wait a minute, if you want to fight him no matter what, then defeat me, the king of the worlds first. At this moment, King Kai suddenly stretched out his arm to block Son Goku, because he didn't want to see Son Goku and Vegeta fighting. Because no matter which of them, if one of them is injured, Babidi will be able to obtain the corresponding energy. King Kai has seen how powerful the energy of the two of them is. If they really let the two of them fight like this, I'm afraid Majin Buu will be resurrected in no time. But Son Goku didn't have any expression on his face after seeing King Kai blocking him. Hehe. Although Kakarot is embarrassed to attack you, King Kai, it doesn't mean that I can't attack you. Vegeta smiled coldly, came to the side of King Kai and grabbed the collar of King Kai tightly. Vegeta! Vegeta, you know that you will give the earth. How big a disaster will the ball bring? At this moment, the receiver was very panicked, but he still said it out. Haha! Disaster! While speaking, Vegeta not only had no intention of letting go of the King of the Worlds, but directly turned into a Super Saiyan 2, and there were crackling sounds all over his body. Then lightning like a little snake surrounded Vegeta's body. Then let me tell you, whether it is a disaster or not is none of my business, even whether it is Majin Buu or not has nothing to do with me. Over the years, this guy's strength has been surpassing me. Although we are both Saiyans, he can always surpass me. As a Saiyan Prince, the thing I am most proud of is my powerful strength. While talking, it is easy to feel that Vegeta's mood has changed a lot, and he is becoming more and more angry, and the golden flame on his body has also expanded many times. Then he threw King Kai directly to Son Gohan. Looking at Son Goku with an unwilling face, he said coldly, "This is just one of the reasons. The second reason is that this guy always saves me at the most critical moment. How can you make me feel good? Defeat you? Only by defeating you, Kakarot, can I break my inner demon." At this moment, Vegeta seemed to vent the negative emotions accumulated in his heart for many years. Okay. I know. Son Goku lowered his head and breathed a sigh of relief. And at this time, the four of them had originally changed from the arena of the world's #1 martial arts tournament to a desolate place. Gohan, take King Kai to stop Babidi, I will stay here with Vegeta. Son Goku glanced at Zhong-kun. Number? Degree, Son Gohan said. After hearing what Son Gohan said, although he hesitated for a while, he soon recovered. His eyes became more determined. Yes, Lord Kai, there should be no fighting power around Babidi now. At this time, as long as we kill him before Babidi collects all the energy, can't we prevent Majin Buu from resurrecting? Son Gohan looked at King Kai and suggested. But, the energy of the two of them is too strong. If we just let them fight here, maybe Majin Buu will be resurrected before the two of us reach Babidi. But there is no other way. Gohan, please help me. Kaishin said pleadingly. Then the two looked at each other and nodded. And then turned into a stream of light and disappeared on the spot. Come on, Kakarot, no one will come to hinder us anymore. Vegeta said in a cold tone. Okay, Vegeta, since you want to fight me, I won't hide my strength anymore. Sun Wukong said with some distress. What, no longer hiding my strength? Kakarot, tell me clearly, what do you mean by this? Do you mean you have hidden any power? Vegeta was stunned after hearing what Son Goku said. Because he thought that he became much stronger after being controlled by Babidi, and he could use this to defeat Son Goku. But Son Goku actually said that he was going to use all his strength to fight him. Doesn't this show that Son Goku actually has some hidden strength? That's right, Vegeta, since you have so much resentment towards me in your heart, vent it out. After saying that, Sun Wukong took a deep breath. Then he roared. Although his hair didn't change much, his aura changed from burning to jetting. And there were lightning like little snakes surrounding his body. The gravel on the ground was affected by the powerful aura of Sun Wukong and floated in the air. Hehe, Super Saiyan 2? If this is all the strength you said, then I'm sorry, Kakarot, even if you become Super Saiyan 2, you are still no match for my Prince Vegeta. Vegeta didn't react much after seeing Sun Wukong become Super Saiyan 2, but laughed coldly. Just now, it was just the appearance after surpassing the Super Saiyan. Now I want to surpass it again on the basis of surpassing the Super Saiyan. PS, please support. 033, end the battle with one punch. Now I want to surpass it again on the basis of surpassing the Super Saiyan. After saying that, a smile appeared on Sun Wukong's face. On the other side, Vegeta was stunned after hearing what Sun Wukong said. What a joke, surpassing the basic chapter of Super Saiyan again, how could such a thing happen? At this moment, although Vegeta was not sure whether what Sun Wukong said was true, cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead. Because he had tried his best to practice in these years, but he only surpassed Super Saiyan and became Super Saiyan. Level 2 Saiyan, reaching the level of Son Gohan. Could it be that after so many years in the underworld, Son Goku's strength has become stronger than his? This is hard for Vegeta to accept. Hey! After a roar, Son Goku's body was wrapped in golden flames. And his golden hair also changed. But even so, Son Goku's aura still had no intention of stopping, but continued to improve. After a while, the golden flame on his body changed again, from the flame-like flame at the beginning to the jet-like flame. At the same time, Son Goku was surrounded by countless small snake-like lightning. Swish, swish, swish. Even around Son Goku, the clouds in the sky flowed faster, and the stones on the ground floated in the air. The next step is to surpass Super Saiyan again, Super Saiyan 3. Sun Wukong's mouth corners slightly raised and then he roared again. Haa! At this time, the golden flame wrapped around Sun Wukong was even more domineering, and the lightning snake on his body also became much thicker. The hair slowly grew longer, and for a moment, Sun Wukong's eyebrows exuded a kind of inhuman indifference. This is the second transcendence achieved on the basis of surpassing Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 3. Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta not far away with an inhuman indifference. At this time, after Vegeta felt the powerful energy emanating from Sun Wukong, the cold sweat on his forehead flowed down his cheeks to his chin, accompanied by a twitch of the body. Vegeta roared unwillingly. Kakarot, you bastard, you surpassed me, Vegeta, once again. In humiliation and unwillingness, Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 strength was also fully exploded by him. Then he put his two palms together, and the fingers were slightly bent. The powerful energy gathered in his palms. Final flash. After Vegeta's unwilling roar, the powerful energy cannon blasted at Sun Wukong's body. Boom! The explosion lasted for a long time, and finally stopped slowly. As the black smoke rose, Sun Wukong's body walked out of it intact. Give up, Vegeta, you have already lost. This will only prompt Majin Buu to wake up quickly, and the most important thing now should be that we work together to prevent Majin Buu from resurrecting. Sun Wukong did not want to attack Vegeta, because in that case Babadai would get energy from it, thus speeding up the resurrection of Majin Buu, so Sun Wukong didn't want to see such a thing happen. Asshole, 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 are you insulting my Prince Vegeta? After hearing Sun Wukong's words, Vegeta not only didn't mean to stop, but roared. The body flashed and disappeared from the spot, and then clenched his fist and blasted towards Sun Wukong's body. But the next second, Vegeta's attack, which almost exhausted all his strength, was easily blocked by Sun Wukong's arm. Although I don't know if Babadai can also get energy in this way. But now it seems that there is no other good way. Sun Wukong saw that it was impossible for him to persuade Vegeta, and then his eyes shot out a cold light. The arm turned and hit Vegeta's abdomen heavily. What? So fast? Vegeta was shocked and shocked. Before he could react, Yang's knee had already landed on Vegeta's abdomen. Bang! A low sound rang out, and then Vegeta's body flew backwards like a cannonball. Boom! Boom! He smashed a mountain directly, his pupils shrank slightly, and then Vegeta knelt on the ground and spit out a mouthful of acid water. I'm sorry, Vegeta, but my body can't maintain this state for a long time, so I have to defeat Majin Buu now. PS, please support. 034, stop Majin Buu quickly. Hey! Do we really have to wait like this, Piccolo? Seeing that Babidi below didn't react at all, Krillin asked Piccolo in confusion. What's the point of asking me about this? Piccolo also wanted to answer Krillin's question, but at this time he didn't know how to answer Krillin's doubts. After all, it's not right for the two of them to stay here in this situation, and it's not right to leave. Even Piccolo, who is known as a think tank, doesn't know what to do now. On the other side, Yang was lying lazily on a rock wall. Don't worry, the show will start soon, Son Gohan and the others are already here. At this moment, Yang suddenly opened his eyes and said. What? Gohan? Why can't I feel Gohan's aura? Hearing this, Piccolo looked at Yang with a puzzled look. Although he knew that something big would happen next, he did not feel that Son Gohan's aura was coming towards them. Close. Silly, that's because you have hidden all your energy now. Yang stood up and looked at the two black shadows in the distance. And the black shadows coming towards them are Son Gohan and King Kai Shin. Son Gohan and King Kai are just like the original. After watching the two approach Babidi quickly, Yang said lightly. Since the two have already approached Babidi, if nothing unexpected happens, Majin Buu should be coming out soon. Ha ha ha, Babidi, you are still here, no one can protect you now. When King Kai saw that there was no one around Babidi, he laughed excitedly. Kaishin, do you really think you can stop me? Sorry to disappoint you, the energy needed for Majin Buu's resurrection has been collected just a second ago. So no one can stop Majin Buu's resurrection now, and you will all die in Majin Buu's hands. When Babidi saw the sudden arrival of Kaishin and the others, although he was a little worried, when he thought that his Majin Buu had collected enough energy and would be resurrected soon, Babidi not only did not have any fear, but instead showed a smug smile. After receiving it, although you did not believe Babidi's words and thought that the other party was just deceiving you, you soon discovered that the Majin Buu egg behind Babidi seemed to have a different reaction. Immediately, he shouted to Son Gohan beside him in a worried look, Gohan, stop Majin Buu quickly, he is about to be resurrected. Don't worry, Lord Kai, I know. Seeing the anxious look on King Kai's face, Son Gohan naturally knew the seriousness of the matter. He immediately turned into Super Saiyan 2, and then gathered a powerful Kamehameha wave to blast Majin Buu's sealed egg. Boom! After the loud noise, the surroundings were flattened. But when the smoke and dust cleared, it could be seen that the giant egg where Majin Buu was sealed was not affected at all. It's over. After seeing this scene, King Kai wanted to die. Boom boom boom. Seeing that Majin Buu's embryo was beating more and more violently, Yang's face in the distance also showed a touch of satisfaction. The good show will start next, and I just need to watch it carefully. Run! Believe me, Gohan, let's run! Looking at the Majin Buu who was about to be resurrected, King Kai Shin felt like he had fallen into hell, and his whole body was covered in cold sweat. Lord Kai, look at what that is! Son Gohan pointed to the place where Majin Buu was sealed not far away and said. Who? Boom! At this moment, the embryo containing Majin Buu suddenly emitted bursts of pink gas. What's going on? After seeing this scene in front of him, Krillin in the distance couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. Gohan's attack just now was so powerful that it didn't cause any damage to the weird giant egg. I really don't know what kind of monster is inside. I don't know, but Majin Buu might be released soon. At this time, Piccolo was looking at the giant egg in the distance with a serious face, and he was also very shocked. You know, the full-strength attack released by Son Gohan just now was enough to kill Cell at that time, but it did not cause any damage to the pink giant egg in front of him. Great, my Majin Buu is going to be resurrected. Seeing Majin Buu's egg changing little by little, Babadai was also excited. After a while, as the pink breath gradually dissipated, the embryo containing Majin Buu suddenly split into two. Just when everyone was looking forward to Majin Buu coming out. And except for a small ball of pink gas in the huge embryo, nothing came out of it. What? What's going on? Babadai was still excitedly waiting for Majin Buu to come out, so that he could kill all these annoying guys. But I didn't expect that after the embryo was opened, it was empty, nothing inside. Why? Where is my Majin Buu? Why is there nothing inside? After repeatedly checking the two halves of the embryo and finding that there was indeed nothing inside, Babadai yelled like a madman. Where is Majin Buu? Ha 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 ha, I'm so lucky, it must be because of the Kamehameha wave released by Gohan just now, Majin Buu has been destroyed before he was resurrected. P.S. Please support. Please support. Please support. 035, Resurrection. Where is Majin Buu? Ha 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 ha, I'm so lucky, it must be because of the Kamehameha wave released by Gohan just now, Majin Buu has been destroyed before he was resurrected. After seeing this scene, King Kai-Shin, who was still behind Son Gohan and was worried that he would be recognized by the suddenly resurrected Majin Buu, was even more. He laughed out loud as if relieved. Haha. Although I know that you are very ignorant, I didn't expect you to be so ignorant. But Majin Buu should be coming out soon, I am really looking forward to it. Ya Yang said slowly while looking at the pink mist that had gathered in the sky. No. Look up. W. G plus. Equals, comma. H divided by dash, ER, colon. Just at this time, Son Gohan pointed to the sky and said. After hearing what Son Gohan said, everyone quickly looked up at the sky, and saw pink gas gradually gathering in the air. Then soon the pink gas quickly turned into a big fat man with pink skin. Ma, Majin Buu, are you Majin Buu? Babadai looked at the pink fat man strangely. Although he knew that the giant embryo was sealed with Majin Buu, he had never seen Majin Buu himself. Majin Buu? Is this guy Majin Buu? Son Gohan looked at the pink fat man in front of him, and was also puzzled. This guy didn't look like a guy who would kill without blinking an eye, and he didn't look like he had any fighting power. No. That's right. I will never forget his scary face. Kai was sweating profusely at this moment, and even his legs were shaking. It was obvious that his fear of Majin Buu must be very deep, and that deep fear might have been engraved into Kai's bones. Gohan! Gohan, let's run! Looking at Majin Buu's face, Kai couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Lord Kai-Shin, I don't think Majin Buu is as scary as you said. I am still very confident in my speed, so please let me try. If it doesn't work, it's not too late for us to escape. Gohan said and took a fighting stance. Gohan, okay, then you try it. If there is anything wrong, please escape immediately. Although King Kai-Shin was very afraid and wanted to escape right now, he had to give up after he got Gohan, who was already in a fighting posture. Okay. Now let me try what's so powerful about you, Majin Buu. Gohan now just felt that the guy in front of him was a little strange, and didn't feel how strong he was. Even his aura was not very strong. I really don't know why King Kai-Shin was so afraid of him. And King Kai-Shin said how powerful this guy was, and Gohan also wanted to see if he was as powerful as King Kai-Shin said. HAAA. After a loud shout, Son Gohan's aura burst out again and his momentum became much stronger, and then he rushed towards Majin Buu. Swish! In just a moment, Son Gohan had already arrived next to Majin Buu. Then he raised his hand. Son Gohan had almost used up all his strength in this attack. Seeing that the opponent did not dodge, Son Gohan became more confident. The result was just as Sun Gohan thought in his heart. His punch hit Majin Buu's face without any suspense. For a while, Majin Buu's face was sunken by Sun Gohan's fist. But despite this, Sun Gohan's attack still did not cause any damage to Majin Buu. After gently scratching his face, Majin Buu recovered directly. Woo woo woo. Then the air vents on his head and arms sprayed gas. What? After seeing this scene, not only King Kaizen was frightened and sweating, even Sun Gohan also showed a shocked expression after seeing this scene in front of him. The energy increased in an instant. How scary! After seeing Majin Buu's energy increase in an instant, Sun Gohan was also quite shocked. Gohan, be careful, run away. Although the distance was far, Piccolo was still very anxious in his heart, and shouted loudly regardless of Yang's warning. But even so, it was still a step too late. Majin Buu's body sprayed gas again, and then took a step forward, instantly came to the top of Sun Gohan and knocked him to the ground, and then clenched his hands tightly and smashed Son Goku hard. Bang! Gohan, who was so unprepared, was hit by Majin Buu and spit out blood. 036, kill everyone present. Gohan. Seeing Gohan spitting blood after being hit by Majin Buu, Piccolo in the distance could no longer control himself and flew over. Piccolo. Krillin did not rush out like Piccolo, but set his sights on Yang. That, you should be very strong, I wonder if you can defeat Majin Buu. Krillin slowly approached Yang with a cautious look on his face, fearing that his question would anger the other party. Although he had never seen Yang take action, Krillin knew very well that Yang's strength must be strong, otherwise he would not have brought them such a strong sense of oppression. Your companions are out, don't you plan to go out to help him? Yang did not answer Krillin's words but looked at him indifferently. Although I also want to go over to help Gohan, the monster called Majin Buu is not even Gohan's opponent. I guess I will die if I go over. Krillin slowly lowered his head. Krillin knew very well that facing such a powerful monster, even if he went over, he would not be of any help, and might even drag down Gohan and the others. Haha! You still have some self-knowledge, just stay here and watch. As for Son Gohan, don't worry, he won't die. Yang smiled slightly, and from his expression, it can be seen that he doesn't seem to take Majin Buu seriously. Krillin looked at Yang, and although he was a little excited after hearing what Yang said, his body still instinctively took 2 steps back. Facing such a powerful monster, he could still be so calm. How powerful is Yang? It's you? God of the Earth, what are you doing here? Run away! Seeing Piccolo's sudden arrival, King Kai shouted excitedly. Originally, King Kai still had a glimmer of hope for Son Gohan's strength. After all, he and Vegeta are both scions, so his strength should not be too weak. Just when King Kai was looking forward to whether Son Gohan would defeat Majin Buu, he didn't expect that Son Gohan was defeated by the opponent in 2 moves. Now he looked at Majin Buu's terrifying face, and his body was trembling with fear. Sure enough, Majin Buu is invincible. What are you doing? If we run away now, there might be a little hope. If you take Gohan with you, we might all die here. Seeing Piccolo actually come forward and carry Son Gohan on his back, the sweat on the forehead of the King of the Kai flowed down his cheeks to his chin. Tisk! Facing the attitude of the King of the Kai, Piccolo really wanted to teach this guy a lesson, but under the suppression of the godhood, Piccolo finally endured it. Gohan was injured to help this guy, and now this guy actually wants to abandon Gohan and run for his life. If you want to run, run away by yourself. Anyway, I will never abandon Gohan. Piccolo said with a firm face. He watched Son Gohan grow up, and now he actually asked him to abandon Gohan and run for his life alone. He couldn't do it anyway with such strength. Want to run away? Haha, King of the Kai, you can't run away alive in front of my Majin Buu. Seeing the powerful Majin Buu for the first time, Babadai was excited. Today, I can finally kill the Kaishin who killed my father. Majin Bu, I am Babadai, my father is your master, I inherited his will, so now I am your new master. So I order you now, Majin Bu, kill them both quickly. Babadai waved at Majin Bu, trying to attract Majin Bu's attention. But Majin Bu didn't pay attention to Babadai, but made a face at Babadai, and then stuck out his tongue crazily. How dare you disobey my order? I have read my father's notes, and I know that the spell to seal you back again is very simple. You don't want to go back in there. Seeing that Majin Bu suddenly stopped making faces after hearing that he was going to seal him back, Babadai also walked over excitedly. And Majin Bu's attitude towards Babadai changed drastically at this time, and he quickly bowed to Babadai. That's right. Seeing this, Babadai also showed a proud smile on his face. Sure enough, knowing that he had mastered the method of sealing Majin Bu, he would obey his orders obediently. Majin Bu, I now order you to kill everyone present. After receiving Babadai's order, Majin Bu looked at Piccolo and King Kai, shook his head, and suddenly opened his eyes. He looked harmless the second before, but suddenly became extremely sinister the next second. 037, Super Saiyan 3 Son Goku vs Majin Bu. Majin Bu's expression was harmless, but suddenly became extremely sinister the next second. Kill you! Majin Bu jumped and looked at King Kai and the other two, although he looked harmless. But only King Kai could feel the horror on him. At this time, King Kai had already been frightened to the point of his legs going weak, and the whole person seemed to have given up hope of living. Run away! Uncle Piccolo, take King Kai with you. Just at this moment, Son Gohan's body trembled and he regained consciousness. Then he quickly turned into a Super Saiyan again and stopped Piccolo and King Kai behind him. What are you talking about, Gohan? How could I leave you alone and run away? It was obvious that Piccolo did not intend to abandon Son Gohan and run away by himself. Instead, he took off his training clothes and looked like he was going to accompany Son Gohan to the end. Son. Uncle Piccolo, hurry up, Majin Bu is too strong, even I don't know how long he can hold on. Son Gohan looked helpless, because he knew that even if he risked his life to buy time for the two of them, he didn't know how long he could hold on. What, that guy can still move just now. When Babadai saw that Son Gohan had recovered his spirit again, he was even more surprised. Although he would not be Majin Bu's opponent even if he recovered his strength, this guy's strength still posed a certain threat to his life safety, so Babadai was somewhat panicked when he saw that Son Gohan was still alive. Majin Bu, what are you still doing there? Hurry up and kill everyone present. Babadai urged. Got it. After hearing Babadai's words, Majin Bu's face was obviously not very good. Hurry up, Lord Kaishin, it will be too late if you don't leave now. Son Gohan shouted to the two people behind him, and then he raised his breath again and prepared to fight to the death with Majin Bu. Swish! At this moment, Majin Bu's body appeared in front of Son Gohan without any signs. Then he hit him hard. Just when Son Gohan thought everything was over, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Then he quickly stretched out his arms and easily caught Majin Bu's attack. Are you Majin Bu? I didn't expect you to be resurrected like this, but your appearance is really different from what I imagined. As he said that, Son Goku punched Majin Bu in the abdomen. Boom! And Majin Bu's body was also hit hard by Son Goku's attack and flew a long distance away, and finally hit a rock before stopping. Dad! Dad! Son Gohan shouted with joy when he saw the sudden arrival of Son Goku. Old son, your energy! Piccolo said with shock as he looked at Son Goku who had already turned into Super Saiyan 3. To surpass Super Saiyan again, that is, Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3 Son Goku turned his head and looked at Piccolo, then set his sights on Majin Bu again. To surpass Super Saiyan again. At this moment, both Piccolo and Son Gohan were shocked after hearing what Son Goku said. No wonder Son Goku could defeat the demonized Vegeta in such a short time. But because of my current body, I can't maintain my current state for a long time. So the battle must be quick. Although his punch just now hit the vital point of a normal person, it can be seen that such an attack did not cause any damage to Majin Buu. At this time, Majin Buu had stood up again. As for the hollow in his abdomen, he just tried a little bit, and then it returned to its original state in an instant. This guy is really different from the previous opponents. After seeing this scene, Sun Wukong's face became solemn. You are very powerful. Majin Buu said with his eyes narrowed. You are also very strong, but if you are really a guy who kills without blinking an eye as Lord Kai said, then I'm sorry, I must kill you today. After saying that, Sun Wukong roared. Then his whole body was shrouded by golden flames. During this period, there were also lightning snakes lingering on Sun Wukong's body, looking very domineering. Is this Sun Wukong's strength? Such a powerful force may really be able to defeat Majin Buu. After seeing how powerful energy suddenly burst out from Sun Wukong's body, the expression of Lord Kai became excited. Tisk! Even if you become stronger, what can you do? You will all be killed in front of Majin Buu. Although Babadai felt a little uneasy after feeling the increase in Son Goku's energy, he smiled grimly when he saw that Majin Buu was calm. Swish! Looking at Majin Buu approaching him, Son Goku showed a smug smile. Instantly, his body flashed and came in front of Majin Buu. Without waiting for the other party to react, his two palms were already placed on his waist to gather the energy needed for the Kamehameha wave, and then a burst of strong light shot out. Kamehameha wave! Boom! Under the powerful power of Kamehameha wave, not only Majin Buu but also the ground in front of Son Goku was blasted into a long tunnel. Hey! Hey! Although the Kamehameha wave released with all its strength was powerful, it also consumed a lot of Son Goku's body. At this moment, Son Goku was already gasping for breath. Majin Buu, my Majin Buu! When Babadai saw that Majin Buu was blasted to pieces by Son Goku, he collapsed to the ground as if he had been hit hard. Haha, Lord Kai, Majin Buu doesn't seem to be that powerful. After seeing that Majin Buu was killed so easily by him, Son Goku looked at King Kai with excitement and said, No! How is it possible? Majin Buu is still alive. After seeing the pink gas in the distance slowly gathering, King Kai Shin said with horror. Although King Kai Shin was quite shocked when he saw Majin Buu being blown away by Son Goku, he knew that Majin Buu would not be easily destroyed. What? Still alive? After hearing what King Kai said, Son Gohan noticed that the pink gas in the distance was slowly gathering, and finally turned into the original appearance of Majin Buu. Haha! Majin Buu, I knew you wouldn't be defeated so easily. After Babadai saw that Majin Buu appeared in front of him again intact, he shouted excitedly. He didn't suffer any damage. Although he knew that Majin Buu was so powerful that he couldn't be defeated so easily by himself. But after seeing that the Kamehameha wave he released with all his strength could not cause any damage to Majin Buu, a little fear appeared on Son Goku's face. 038, Spoiler. How could it be? Even Mr. Goku's powerful attack couldn't shake Majin Buu. Shin Kai thought that even if Sun Wukong's attack just now couldn't completely kill Majin Buu, it shouldn't be difficult to hurt him, but the scene in front of him made Shin Kai completely dumbfounded. Sun Wukong's powerful attack didn't cause any damage to Majin Buu. This guy is really different from the guys I've fought before. At this time, Sun Wukong's face was also a little ugly. Come. Because his current body simply cannot sustain Super Saiyan 3 for too long, and the reason why Sun Wukong chose to become Super Saiyan 3 to deal with Majin Buu was to use his strongest strength to defeat Majin Buu in the shortest time. But now it seems that it is not that simple. This guy was not hurt at all after taking his Kamehameha head-on. Even the aura on his body felt like it was about to burst out at this time. Who? At this moment, Majin Buu's eyes also opened slightly, and for a moment, the two looked at each other, causing Sun Wukong's heart to beat violently, and an inexplicable fear spread throughout his body. Also, watching the changes in Majin Buu's body, Sun Wukong's face changed. Too scary. This guy's aura is even higher than before. I didn't expect that the Kamehameha wave I used at such a close distance not only did not cause any damage to him, but even made Majin Buu's aura stronger. The aura on your body suddenly became stronger. This is the first time I have met a guy like you. Although I really want to have a good fight with you, my current body can't maintain this state for a long time, so the fight between the two of us can only be a quick battle. Swish! After saying that, Sun Wukong rushed towards Majin Buu again. Bang bang bang! For a while, the two fought in a group. Although Vegeta's punches in the Super Saiyan 3 state were extremely fast, leaving Majin Buu no chance to dodge, but even so, it did not cause much damage to Majin Buu's body. Even if his body was severely deformed, as long as the opponent exerted force, his body would instantly return to its original shape like rubber. It had no effect at all. However, after fighting like this for a while, Majin Buu was obviously a little impatient. He immediately showed an extremely terrifying expression. You can die now. After saying that, Majin Buu slapped Sun Wukong's head with both hands. Boom! Then he punched Son Goku in the abdomen. Then Son Goku's body flew out like a cannonball. 110-6-7-105-5. Majin Buu, who's next? After Babadai saw how easily Majin Buu defeated Son Goku, he excitedly set his sights on Son Gohan and Piccolo. It's over. Gohan, let's run away. Let's leave here first and think of a way to deal with Majin Buu later. Seeing that such a powerful Son Goku was defeated so easily by Majin Buu, King Kai's head was covered with cold sweat, and his legs even trembled a little. What are you kidding, Lord King Kai? How could I leave my father and run away alone? And if we run away, what will happen to the earth? After Son Gohan glanced at King Kai Shin, he was about to rush forward, but when he felt that his father's aura did not seem to be affected by Majin Buu's attack, he stopped. Because Son Gohan knew very well in his heart that both Majin Buu and his father Son Goku were very powerful now, so if he rushed over rashly, he would not only fail to help Sun Wukong, but might even hinder the opponent. At the same time, Yang on the other side was still looking at Sun Wukong and Majin Buu leisurely. 3.5 per 1,000. Yang was not surprised that Sun Wukong was knocked away by Majin Buu. After all, even Super Saiyan 3 Sun Wukong was not a match for Majin Buu. What's more, Sun Wukong is dead now, so even if he becomes Super Saiyan 3, his physical combat power will be subject to various restrictions and he can't exert his full strength. So it is even more difficult to defeat Majin Buu. But what Yang is looking forward to is that he wants to see what Sun Wukong and Son Gohan will do even if they are facing an opponent that he cannot defeat. In the end, will they run away or fight to the death? How could this happen? Even Goku is no match for that monster. What kind of guy is he? Is he stronger than Cell? Krillin was almost doubting his life at this time. This guy called Majin Buu is too abnormal. Although he is far behind Goku in strength, he can feel that his opponent's strength has surpassed Gohan by many times. But even such a powerful Son Goku was still easily defeated by Majin Buu. Haha, this is shocking. I can give you a spoiler first. Majin Buu has not used his full strength at all. 039, wait for me number 18. Majin Buu has not used his full strength at all. Yang glanced at Krillin and said with a smile. When Krillin heard Yang say that Majin Buu had not used his full strength at all, he was stunned. He stood there with his back soaked. He waited for a long time before he spoke cautiously. Does that mean there is really no hope for the earth? Yes. Of course there is. At least no matter what Majin Buu becomes, I can easily defeat him. Yang did not avoid Krillin's question, but said it with great confidence. Because Krillin did not play any role in this battle, there was no need to worry that he would know these things and affect his plan. And Ye Yang was not exaggerating. He was now a man who could turn Super Saiyan 4 into a normal person. Majin Buu? Let alone ordinary Majin Buu, even the most powerful Gohan Buu, Ye Yang was confident that he could blast it to pieces. That's right, Super Saiyan 4 is so powerful. With the compressed energy bomb developed by Ye Yang himself, it would be no problem to blast Majin Buu to pieces. Hey! Krillin didn't know why. He had never seen Ye Yang take action, and he didn't know the other party's strength, but when he heard the other party say that he could easily defeat Majin Buu, the big stone in his heart was relieved. Hey! Don't you doubt my ability at all? After seeing that Krillin didn't doubt him at all, Ye Yang asked with some doubts. Of course not. Although I don't know why, I am very willing to believe that you have this ability, so please, if it really comes to that time, I hope you can help the Earth. While speaking, Krillin bowed deeply to Ye Yang, with a sincere face. And when Ye Yang saw this scene, a smile appeared on his face. Then he said calmly, "Don't worry, I am also half an Earthling, so I will not watch the Earth being destroyed by this pink fat man. But that's all. As for those people on Earth who will be killed by Majin Buu's attack, it's none of my business. Don't worry about this. There are Dragon Balls on Earth. As long as you can collect 7 Dragon Balls, no matter those people on Earth killed by Majin Buu or anything else, they can be restored to their original state in an instant." Seeing that Ye Yang promised to help the Earth, Krillin was even more excited. "Haha! Seeing how sincere you are, I will do what I promised you, but I also have something to ask you." Looking at Krillin's big bald head, Ye Yang suddenly remembered a very important thing. That is, what happened to number 18. During the previous World No. 1 martial arts tournament, number 18 and Krillin were not seen together. Of course, if the development of the original work is followed, the two will definitely come to participate in the World No. 1 martial arts tournament at the same time. Since number 18 was not present, it proved a good thing, that is, number 18 was very likely not with Krillin. Although Ye Yang didn't know what was going on, it was certain that the two were definitely not together. And now is a good opportunity to ask where number 18 was. "You have something to ask me?" Krillin was also puzzled after hearing Ye Yang's words. For someone as powerful as Ye Yang, what could he not know? "You said Cell before. Then in Cell Us did 2 androids appear on Earth before? What happened to them later?" Ye Yang looked at Krillin and suddenly felt a little excited. Even in a place like Dragon Ball World where there are so many beauties, number 18 is a goddess-level existence, so Ye Yang still has many illusions about him. And now even though he has come to Dragon Ball World, if there is a chance, Ye Yang will naturally not let it go. "You are right. 2 powerful androids did appear on Earth before, 1 male and 1 female, and their strength is so strong that even Vegeta and Goku may not be their opponents. Later, when Cell appeared, the 2 of them were absorbed, but for some reason, when Cell, who had become a perfect body, fought with Gohan, he actually vomited out the female android named number 18. In the end, because of the relationship of Dragon Ball, even number 17 was resurrected by Shenlong. Although Vegeta had always wanted to kill the 2 androids to avenge his previous shame, he was rejected by Gohan and the others, thinking that although they were androids, they did not hurt people like Cell. As for where the 2 of them are now, that's unpredictable. Maybe they are hiding on that unknown island now. Krillin's face turned red and he scratched his head and started to smile foolishly. Obviously, he couldn't forget the beautiful face of number 18. Hee. It's exactly the same as I thought. It must be because of my appearance that caused the butterfly effect, but no matter what, this is a good opportunity. At this time, Ye Yang's mouth showed an excited smile. He didn't care about number 17, but as long as number 18 was still alive and not with anyone, that was enough. After this matter was done, Yang would naturally look for number 18. And with his current strength, he could easily find the exact location of number 18 no matter where he was hiding. Master Yang. Seeing that the other party didn't speak for a long time after listening to his words, but just smiled foolishly, Krillin asked with some confusion, "What are you talking about? What is the butterfly effect?" 040, Son Goku is going to die. Master Yang, what is the butterfly effect you just mentioned? Krillin looked at Yang with some confusion. He couldn't understand why someone as powerful as Yang would care about two insignificant androids. Nothing. You should go see Son Goku. He is about to be killed by Majin Buu. After seeing Krillin asking him, Yang quickly shifted his attention to Son Goku and Majin Buu who were fighting on the side. What? Goku is going to be beaten to death. Hearing this, Krillin panicked. Although he knew that Goku might not be a match for the monster Majin Buu, Krillin became nervous after seeing that Goku was in such a disadvantageous situation. Goku. Yang, Lord Yang, Goku has died once. If his current body is killed again, Goku will completely disappear from this world. Please, Lord Yang, please help Goku. Seeing Goku being knocked away by Majin Buu again and again, Krillin's eyes slowly shed tears. Although he was very afraid of Majin Buu, he had already made up his mind that he could not watch Goku die no matter what. So if it really came to that time, he would help Goku to face the next attack of Majin Buu even if he risked his life. Because the relationship between the two is so deep. After hearing Krillin's plea, Yang did not make any expression but said lightly, "It's miserable, but don't worry, Sun Wukong will be fine. And I promised that I would take action at the critical moment, but the time has not come yet." Is that really the case? I hope you can keep your word, Lord Yang. Krillin put down his clenched fist and breathed a sigh of relief. If Yang's answer was 1 second later, Krillin might have rushed up now. No matter what the result was, he couldn't watch Wukong disappear with his own eyes. But after listening to Yang's words, Krillin calmed down. Yang was right. Although Wukong was at a great disadvantage, it was not the most critical moment yet, because Sun Wuhan and others not far from him had not taken action yet, which proved that Wukong might still have some strength that had not been exerted. If he acted rashly at this time, he would not only fail to help Sun Wukong, but would also affect the other party's plan. Master Yang. Goku has been beaten like this now. Is it because Gohan and the others haven't taken action yet that Goku has hidden some strength? Originally, Krillin wanted to wait quietly for Son Goku's plan to be implemented and then crush Majin Buu, but after waiting for a while, Son Goku was still beaten by Majin Buu. This result made Krillin unable to suppress the doubts in his heart. Hidden strength. When did I say that Son Goku hid his strength? He had already exerted all his strength before, and Son Goku he was originally a dead man, and he only had 1 day on Earth. Now, because he turned into a Super Saiyan 3, he has almost consumed all the energy of that day. So now Sun Wukong has almost no fighting power. Even if he continues to consume it, he will only be beaten by Majin Buu. Yang said in a very calm tone as he looked at Sun Wukong who was being beaten by Majin Buu. If Sun Wukong at this time was a normal person who turned into a Super Saiyan 3, he might really be able to defeat the weakest Fat Buu, but it is a pity that Sun Wukong's current body is not enough to support the Super Saiyan 3 state for too long. So it has become the current situation. What? How could this happen? Then why didn't Goku let Gohan and the others help him? Krillin's heart, which was about to be relieved, was suspended again after hearing Yang's words. Don't worry, although Sun Wukong can't defeat Majin Buu, it is not easy for Majin Buu to kill him. Now Sun Wukong should be waiting for an opportunity to use teleportation to escape with the 3 of them. Yang saw Sun Wukong's purpose early on. Although Sun Wukong is at a disadvantage and is being beaten by Majin Buu, it is not difficult to see that Sun Wukong deliberately retains his strength and avoids all the vital points. Otherwise, Sun Wukong would not be able to maintain the state of Super Saiyan after being beaten by Majin Buu for so long. Uncle Piccolo, Lord Kaishin, please move closer to me. I feel that Dad is about to use teleportation. Although I am very unwilling, Majin Buu is too powerful. We can only leave here first and think of other ways. After seeing that Son Goku was deliberately attracting Majin Buu to a farther place little by little, Son Gohan spoke up. Sure enough. Even Mr. Goku can't deal with Majin Buu. Although King Kai was a little disappointed at the moment, he still approached Son Gohan's body because he knew that only in this way could he survive, otherwise there would be no chance at all. What do you guys want to do, Majin Buu? Don't worry about that guy, come and kill King Kai first. P.S. Please support. Please support. 041, fight with me. Don't worry about Majin Buu, go and kill King Kai first. Seeing that King Kai and others actually wanted to escape, Babadai shouted angrily. Woo woo. But Majin Buu seemed not to hear Babadai's words, and continued to attack Son Goku. And the two of them fought again. Damn it! Majin Buu, didn't you hear what I said? If you don't want to be sealed by me, come here quickly and kill King God. Seeing that Majin Buu was not moved at all after hearing his words, Babadai roared angrily. Got it. At this moment, even if Majin Buu was reluctant, he could only go over obediently in this situation. After all, he didn't want to go back like this after finally coming out of the seal. Good opportunity. Gohan. At this time, Son Goku also seized the opportunity, and then used instant teleportation to appear next to Son Gohan and others in an instant. Swish! Then, before Majin Buu and Babadai could react, their bodies disappeared. Mr. Goku. Dendi was surprised to see Son Goku and others suddenly appear in the temple. He didn't expect that Majin Buu was so powerful that even Goku needed to use teleportation to escape. Old son. Is there really no other way to deal with this monster? At this time, Piccolo was also embarrassed. Although he also shared his strength, he knew very well in his heart that even if he rushed up to help, it would be useless. There must be a way, but before that, I have to do one thing. Speaking of this, Sun Wukong returned to his normal state, still breathing heavily. It seems that the burden of becoming a Super Saiyan 3 on his body is not ordinary. Dad. After discovering that Sun Wukong's condition was not right, Sun Wuhan wanted to step forward to support him, but was rejected by Sun Wukong. It's okay, Gohan, becoming a Super Saiyan 3 consumes too much energy in the body. I don't have much time left now, but if I can be resurrected, I can maintain the Super Saiyan 3 state for a longer time. Also, only in this way can there be a glimmer of hope, so Gohan Dendi, Piccolo, please take care of the earth. After saying this, Sun Wukong put his middle finger and index finger on his forehead, then narrowed his eyes slightly and disappeared from the spot in a flash. Teleport. Could it be that Dad wants to use the last time to fight Majin Buu again? Son Gohan looked at Piccolo with some doubt. But Piccolo shook his head, because he knew very well what Son Goku's body was like now. It can't be Gohan, now Goku's body can no longer support him to change. He has become a Super Saiyan 3. So even if he wants to fight Majin Buu to the death, he doesn't have the strength. Pico shook his head. It seems that the only way now is to go to Namek and let the dragon there revive Goku. There should be no other way. Pico turned his eyes to Dendi, and then the two looked at each other and nodded. They all knew what to do next. Because the most powerful force on Earth now is Son Goku. If even Son Goku can't defeat Majin Buu, then the Earth will be finished. Pico. What do you think of that person named Ye Yang? Dendi pulled Piccolo aside and said nervously. Hey! It seems that you already know everything, so there is no need for me to continue to hide it. Ye Yang is a very mysterious person, and his strength is unfathomable. Although I don't know how he compares to Majin Bu, I can feel that his strength may be above Lao Sunday. Because I have never seen such a calm person. Whether before or after Majin Bu's resurrection, he didn't seem to take the other party seriously. It's as if he has the absolute strength to crush Majin Bu. Of course, all this is speculation, let's put our hopes on Lao Sun. Although Piccolo also felt Ye Yang's strength, he couldn't further determine what kind of position Ye Yang was for the time being. He obviously had the strength to stop Majin Bu's resurrection, but he didn't do so, which is enough to prove that he didn't take Majin Bu seriously. Well, although I am sure that Mr. Ye Yang is not a bad guy, we still put our hopes on Mr. Wukong. I will inform the elder to collect the Dragon Balls of Namek. Swoosh! On the other side, with the sound of the wind, Sun Wukong's body returned to the side of Majin Bu again. I thought you really ran away, but I didn't expect you to come back on your own initiative. Haha, Majin Bu must not let him run away again this time. Catch him and let him tell me where King Kai is now. Babadai was still annoyed about the escape of King Kai and others, but now that he saw Sun Wukong suddenly come back, he was excited. But Majin Bu didn't pay any attention to Babadai at all. Instead, he squinted his eyes and smiled at Sun Wukong. Hey! How did you change back to your original appearance? You are very interesting. Let's continue fighting. P.S. Please support 042 Son Goku's plan. Hey! How did you return to your original form? You are very interesting. Let's continue fighting. Seeing that Son Goku suddenly returned to normal, Majin Bu said unhappily. That's really my honor, but you are too good at fighting. No matter how you fight, you can return to your original state in the end. But don't worry, I have thought of a way to deal with you. Wait for me for 2 days. Someone will come to defeat you in a day. Looking at Majin Bu, who looked like he hadn't fought enough and wanted to continue fighting with him, Sun Wukong said excitedly. Although he had asked Piccolo and others to use the Dragon Balls to revive him, Sun Wukong knew very well that even if he became a Super Saiyan 3 after reviving, he might not be Majin Bu's opponent. He couldn't defeat Majin Bu by relying on his own strength, but at this time, Sun Wukong had already thought of how to defeat Majin Bu. That is to use the fusion technique. So he only needs to hold the opponent back now. Stupid, do you think you can still escape after you become like this? Majin Bu, come on and kill him for me. After killing you, I will kill the remaining 2 people, and finally kill all the Kaishin. After Babadai saw that Son Goku had returned to normal, he said excitedly. If Son Goku could still turn into his original form, he might still be a threat to him, but Son Goku in this state is not a threat at all, and Majin Bu can completely defeat him. One day, then will the guy you are talking about be very powerful. After hearing what Son Goku said, Majin Bu was attracted, and a hint of expectation also appeared on his face. Because Fat Bu is not bad by nature, but no one comes to discipline him, and he just likes to play. Of course. After seeing that Majin Bu seemed to be interested in what he said, Son Goku immediately put his finger on his forehead. Goodbye. After saying that, Son Goku used instant movement and disappeared on the spot. When Babadai and Majin Bu saw that Son Goku suddenly disappeared, they were shocked. What's going on, where is he? After looking around and finding no trace of Son Goku or any aura, Babadai angrily vented his anger on Majin Bu. Hey! It's because of your procrastination that they escaped. Majin Bu, how could you let them escape, you idiot? I think he should still be nearby, hurry up and look for him for me. Did you hear that? Babadai thought that since Son Goku suddenly came back again, Majin Bu would definitely not let him go, but he didn't expect that Majin Bu would let Son Goku slip away from their sight again. After waiting for a while, Babadai saw that Majin Bu had no reaction after hearing his words, and then he shouted again, Hey, did you hear that? Go, you fat pig! Although Majin Bu didn't show anything at this time, he was already extremely angry in his heart. But he still pretended to be cute and came to Babadai, that Lord Babadai. I suddenly have a good idea. Hey! What good ideas can a fool like you have? I don't think you can think of any good ideas, but you still come and tell me. After Babadai heard that Majin Bu actually took the initiative to call him Lord Babadai, he became more confident. He really treated Majin Bu as his former subordinate without any defense. Then he leaned towards Majin Bu. Lord Babadai, the good idea I mentioned is. When Majin Bu saw Babadai let down his guard, he quickly stretched out his arm and cut Babadai in half. $4? At? Kun. Then 7 Kigong bombs were blasted out, directly blasting the two halves of Babadai's body into powder. Great, great, great! The annoying guy is finally gone. No one is ordering me around anymore. After watching Babadai being blasted into powder, Majin Bu danced excitedly. Yang shook his head slowly after watching this scene. Although the original storyline has undergone some subtle changes because of him, Babadai was still killed by Majin Bu. Hey! Vegeta is not dead, and Goku seems to have his own ideas in mind, so what kind of development will happen next? It's really exciting. Looking at the sky, Yang suddenly sighed. In the original story, Goku thought of letting Goten and Trunks fuse because Vegeta died. Now that both of them are still alive, it shouldn't be Goten and Trunks' turn. Wow! I'm looking forward to it more and more. Hey! Come with me to the Temple of Heaven, where you can survive. P.S. Please support. 043, Yang's doubt. Only by going to the Temple of Heaven can you survive. Lord Yang, what do you mean? Krillin was stunned when he heard what Yang said. Although he didn't know why Yang said that, cold sweat broke out on Krillin's forehead. Then what do you think Majin Bu will become without Babadai's control? Yang rolled his eyes at Krillin and said. Although Fat Bu can be said to be the one with the best personality among the Majin Bu, because Fat Bu can't distinguish between right and wrong, Fat Bu can't understand that killing is a wrong thing. Now that Babadai has been killed by Majin Bu will be out of control and will surely become more fond of killing than in the original. But it has nothing to do with me. As long as the gods on earth are still alive, the dead people on earth can be resurrected again. Since you don't want to leave, then just stay here by yourself. After saying that, Yang ignored Krillin and turned into a stream of light and flew towards the Temple of Heaven. Because he also wanted to witness the changes in the original work. He wanted to see if Sun Wukong at this time could think of any good way to deal with Majin Bu. Of course, Yang was sure that Sun Wukong at this time would definitely not let Sun Wushan and Trunks fuse to deal with Majin Bu. Similarly, even if they could become Super Saiyan 3 after fusion, they would not be the opponent of Majin Bu. After all, even if he became Super Saiyan 3, he was not the opponent of Majin Bu. There is a reason why Sun Wukong in the original work placed all his hopes on Sun Wushan and Trunks. Because at that time, both he and Vegeta were dead on Earth, and even Sun Wukong was taken to the Kai King God realm and Sun Wukong thought he was dead. Otherwise, Sun Wukong would never put the safety of the entire Earth and half of the universe on the shoulders of two little brats. Hey! Lord Yang, wait for me! When Krillin saw Yang flying towards the heavenly palace, he quickly followed him. Although Majin Bu had left, Krillin had already had a shadow in his heart about Majin Bu's strength, so he was extremely flustered at this time. After a while, Yang flew to the heavenly palace. But at this time, he could not feel any breath of Sun Wukong. It was obvious that Sun Wukong had been taken away by the fortune teller because of the lack of time. Yang? Classmate Yang, you are here too. I didn't expect that Majin Bu would be so powerful, even my father is no match for him. Sun Gohan shouted in surprise when he saw Yang coming. Yang! Pico on the other side glanced at Yang and wanted to say something, but was glared at by Yang and held it back. Yeah, at this time, Majin Bu is already destroying the city, and I can only come here to avoid the limelight." Ye Yang shrugged, looking a little frightened. "Master Ye Yang, your speed is too fast." And at this time, Krillin also caught up. "Uncle Krillin, you have also returned to your original state, that's great." Son Gohan was still worried that Krillin had not yet lifted the petrification, but after the sudden appearance of Computer Krillin, he felt much more at ease. "Ahem. Yeah, Gohan, everyone is okay, where's Goku?" Krillin seemed to have noticed that Ye Yang and Piccolo's faces were a little off, and he scratched his head awkwardly, then hurriedly changed the subject. "Dad's time on Earth has been used up in the battle with Majin Bu, but it doesn't matter. Dendi is now notifying the Namekians to collect Dragon Balls. I believe it won't be long before Dad can be resurrected. After Dad is truly resurrected, there must be a way to defeat Majin Bu." Son Goku naturally believed in his father, Son Goku. After all, no matter what kind of difficulties or enemies they encountered, as long as Son Goku was there, all of them could be solved. Everyone naturally developed an inexplicable sense of dependence on Son Goku. "Use Dragon Balls to revive." Hearing this, Ye Yang touched his chin. Sure enough, the plot of the original work has indeed changed a bit. But there should be more interesting things happening next. As expected, after waiting for a while, Sun Wukong returned to the sky above the temple. And it can be seen that the energy of Sun Wukong who came back this time is many times more stable than before, and the most important thing is that there is no halo on Sun Wukong's head that symbolizes the soul. This also proves that the current Sun Wukong has been completely resurrected. Son Gohan, Dad. Pico, Old Son. Krillin, Goku. Kaishin Dendi, Mr. Goku. Hee. Thank you Dendi. Sun Wukong smiled and said. You're welcome, Mr. Goku. You have helped us a lot, and now the earth can only rely on your strength. Dendi said with a serious face. Although Sun Wukong's energy has become much more stable after resurrection, I don't know why it feels like there is still something missing compared to Majin Bu. Is this the strength of Mr. Goku before his death? It's really amazing, but compared to Majin Bu. Kaishin was quite shocked by the strength of Son Goku, but he also knew that even such a Son Goku could not completely defeat Majin Bu. Ye Yang. I didn't expect you to be here too. Although I really want to fight with you, I must solve the problem of Majin Bu first, otherwise more people on Earth will die. At this time, Son Goku also noticed Ye Yang on the side. This is naturally Majin Bu can't tell right from wrong. If he continues to let it go like this, it is estimated that the Earth will become a dead star in a short time. So I am very curious, Mr. Goku, you are not really going to defeat Majin Bu like this, right? Ye Yang said lightly. He felt that Son Goku would not be so arrogant, thinking that he could completely defeat Majin Bu after his resurrection, and he was so confident now, and there must be other reasons. You are right. This is what I discovered after my resurrection. Majin Bu is too powerful. Even if I become Super Saiyan 3 after my resurrection, I may not be able to defeat him completely. But I have thought of other ways. Mr. Goku, please help me. Lord Kaishin, what do you want? Goku scratched his head. He was a little confused when he saw that the king of the Kais actually interrupted him so anxiously. You should be able to use the ability of teleportation, please send Gohan and me to the king of the Kaishin. 044, Fusion. You should be able to use the ability of teleportation, please send Gohan and me to the king of the Kaishin. God of the Kaishin looked at Goku and said slowly. If Jebit was still there, he could use Jebit's power to return to the king of the Kaishin, but now Jebit has been killed by the Gai Dopura, the king of the demon world. In this case, he could only ask Son Goku for help. God of Kai realm. But why did Lord Kai take me with him? After hearing that Lord Kaishin was going to take him to God of Kai realm, Son Gohan came over with a look of astonishment. Yes, Lord Kai. Son Goku scratched his head and didn't quite understand. There is a very mysterious weapon in our Kaishin realm, the Sword of Kaishin. It is said that as long as you can pull out the Sword of Kaishin, you can gain infinite power. Maybe Gohan can really pull out the Sword of Kaishin, and then he can easily defeat Majin Buu. Said that, a hint of excitement appeared on the face of the King of the Kaishin. There has always been a legend in their King of the Kaishin realm that as long as you can pull out the Sword of Kaishin, you can gain powerful abilities, but the strength of their successive King of the Kaishin is too weak and no one can pull out the Sword of Kaishin. And before, King of the Kaishin had seen the strength of their scions, so now King of the Kaishin chose to let Gohan follow him to the King of the Kaishin realm to pull out the sword. Because in the eyes of King of the Kaishin, Vegeta's strength is naturally stronger, but his personality is too violent. Based on this point, King of the Kaishin will never take him to the King of the Kaishin realm. Although Son Goku is the most powerful one, he also has his own problems. So after all kinds of considerations, King Kai finally chose Son Gohan. Because Gohan's personality is much better than that of Son Goku and Vegeta, and his strength and potential are quite strong. If he can really pull out the King Kai sword, he might really be able to defeat Majin Buu. Oh! So that's the case, Gohan, you have to work hard. Speaking of this, Son Goku gently patted his arm on Son Gohan's shoulder. I will, since this can defeat Majin Buu, then let me try. Although Son Gohan doesn't like fighting, he was extremely angry when he saw that Majin Buu had killed so many Earthlings. Mr. Goku, although your teleportation is a little different from Jebet's, I can change your teleportation to be as convenient as Jebet's. Speaking of this, King Kaiasan passed another teleportation used by Jebet to Son Goku. This. I never thought that teleportation could be used like this. Now it doesn't matter where we go. After learning the new teleportation, Sun Wukong was obviously a little excited. Please, Mr. Goku, the hope of the universe is in your hands. Shinkai said excitedly. After listening to Shinkai's words, Sun Wukong also searched for the location of Shinkai realm seriously. Swish. Good. Found it. After sensing the location of Shinkai realm, Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly opened, and then he brought Shinkai, Shin, and Son Gohan to Shinkai realm. But Sun Wukong is not a person who likes to wait, or to put his hope on others. After bringing Son Gohan, Shinkai, and Shin to Shinkai realm, he used teleportation again to return to Earth. But this time Sun Wukong did not return to the temple, but directly moved to Vegeta's side. At this time, Vegeta had already started a stronger training in his gravity room. The mark has disappeared, which means that you have gotten rid of Babadai's control now, Vegeta. Seeing that Vegeta did not answer his words, Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta with a heavy face and said, Hey! Vegeta, you don't want to see Trunks and Bulma killed by that guy. After hearing Sun Wukong's words, Vegeta suddenly felt a little regretful. Surpassing the Super Saiyan again, Super Saiyan 3. I really didn't expect that you actually had such power. Tisk. Even you who become Super Saiyan 3 are not the opponent of that guy, even if the two of us join forces, it won't be of much use. Although Vegeta did not go to watch the battle between Sun Wukong and Majin Buu, he knew what the result would be. If Sun Wukong won, then there would be no news about cities being attacked by unknown creatures. No. Vegeta has another way to defeat Majin Buu. Seeing Vegeta's somewhat decadent look, Sun Wukong said again. What? Hearing this, Vegeta quickly raised his head, and then looked at Sun Wukong with a burning face. 045, the second way besides fusion. 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 Vegeta frowned as he said this, and then said again, Do you mean the fusion of two people? You. Don't talk nonsense. How is this possible? There is no other way to defeat this guy. You know this very well, right? Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta with a serious face. If possible, Sun Wukong would naturally want to rely on his own strength to defeat Majin Buu. But Sun Wukong knew very well that his own strength could not defeat Majin Buu, because he could feel that Majin Buu did not use his full strength when fighting him before. Tisk. Kakarot, I advise you to give up this idea and let me merge with you. I would rather choose to die. As he said this, Vegeta turned his head to the other side. Vegeta already had a lot of resentment towards Kakarot, and now this guy couldn't face Majin Buu alone. Thinking of fusing with himself made Vegeta even more angry. And you have to know that fusing requires doing that very stupid pose, and you have to do it with that bastard Kakarot, which makes Vegeta even more repulsive. Then you don't care about Bulma and Trunks. Just at this time, Sun Wukong seemed to think of what Vegeta cared about, and then smiled and said. Although Vegeta looks like a cold and ruthless guy on the surface, Sun Wukong understands that Vegeta is actually a super wife-loving maniac, so at this time, he brought Bulma and Trunks out, and Vegeta's attitude will definitely change. And at this time, after hearing what Sun Wukong said, Vegeta's pride in his heart disappeared in an instant. Tisk. Isn't it not that time yet? If it really comes to that time, I will definitely find a way to protect Bulma and the others without you saying it. Although Vegeta didn't say it clearly, he had already tacitly agreed to Sun Wukong's perseverance in his heart. Because he also knew in his heart that Majin Buu was an opponent that even Sun Wukong, who had turned into Super Saiyan 3, could not defeat. If he did not use some special means, there was no way to defeat him. And the fusion mentioned by Kakarot before was a way to defeat Majin Buu. Great Vegeta, let's go to the temple now to practice fusion. Seeing that Vegeta did not refuse, Sun Wukong shouted excitedly. Tisk. Hearing this, Vegeta's face turned red and he stopped talking. Take Bulma and the others to the temple together. After all, it is relatively the safest place. For Sun Wukong's proposal, Vegeta did not refuse this time, but listened to the other party's advice. Because although he had been practicing hard during this period, Bulma still mentioned to him about the outside world. Since Majin Buu was resurrected, he began to massacre human cities in various ways. The method was even more outrageous. 3717291119. But there was no way. Vegeta knew that even if he risked his life, he could not be the opponent of Majin Buu. And now the safest place is naturally the temple. Finally, Bulma drove the aircraft to the temple with Chi-Chi, Master Kame, and others. Great, Mr. Goku, you are finally back. During the time you were away, Majin Buu has not stopped destroying the city. In just half a day, 1/3 of the city has been massacred by Majin Buu. At this moment, the god Dendi was extremely angry. As the god of the earth, he saw that the earthlings died in such a large number. Naturally, he felt very uncomfortable. But after all, he was not a fighting Namekian, and he had no ability to stop Majin Buu. When Dendi saw Goku coming back, he felt much more at ease. After all, although he was not sure whether Son Goku was the opponent of Majin Buu, relatively speaking, Son Goku was the only one among them who was most capable of fighting Majin Buu. Majin Buu, I thought he would stop attacking humans after Babadai was killed by him. But I didn't expect that this would release Majin Buu's nature, making him attack human cities more recklessly. After hearing what Dendi said, Sun Wukong clenched his fists angrily. But without absolute certainty, he still didn't dare to confront Majin Buu rashly, thinking that he was the hope of the earth now, and as for those earthlings killed by Majin Buu, as long as Dendi was still alive, they could be resurrected again. Old Sunday! What are you thinking in your heart? Do you really have a way to deal with Majin Buu? At this time, Piccolo's face was also extremely ugly, because after all, he had the soul of the earth god in his body, so seeing so many earthlings die tragically, his heart was probably not much worse than Dendi's. Well, don't worry, Piccolo, I have thought of a way. Although I don't know if what King Kai said is true, there are still 2 ways to defeat Majin Buu. Looking at Piccolo's anxious face, Sun Wukong said slowly. 2 ways? Kakarot, you really have other ways? If that's the case, I will never fuse with you anyway, don't even think about it. After hearing Sun Wukong say that he has another way besides fusion, Vegeta was even more relieved. Finally, he didn't have to do that embarrassing posture with Kakarot. 2 ways, I didn't expect Sun Wukong to be able to think of so many solutions at this time. Hearing this, Ye Yang was also interested. He didn't expect Sun Wukong to be able to think of other ways at this time. P.S. Please support. Please support. Readers who have flowers and evaluation tickets can give some. These are free and will be cleared the next day. These are more important during the new book period. Thank you. 046, Gogeta or Vegeto. What are the 2 methods you mentioned, old son? When Piccolo heard that Sun Wukong had already thought of the solution after finding the right method, he breathed a sigh of relief. Well, the first method is to create an oversized spirit bomb. As long as the spirit bomb is big enough, it should not be difficult to destroy Majin Buu. The second method is fusion. Goku explained. What? Create an oversized spirit bomb? Hey! Goku, can you be more serious now? Has your spirit bomb ever killed an opponent? Look at Frieza, he didn't even kill Vegeta. And now 1/3 of the humans on Earth have been killed by Majin Buu. Even if you want to create an oversized spirit bomb, there is no way. Piccolo gave Goku a blank look. As Piccolo said, Goku's spirit bomb is very powerful. But it has basically never destroyed any opponent. Goku also tried to use the spirit bomb to defeat his opponent when fighting Vegeta, Frieza and others, but it ended in failure in the end. The spirit bomb not only failed to kill Frieza, but also failed to defeat Vegeta, who entered the Earth for the first time. Ah! Piccolo, you can't do this. My spirit bomb is still very powerful. The reason why it failed to destroy the opponent is that the spirit energy is not gathered enough. But what you said does make sense. Some of the humans on Earth have been killed by Majin Buu, and even if the remaining Earthlings use all their spirit energy, they may not be able to completely destroy Majin Buu. Hehe. Kakarot, I thought you had a good idea, but it turned out to be the spirit bomb. If it weren't for that kid Gohan, you would have been killed by me with your spirit bomb. How could you still be alive today? Hearing this, Vegeta seemed to have already seen the scene of himself beating Son Goku in his mind. Although it was only that time, it was enough for Vegeta to brag about for the rest of his life. So when Piccolo mentioned this, Vegeta would be so proud. Vegeta, it's so long ago that you still remember it so clearly. But Piccolo is right. It's obviously impossible to gather a spirit bomb that can destroy Majin Buu under the current situation on Earth. Then there is only one last way, the fusion technique. Sun Wukong scratched his head and said awkwardly. He didn't think that his spirit was not enough, but it was not a big problem. After all, compared to using the spirit bomb, Sun Wukong hoped to destroy his opponent with real strength. Spirit bomb? It's really a nostalgic ability, but the last puppet seemed to be destroyed by the spirit bomb. I'm really curious about which one is stronger, the spirit bomb or my compressed energy bomb. Ye Yang clenched his fist and said. Fusion technique, the one from the Metamorians. It is indeed possible to defeat Majin Buu, but Gohan has gone to the God realm. Who are you going to let use the fusion technique with you? For some reason, Piccolo's green face turned red while he was talking. Hehe. Don't worry, Piccolo. Vegeta has agreed to fuse with me. In this way, even if I can't use the spirit bomb, I believe I can defeat Majin Buu. Sun Wukong said confidently. Hey! Kakarot, when did I promise you? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will kill you now. After hearing what Sun Wukong said, Vegeta went berserk and roared at Sun Wukong. Sure enough, we still have to fuse with Vegeta in the end. But it is true that Sun Wukong and the others have not come into contact with the old Kai. So naturally they don't know the wonderful use of the Potara earrings. Otherwise, King Kai Shin wouldn't be so panicked. After saying that, Ye Yang continued to lean on the stone pillar of the temple and narrowed his eyes slightly, because he knew that it would not be long before he would take action. This is looking forward to Gogeta's performance. You should know that in the movie version of Dragon Ball, Gogeta, after the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta, defeated the evil thought wave whose strength is comparable to Majin Buu with just one move. Although according to the official Dragon Ball, the combat power of Gogeta after the fusion technique is 1+1, and the strength of Vegeta after the fusion of the Potara earrings exceeds 1+1. But this does not prove that Vegeta's strength must surpass Gogeta. After all, the two have never fought head-on, so it is hard to say who is stronger. Besides being good at pretending to be cool, Vegeta does not seem to have any outstanding performance in the original work. Although he crushed Majin Buu with overwhelming strength in the battle with Majin Buu, he did not defeat Majin Buu. He also failed to defeat Zamasu in the battle with Zamasu. So in general, his performance is not as good as Gogeta. At least Ye Yang is more fantasy Gogeta. Because Gogeta retains the Scion character, while Vegeta is a brand new warrior. 047, my name is Kong Bei. Inside the temple. After a period of unremitting efforts, Sun Wukong finally succeeded in persuading him. And Vegeta naturally agreed to use the fusion technique with him. But looking at the city on Earth that had been destroyed by Majin Buu, the Z warriors, everyone was angry. According to the speed of destruction of Majin Buu, I believe it won't take long for him to find this place. Old son, hurry up. Piccolo looked at everything happening on the ground with a gloomy face, and his heart was already a mess. Although it's too much, as long as Dendi is still alive, he can collect the 7 Dragon Balls to revive them. So no matter what, hope still lies in Goku. Please, Goku and Vegeta, the earth is in your hands. Krillin looked at Sun Wukong and said seriously. Well, don't worry, Piccolo, Krillin, we will definitely destroy Majin Buu. Sun Wukong nodded and said seriously. Tisk. I don't care what happens to others, but I must not let Majin Buu hurt Bulma and Trunks. At this time, Vegeta naturally sensed Majin Buu's powerful destructive power. It has only been a short while, and the earth has been almost destroyed. If it goes on like this, it won't take long for Majin Buu to find here because he has killed all the humans on the earth. And with their current combat power, they can't stop Majin Buu at all. If Majin Buu really kills them, it will be troublesome. Don't waste time, Kakarot, tell me what to do. As Sun Wukong said, the only way to defeat Majin Buu now is to use the fusion technique. And in such a short time, maybe the two of them can't finish it quickly. In that case, Vegeta, I'll make it short. When Sun Wukong saw Vegeta nod slowly at him, he immediately spoke again. If the two people's chi cannot be completely consistent, this move will never succeed. First of all, our chi must be absolutely the same. Then the next step is the fusion action. Only when the two people's postures are completely consistent can the fusion succeed. Although Vegeta had some doubts in his heart, he still looked at Sun Wukong with a blank face. Next, I will show you the posture. Remember it well. First, the two of you should stand side by side at a certain distance, and then do this. After saying that, Sun Wukong walked in front of Vegeta, and at this time his two arms were raised side by side. You must pay attention to the angle of your arms. Then put your arms to the other side and move quickly. At this time, the steps you move are 3 steps, pay attention to the angle of your feet. Watch it. Just like this, the fingers of the two people are together, and you must also pay attention to the angle of your feet. In particular, you must pay attention to straightening your right foot, don't forget it. While Sun Wukong was talking, one foot began to make a strange movement to the other side. What a joke, Kakarot, am I going to do such a strange posture? After seeing Sun Wukong's movements, not only Vegeta jumped up with shame on his face. Even the Z warriors Sun Wukong and Trunks who were watching their movements laughed out loud. Can this really defeat Majin Buu? Yamcha said with some curiosity. You have to do this posture with left and right comparisons. After seeing Vegeta's sudden mania, Sun Wukong scratched his head and said. He knew that it was not easy to get Vegeta to do such a movement. Do you understand? Seeing Vegeta suddenly turn around and say nothing, Sun Wukong said curiously. At this time, Vegeta's face twitched. Is there anything you don't understand about what I just said? There's no time, Vegeta, let's practice quickly. Sun Wukong walked to Vegeta's side. Tisk. There's no other way, just this time, Kakarot. Vegeta's face suddenly turned red. Okay. Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta like this, although he wanted to laugh out loud, but in order to let Vegeta cooperate with him to complete the fusion, he finally held it back. Then let's get started. I didn't expect Vegeta to agree to do that with Sun Wukong so easily. It seems that the name Vegeta, the wife-protecting maniac, is correct. Yang looked at Vegeta in the temple who had been practicing the fusion action with Sun Wukong repeatedly, and then a strange smile appeared on his face. Because this action is so weird, let alone Vegeta, the proud Scion Prince, is reluctant to do such a thing. Even Yang himself would not do such a posture. Vegeta, your fingers are not straight. Ah, it's over. Vegeta, I hate you. Accompanied by Sun Wukong's scream, the bodies of the two people turned into two strong lights, and then slowly merged together. Boom! After a wave of air, the figure of Fat Vegeta appeared in front of everyone. Hey, is it like this? Krillin looked at Piccolo with some doubts and said. The two of them should be able to return to their original appearance. After seeing that the two people had become as fat as Majin Buu, Bulma was even more shocked and suspicious. But this is too fat. How can they defeat Majin Buu like this? After seeing that Son Goku and Vegeta had become like this after merging, Shishi also said immediately. Goku. Can they really defeat Majin Buu like this? After seeing that Piccolo did not answer his words, Krillin said again. My name is Kongbei. Majin Buu. I will send you to hell now. P.S. The name of Gogeta who failed to merge is Kongbei. Readers who have flowers and evaluation tickets can give some of them. These are free and will be cleared the next day. These are more important during the new book period. Thank you everyone. 048, Yang punched Big Buu away. My name is Kongbei. Majin Buu. I will send you to hell now. After saying that, Kongbei started to do warm-up exercises while shaking on the spot, looking full of fighting spirit. So that's it. Goku must have thought so. Want to fight back, use the fat man to get the fat man. At this time, Yamcha seemed to understand something, and shouted excitedly. Okay. Let's go kill Majin Buu now. After saying that, Kongbei was about to run towards the bottom of the temple, but he started to breathe heavily on the spot after running only 2 steps. Who? Hey! It seems that the fusion failed. Vegeta, your fingers are not straightened. Wait for another 30 minutes. Looking at the current appearance of the two, Piccolo was even more sweaty, and then he walked aside after a dry cough. What's going on? It turned out to be a failure. I was wondering why it felt that Goku's chi not only did not become stronger, but also became much weaker. Looking at Gogeta's breathing heavily after taking 2 steps, Krillin laughed out loud. 30 minutes later. At this time, Sun Wukong and Vegeta have successfully formed a fusion state. Kakarot, what kind of fusion is this? The strength of both of us has completely weakened. You are really lying to me. After disintegrating, Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong angrily. That's because Vegeta didn't straighten his fingers when fusion. Try again. It will definitely succeed this time. Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta and said embarrassedly. Goku, there seems to be a problem with Majin Buu. At this time, Piccolo also noticed something, and immediately came to Sun Wukong and said. Hey! What happened to Piccolo? Hearing this, Sun Wukong also said with some confusion. Hey? Fat Buu had stopped attacking human cities some time ago, but I didn't expect that a large amount of evil energy would surge out of his body at this time. Piccolo looked at Majin Buu on the ground with a gloomy face, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Evil spirit! Hearing this, Sun Wukong also frowned. Majin Buu was defeated by another Majin Buu, what's wrong with that guy? Watching Majin Buu being turned into chocolate and eaten by the black Majin Buu. For a while, the power emanating from his body became even stronger. And this power is no longer the same as before, but pure evil. But why doesn't he move? Vegeta frowned and looked at Majin Buu on the ground and said. Oh no, this guy's strength seems to be even higher than that of the fat Majin Buu before, how did he find us so quickly? Seeing that Majin Buu on the ground actually showed a weird smile towards where they were, Piccolo knew that their aura had been discovered by Majin Buu, and he shouted loudly. Yo! I didn't expect that Satan really stimulated the evil energy in Majin Buu's body just like the original, but this is even better. Compared with Fat Buu, Big Buu is obviously more powerful. The good show should start soon. After listening to what Sun Wukong and others said, Ye Yang, who was lying lazily on the stone pillar, suddenly showed a smile on his face. Oh no, you guys go in quickly, Krillin, you go and protect them too. After sensing that Majin Buu's aura was approaching them quickly, Sun Wukong shouted loudly. Swoosh! At the same time, Majin Buu had appeared in front of Sun Wukong and others at an extremely fast speed. Oh no, how fast! Seeing this, Sun Wukong hurriedly took a fighting stance. Came haha! With a loud shout, Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and immediately blasted a Kamehameha at Majin Buu. After seeing that Majin Buu's body was mostly broken, Sun Wukong hurriedly shouted at Vegeta. Vegeta, please merge with me quickly, otherwise there will be no hope at all. Sun Wukong shouted excitedly. Because he could feel the current Majin Buu, it is no longer the same Majin Buu as before. And the current Majin Buu is even more powerful. Even if his body is shattered by himself, I believe it will return to its original state in no time. Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth. Although he wanted to rush up and defeat this guy with his own strength, Vegeta knew that he was no match for Majin Buu with his own strength. What's more, the current Majin Buu is no longer as fat as before. His body is more suitable for fighting, and his aura has also become pure evil. This is the last time, Kakarot. If you fail again, there is no way. Vegeta hurriedly walked to Son Goku and posed for fusion. Great! Seeing this, Son Goku hurriedly lifted the Super Saiyan 3 state and also posed for fusion. Although I don't know why you are posing in such a strange posture, I won't give you a chance to complete it. At this time, Majin Buu's body had recovered, and then he smiled evilly at Son Goku and Vegeta, and quickly shot a Kigong bullet. Boom! Goku, you two continue, I'll stop this guy. After using the magic light cannon to stop Majin Buu's Kigong bullet, Piccolo blocked Son Goku and Vegeta. Then I'll leave it to you, Piccolo. Let's start too, Vegeta, Piccolo can't hold on for long like this. Although Son Goku said this, he also knew in his heart that even if Piccolo came to stop Majin Buu, it would not last too long, and there would even be a risk of being killed by Majin Buu. Hurry up, Kakarot has no time. Seeing Bulma and Trunks behind him, Vegeta became even more anxious. Okay. After Sun Wukong responded, he immediately made a fusion gesture with Vegeta. Tisk! Do you think you can stop me? After saying that, Majin Buu smiled strangely, and his body appeared directly in front of Piccolo, and then he quickly punched Piccolo in the abdomen. Bang! After a punch, Piccolo fell from the sky with his life or death unknown. What? Piccolo was defeated by Majin Buu with one punch. Looking at the scene in front of him, Krillin said in disbelief. No one can stop me now. After saying that, Majin Buu laughed strangely and his body flashed to attack Sun Wukong and Vegeta. He doesn't like to play like Fat Buu, his eyes are only on killing. Just when everyone thought everything was over, a figure suddenly appeared and grabbed Majin Buu's arm. Boom! Then he punched Majin Buu and sent him flying. Then Yang glanced at Majin Buu who was sent flying by him, and said in a cold tone, "No one can stop you? Do you think I am air?" 049, after I finish dealing with Majin Buu, you will be the next one. I didn't expect that I was underestimated. If so, I will exercise my body a little bit. Yang glanced at Majin Buu coldly, and then raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, and said lightly. However, at this time, Yang had completely hidden his chi in order to prevent others from seeing his true strength, and when others saw his chi, they would at most feel that he was the same as Son Goku when he was Super Saiyan 3. Because Yang was afraid that if he released all his chi, Majin Buu would be scared and run away directly. And that would be too boring. Tisk. You're just playing tricks, it's just a sneak attack. After saying that, Majin Buu launched a fierce attack on Yang, and the speed of his punches was so fast that it was difficult to catch. But despite this, Yang still dodges all of Majin Buu's attacks. Even Majin Buu didn't even touch Yang's clothes. It's true. Majin Buu's attacks can't even touch Yang's clothes. My previous guess was correct. Krillin was still doubting whether Yang's strength was as strong as he imagined, but now Krillin has completely believed it. You guy, you are so strong, but why do you keep dodging? Don't you just have a good ability to escape? After seeing that his attack was dodged by the opponent, Majin Buu said angrily. Haha. It's useless to use provocation on me, and you are not worthy of me to fight now. After saying that, Yang casually swung his legs, and then easily kicked Majin Buu away. Bang! I didn't expect that the person who helped us in the end was Yang. Please help us buy time. Originally, Sun Wukong and the others had temporarily given up the fusion after seeing that Piccolo was defeated by Majin Buu in one move, and wanted to stop Majin Buu in various ways to buy time for their family to escape. But now, after seeing Yang suddenly appear, Sun Wukong he was more relieved, and immediately looked up at Yang and said with a smile. Don't worry, Majin Buu can't hurt me now, you guys move faster, I can only help you correct the time for a short while. Yang glanced at Sun Wukong and said lightly. Okay. Simply catering to Sun Wukong, he was about to merge with Vegeta again. Tisk. It's Yang. This guy, the strength he fought with me before must have hidden his strength. I didn't expect this guy to be as annoying as you, Kakarot. Vegeta looked at Yang who was completely teasing Majin Buu in the sky, and immediately clenched his fists. I thought my strength was definitely above Yang. Even if I couldn't match Sun Wukong who had become Super Saiyan 3, I could at least be the second. But now it seems that Vegeta is not even the second. What are you talking about, Vegeta? Let's start the fusion. We can't let everyone's efforts go to waste. After seeing that Vegeta didn't respond for a long time, Sun Wukong reminded him again. Kakarot, you can get very powerful power after fusion. You are not lying to me. Vegeta didn't fuse with Sun Wukong immediately, but asked back. Although Sun Wukong was a little confused, he still said. Of course, Vegeta, what's wrong with you? It seems that your face has changed since Yang appeared now. Tisk. That's not the case. Let's start the fusion. Although Vegeta said this, he already had his own plan in his heart. Since he can gain more powerful power after merging with Kakarot, he must use this power to defeat Yang, so that the proud Scion Prince can raise his head again. Okay. Let's start, Vegeta. After that, Sun Wukong and Vegeta performed various corresponding fusion actions again. Then, accompanied by a dazzling light, the fused Gogeta appeared in front of everyone. What? What kind of energy is this? How can it be so powerful? Not only Krillin and Yamcha were shocked, even Master Roshi showed a look of shock and excitement. That confident expression must be correct. It must be successful this time. Wow! It seems to be successful. I should not be needed here for the time being. After feeling the powerful breath coming from behind him, Yang smiled slightly. What is this powerful aura? After feeling the powerful aura emanating from Gogeta, Majin Buu's face also showed a little shock. I am not Son Goku, nor Vegeta. I am the one who will defeat you, Gogeta. After throwing Piccolo, who was knocked down beside him, to Krillin, Gogeta quickly rushed towards Majin Buu. Although Vegeta was only a Super Saiyan at this time, the aura released from his body was already quite powerful. Swish! Gogeta appeared in front of Majin Buu in a flash. Without giving the other party any chance to react, the two began to attack Majin Buu alternately with their fists. Bang! Finally, he raised his legs and kicked Majin Buu away with one kick. How can this damn guy have such a strong power? Although Majin Buu, who was kicked away by Gogeta, did not cause any substantial damage, he was still quite afraid of the fighting power displayed by Gogeta. I didn't expect that my strength would become so much stronger after the fusion. Hehe, what Majin Buu, is just trash. And you wait until I finish dealing with Majin Buu, the next one is you. Gogeta glanced at Yang and said coldly. Wait until I kill Majin Buu first and then come to settle accounts with you. After saying that, a smug smile appeared on Gogeta's face. It is obvious that Gogeta should be controlled by Vegeta at this time. P.S. Please support. Please support. Readers who have flowers and evaluation tickets can give some. These are free and will be cleared the next day. These are more important during the new book period. Thank you everyone. 050, Arrogant Gogeta. You're coming to settle accounts with me after you killed Majin Buu. Gogeta's personality is just as arrogant as in the original book, but it doesn't matter, we'll know who will win in a while. Yang didn't open his mouth to refute Gogeta. He just quietly stepped aside, waiting to see how Gogeta would deal with Big Buu. But I think the result shouldn't be much different from the original. The current Big Buu is definitely not Gogeta's opponent. Boom! At this moment, Majin Buu's body suddenly flew back from a distance, and then looked at Gogeta with an angry face. You guy, your strength has increased so much in an instant, is it because of that strange gesture just now? Big Buu looked at Gogeta in front of him, and suddenly thought of something in his heart. The fight with Yang just now also made Big Buu understand some things, that is, among the people present, at least Yang's strength is not inferior to his, and the guy in front of him did not expect that his strength would suddenly become so much stronger after the fusion. Although Majin Buu is confident that he can defeat any of them, if that happens, he may be attacked by the other person. Hehe. It seems that I have to use that trick. The current Big Buu is different from the previous Fat Buu. Now he not only has a body that is more suitable for fighting, but also has a sharper insight and thinking ability. If it were not for this, the Big Buu in the original work would not be able to absorb Gotenks and others so easily. Although I don't know what you are thinking, no matter what you do in the face of absolute strength, it is useless, so I advise you to give up. Although Gogeta's strength has become much stronger after the fusion, his arrogant character belonging to the Scion has also become more prominent. Tisk! How can you be so arrogant? It seems that you have forgotten that you were beaten up by the other me before. The big puppet gritted his teeth, and when Gogeta didn't notice, he had separated a piece of flesh from his body and quietly hid in a corner, waiting for the opportunity to absorb Gajita and Yang into his body. Gajita was still mocking Majin Bu with a playful look on his face, but after hearing what Majin Bu said, his whole face became gloomy. He frowned slightly. Then, without waiting for Majin Bu to make any defense, Gajita had already taken a fighting stance. His body flashed and appeared directly in front of Majin Bu. Now, who do you think will be beaten up between the two of us? As he said that, Gajita's body quickly moved forward, so fast that he didn't give Majin Bu any chance to react, and then a heavy punch landed on the big puppet's abdomen. Wow! Although such an attack could not cause much damage to Big Bu, he still vomited a mouthful of acid, and then his body was blown away like a cannonball and slowly stopped. Damn! Damn bastard! Feeling the severe pain in his abdomen, Big Bu frowned and looked at the other party with anger. You bastard, I'm going to turn you into chocolate and eat you. As he said that, a strong energy gushed out of Majin Bu's body. After a burst of powerful energy was emitted from Majin Bu's body, even the clouds in the sky were flowing rapidly at this moment. A gust of wind blew around. Even the buildings on the temple made crackling sounds at this time. Majin Bu's strength has increased again. How strong is this monster? Why does it seem like there is no bottom line? Krillin and others looked at Majin Bu in the sky in the distance, and they were even more worried about whether Gajita could defeat Majin Bu now. If even Goku and Vegeta cannot defeat Majin Bu after merging, then the world may really be destroyed. It's just that I increased my energy. You don't think that this can change your fate of dying in my hands? Gajita smiled coldly, and then his narrowed eyes suddenly opened. Now I'll let you see the real power. Hey 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 hey! Accompanied by Gajita's roar, Gajita's golden hair changed. The original golden hair was now like standing on Gajita's body. Not only that, there were also visible lightning snakes circling on Gajita's body. Crack! Accompanied by the powerful energy bursting out of Gajita, the temple could no longer hold on this time, and a large area of cracks appeared directly. Super Saiyan 2, it seems that Gajita knows that his current body has a time limit, so he plans to kill Majin Bu quickly and then deal with me. 051, Soul Punisher. Kill Big Bu in seconds? Directly turned into Super Saiyan 2, it seems that Gajita plans to get rid of Majin Bu quickly and use the remaining energy to deal with me. Looking at Gajita after he turned into Super Saiyan 2, Yang said lightly. The opponent is just a big puppet, even Super Saiyan 2 Gajita should be able to defeat the opponent easily. And Super Saiyan 2 is different from Super Saiyan 3 in that the energy consumption is very huge. It can be said that Gajita at this moment is completely saving energy to deal with him. Humph! Gajita glanced at Yang, and then rushed towards Big Bu. Obviously, just as Yang thought, Gajita is now saving his strength to deal with him. I didn't expect that the arrogant Gajita actually has a calm and thoughtful side. At this moment, Gajita must have seen from the fight between Yang and Majin Bu that Yang's strength may have surpassed Majin Bu, so he was able to retain his strength. Damn bastard, he's here again. It seems that I have to think of a way. Looking at Gajita who suddenly rushed towards him, Big Bu panicked. The fight just now has made Big Bu understand how powerful Gajita is. And now even Big Bu does not intend to fight Gajita head-on, but intends to absorb him with his hidden body. After all, Gajita is so powerful. If he can absorb him into his body, his strength will definitely be improved. In this way, Big Bu will not have to be afraid of Yang. Majin Bu, why are you running? Weren't you quite powerful just now? Gajita taunted while chasing Majin Bu. Tisk! Let you continue to be proud for a while, and then your power will be mine. Big Bu ignored Gajita's taunting and continued to run away. Because Gajita is not the only one who hides his strength. Majin Bu is also deliberately hiding his strength to prevent Yang and Gajita from attacking him together. I didn't expect Majin Bu to be such a coward. Gajita suddenly stopped talking. When everyone was confused, Gajita suddenly raised a smug smile. Now let me try cockroach's trick. After saying that, Gajita placed the middle and index fingers of his right hand on his forehead, and then closed his eyes slightly. Big Bu, who was far away, also showed a puzzled expression after seeing this scene. Because he didn't know what Gajita was doing. Swoosh! Accompanied by a breath of air, Gajita's body appeared in front of Majin Bu in the next second. What? Big Bu was stunned, because he never thought that Gajita's strange posture was to move his body quickly. Tisk! If it's just about speed, then it's useless. I think my body can be restored to its original state as long as there are a few cells in it. Although Big Bu was shocked by Gajita's speed, he still looked calm, because ordinary attacks could not hurt him at all. Oh! Is that really the case? After hearing what Big Bu said, Gajita suddenly showed a confident smile on his face, as if he had thought of a way to deal with Majin Bu. Yang, who was far away, also frowned when he saw Gajita was so confident, thinking that he guessed that something big would happen next. If it was really as this guy said, the next attack. Hee. Ordinary attacks don't hurt your body, then let you try this. After saying that, Gajita showed a strange smile on his face. Then he raised one hand to the sky to gather energy, and rainbow energy like stars appeared. Is this the Soul Punisher? Looking at the rainbow energy in Gajita's hand that looked like stars, Yang was also a little surprised. You should know that Gajita used this skill when he killed Evil Mind, and it was an instant kill. After the Soul Punisher touched Evil Mind's body was directly wiped out. At that time, Gajita used a move to eliminate Evil Mind. Who was powerful enough to beat Super Saiyan 3 Son Goku and Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta, after the fusion. And the name of this move is called Soul Punisher. It is an ability that looks like star-like rainbow energy. Unlike ordinary energy bombs, this Soul Punisher basically has no fancy Qigong effects. Just a light touch on the opponent can wipe it out. Soul Punisher. With a low roar from Gajita, the rainbow energy in his hand fell on Big Bu. Ah! And the next moment, without giving Big Bu any chance to react, his body turned into ashes and disappeared on the spot. There is absolutely no trace at all. Okay, it's your turn next, Yang. P.S. Please support. Please support. Readers who have flowers and evaluation tickets can give some of them. These are free and will be cleared the next day. These are more important during the new book period. Thank you all. 052, start the war. Yang vs Gajita. Okay. Now it's your turn, Yang. Watching Majin Bu's body disappear with the rainbow energy, Gajita looked at Yang with a smug look on his face. Because even he himself didn't expect how powerful his move would be, and he easily destroyed Majin Bu completely. This also gave Gajita a lot of confidence. Even a guy like Majin Bu was easily destroyed by himself, so what kind of waves could Yang make in his hands? Now he might have been scared silly by his own strength. Soul Punisher is really powerful. It only took one move to make Majin Bu completely disappear. Although Yang had expected such a result, he was still somewhat shocked when he saw how easily Majin Bu was killed. Majin Bu was destroyed with just one move. No wonder Gajita was able to use this move to instantly kill Evil Thought Wave. However, Gajita's Soul Punisher only has a special effect on people with evil hearts like Big Bu and Zenbo. If it is really used on ordinary people, it may not be very powerful. Humph! I thought that Majin Bu would become much stronger after changing his appearance, but I didn't expect it to be so weak. Hey! When you were fighting with Majin Bu just now, that guy had no way to get close to your body. Could it be that you didn't use your full strength when fighting with Majin Bu? Gajita looked at Yang expressionlessly and said. At this moment, Yang couldn't tell whether it was Son Goku or Vegeta who was occupying the dominant position in this body, or whether it was really a new warrior born after the two of them merged. It's just a small minion, do you still need to use your full strength? Faced with Gajata's verbal oppression, Yang did not show any inapplicability. It was as if he was not shocked at all because the other party killed Majin Bu in one blow. Tisk! You are such an infuriating guy. Seeing that Yang didn't take him seriously, Gajata was about to go berserk. He roared and the powerful aura of Super Saiyan 2 burst out. Strange, Majin Bu's aura has obviously disappeared, but why does it feel like Goku and the others' aura has suddenly become stronger? Feeling the powerful energy coming from afar, Krillin looked at the distance in shock and said, Piccolo. Has Majin Bu really disappeared? Dandy also looked at Piccolo with a nervous look on his face. Well, Majin Bu's aura has completely disappeared. Although I don't know what happened, I can see from the powerful aura released by Lao Sun and the others that things don't seem to be over. Piccolo's face was also gloomy. In order to avoid the powerful energy released by the battle from destroying the Temple of the Gods, Yang and the other two flew directly to a farther place to fight. This also led to Piccolo and his companions being unable to see clearly what happened to Majin Bu even in the highest place on earth, the Temple of Heaven. Originally, Piccolo and his companions were still excited about the sudden disappearance of Majin Bu's aura, but after feeling the stronger aura released by Gajata, they were no longer excited. Because something must have gone wrong in this situation. Although they wanted to go over and see what happened, their strength was too weak and it would be useless even if they went over, so although they were very anxious, they could only wait for the result. I hope everything is fine. Piccolo closed his eyes slightly, and Yang's figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Since Majin Bu's aura has disappeared, the biggest problem now is Yang. But Yang's unfathomableness made Piccolo feel a little uneasy. Forget it, you should just show your strongest form. If it's just Super Saiyan 2, it's really not interesting. Looking at Super Saiyan 2 Gajata, Yang yawned lazily and didn't take him seriously at all. If Gajata could also become Super Saiyan 4, Yang might not be his opponent, but now Super Saiyan 2 Gajata Yang didn't take him seriously at all. Tisk! Stop bragging. I just killed Majin Bu in one move. But since you are so confident, why don't you try my strength? Anyway, even if I accidentally kill you, I can use Dragon Balls to revive you and the people killed by Majin Bu. P.S. Please support. Please support. Readers who have flowers and evaluation tickets can give some. These are free and will be cleared the next day. These are more important during the new book period. Thank you. 053, I was so scared at that time. How do you say you are going to kill me? Facing Gajata's words, Yang did not show any fear, but said with a smile. Of course not, after all, I was fused with cockroach just now thanks to you. But if my current strength is too strong, it only takes one move to destroy Majin Bu. So if I accidentally kill you in the battle later, it seems reasonable, after all, your strength should not be much stronger than Majin Bu. 0after saying this, Gajata's mouth corner raised a proud arc again. It is obvious that Vegeta still has a grudge against Yang for the fact that he was punched away before. But it doesn't matter, because Yang doesn't take it seriously at all. Si only defeated Big Bu, and Majin Bu was not completely killed, he just hid his breath and looked for an opportunity to absorb the two of them. Since you want to fight, then come on. Yuzuba Yang looked indifferent, which was just right to let Gajata relax his vigilance during the battle. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for Majin Bu to successfully absorb Gajata with his current strength. Arrogant. Hearing this, Gajata snorted coldly, then exerted force on his feet, and his body flashed and disappeared from the spot. When Gajata's body reappeared, he had already appeared in front of Yang. Humph! The difference in strength between the two of us is not what you can imagine. Gajata saw that Yang did not react and thought that the other party was shocked by his speed. He immediately raised his arm and punched Ye Yang hard. But the next second Gajita was stunned. Bang! Accompanied by a low voice. The heavy punch that Gajita blasted was actually blocked by Ye Yang's hand. And from Ye Yang's expression, it can be seen that Gajita's attack did not make him feel any pressure at all, and his body did not even move a bit. What? How powerful is this guy? No matter how hard Gajita tried, he could not move Ye Yang's body at all. At this time, Gajita realized how powerful Ye Yang was. It was even difficult to retract his arm. Asshole! Ye Yang, you asshole! As Ye Yang's fingers exerted force, Gajita roared in pain. Super 2. Just trash. Get out of here. After saying that, Ye Yang clenched his other arm tightly, not giving Gajita any chance to defend himself, and a heavy punch landed directly on Gajita's abdomen. Boom! Then with a loud bang, Gajita's body flew out like a cannonball. Although he stabilized his body in the end, the damage caused to Gajita's body by this punch was quite huge. Ugh! After stabilizing his body, Gajita felt nauseous, and then vomited a mouthful of liquid mixed with stomach acid. At this time, Piccolo, who was far away in the temple, could no longer wait, and turned into a stream of light and flew towards the location of Ye Yang and others. Damn it! What happened? Majin Buu's energy has obviously disappeared. Why do I still feel uneasy in my heart? And now why is the energy of Lao Sun and the others suddenly so weak? Pico said anxiously while flying quickly. Give up, Vegeta, you are not my opponent at all. Let Sun Wukong come. Maybe there is still a little playability. Otherwise, you are of no value at all. Ye Yang looked at Gajita with a slightly sarcastic tone. It must be Vegeta who has been controlling Gajita's body just now, so he has not turned into Super Saiyan 3 for a long time. If Vegeta has the ability to turn into Super Saiyan 3, he will definitely not be as slow as Ye Yang and turn into Super Saiyan 3 directly, and there is no way he will turn into Super Saiyan 2 to fight Ye Yang. You bastard! After Gajita roared, his eyes became much calmer. It hurts. I didn't expect that you, Ye Yang, are so strong. It seems that I underestimated you. But since you want me to become Super Saiyan 3, I will change it now for you to see. Gajita closed his eyes slightly. Then he took a deep breath. Both eyes suddenly opened. Hey! Followed by a roar. Gajita's hair emitted a more dazzling golden light, and the aura on his body suddenly became more powerful. Hiss! I didn't expect these two guys to be so strong. It seems that I should continue to wait for a while. If I go out now, I probably won't absorb a single hair and will be completely destroyed by them. P.S. Please support. Please support. Readers who have flowers and evaluation tickets can give some. These are free and will be cleared the next day. These are more important during the new book period. Thank you. 054, I've had enough fun. These two guys actually hid their strength. Fortunately, I didn't expose myself rashly just now. If Majin Buu hadn't thought that a part of his body had been peeled off early in the morning, he might have been killed by Gajita's Soul Punisher. Although Gajita's attack also caused very serious damage to Majin Buu, it did not affect his elimination of Majin Buu. Majin Buu also took this opportunity to make others think that he was eliminated, and then he stayed not far from Gajita and Ye Yang. In order to wait for the opportunity, so that he could absorb the power given by the two of them into his body. Come on, Ye Yang, I have already transformed into Super Saiyan 3 as you said. I hope the two of us can have a good fight. Just now, Vegeta destroyed Majin Buu with just one move. It was so boring. Gajita, who was dominated by Son Goku, started to complain. When Sun Wukong fights with others, he likes to waste a lot of time. He obviously has stronger strength but he just doesn't use it, and then slowly uses his strength little by little in the process of fighting. During this period, he must be beaten up by his opponent. In Dragon Ball Super, Sun Wukong has the ability to turn into Super Saiyan Blue, but he doesn't use ordinary Saiyans to fight Frieza, and finally he is beaten up by Frieza. If it were Vegeta, he would never do this. Vegeta directly turned into Super Saiyan Blue, and in the end, if it weren't for Sun Wukong's obstruction, Vegeta would have killed Frieza instantly. Okay. Super Saiyan 3, it looks good, let me see how strong you are. As he said that, Yang gently twisted his neck, and then his eyes became serious. Hey! Seeing that Yang seemed to be serious, Gogeta's expression also became solemn. It is not difficult to see that Yang did not use all his strength when Vegeta was in control of the body, but even so, Yang still defeated Vegeta easily. From here, we can see how strong Yang is. Although Sun Wukong does not think that his current strength has surpassed the Super Saiyan 3 after the fusion of himself and Vegeta, it is certain that Yang's strength has definitely surpassed his own strength as a Super Saiyan 3. The momentum on my body has increased again, so let me try how strong Super Saiyan 3 Gogeta is. Yang raised a smug smile at the corner of his mouth. Then his body flashed and rushed towards Gogeta. Swoosh! In just one breath, Yang's body appeared opposite Gogeta, not giving Gogeta any chance to react. Finally, he clenched his fist and blasted Gogeta's body fiercely. What? Such a fast speed! Seeing the heavy punch coming towards him, Gogeta did not dare to hesitate at all, and immediately crossed his arms in front of his chest to block Yang's attack. Boom! With a loud noise, Gogeta blocked Yang's attack, but his body retreated more than 30 meters before he finally stabilized his body. What a powerful force, is this Yang's true strength? I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful guy on Earth. It seems that I am still too comfortable. Sun Wukong shook his head. I thought I was the most powerful existence in the entire universe, but I didn't expect that an evil life form like Majin Buu suddenly appeared on Earth. Even after I was resurrected and became Super Saiyan 3, I was not a match for Majin Buu. This matter has already hit Sun Wukong hard, and the most important thing is that there is still a perverted strong man like Yang on Earth. But it doesn't matter, this makes people excited. After saying this, the fire of fighting in Sun Wukong's heart was ignited again, and then he flew out with a heavy punch and blasted Yang. However, the result was quite obvious. That is, no matter how sharp and fast Vegeta's attack was, it had no effect on Yang. In this moment, Vegeta threw at least dozens of punches, but he didn't even touch Yang's body and was dodged by the opponent one by one. Your breath is already disordered. If you continue like this, you will be said to have defeated me, and it is impossible for you to even touch my body. Yang said to Vegeta after the explosion of his body sent him flying. After hearing what Yang said, Gogeta finally understood that his fighting spirit had become unstable after the failure of the continuous attacks just now. He became too impatient, which made his breath disordered. Even I didn't realize when my breath became so disordered. Hey! If it weren't for Yang's reminder, I would have been close to failure. Sun Wukong shook his head with some disappointment. Forget it. It seems that I still overestimated Super Saiyan 3 Gogeta. Although his strength has unexpected special effects on the evil body, his comprehensive combat power is still far behind me when I turn Super Saiyan 4 into normal. Yang said and set his eyes on a place not far behind Gogeta. A pink body was slowly squirming. It was obvious that this pink body was a part of the body separated from Majin Buu. This guy has been hiding for so long, but he came just in time. Super Saiyan 3 Gogeta is already too difficult for me to carry on. Let's see if Gogeta Buu can be stronger. P.S. Please support. Please support. Readers who have flowers and evaluation tickets can give some. These are free and will be cleared the next day. These are more important during the new book period. Thank you. 055, Yang vs Gogeta Buu. Then let me see if Gajita Bu can let me do it a little bit. Yang did not intend to stop Majin Bu who was approaching Gajita, nor did he intend to remind Gajita. Because after defeating Majin Bu, Krillin and the others would definitely gather the Dragon Balls to revive those on Earth who were killed by Majin Bu. And in this case, it seems that there is no effect to revive Vegeta and Son Goku. Yang, thank you for your reminder this time. If you hadn't reminded me, I might not have realized that my breath has become so disordered. After stabilizing his breath, Gajita looked at Yang with gratitude. There is nothing to thank me for, because I have my purpose for doing this. Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. And at this moment, the pink flesh of Majin Bu behind Gajita not far away suddenly grew larger and covered Gajita. Damn! Is this Majin Bu's aura? Could it be that this guy? Before Gajita could finish his words, his body was immediately wrapped tightly by Majin Bu. Gajita was not given any chance to react, and it was too late to break free at this time. Because the pink flesh that tightly wrapped his body was gradually absorbing his energy. What? Majin Bu's chi, what on earth are you doing, old son? Pico, who flew to Yang's side, was stunned after seeing this scene, because he never expected it to turn out like this. Originally, he thought that Majin Bu's aura had disappeared, and he must have been killed by Son Goku and others, but he didn't expect that Majin Bu was not only not killed by Son Goku and others, but now he suddenly appeared and wrapped up Son Goku's body. And at this moment, the aura on Gajita's body was gradually getting smaller. In the end, it disappeared completely. This. Goku. Vegeta. Seeing that the pink flesh in front of him was gradually turning into the appearance of Majin Bu, Piccolo was so frightened that he sweated coldly and took 2 steps back involuntarily. How? How could this be possible? Majin Bu's aura had obviously disappeared before. Even if he was not completely eliminated by Goku and others, his aura would not have become stronger because of this. Pico was almost doubting his life. It was fine that Sun Wukong and Vegeta did not kill Majin Bu, but now the powerful aura released by Majin Bu was more than twice as powerful as before. What was going on? He. Such a powerful force. Is this the power of the guy I just absorbed? I didn't expect it to be so powerful. If that guy used such a powerful force when fighting with me, I would have no chance to absorb him at all. But now everything is too late. Majin Bu looked at his body, and then a smug smile appeared on his face. Pointed at Yang and Piccolo. Raised his chin, said proudly, now no matter you or even everyone on the earth can escape from my palm, I will turn you all into food and eat you, and then destroy this planet. It is obvious that after absorbing Gajita, Big Bu not only inherited Gajita's powerful strength, but also inherited Gajita's arrogant momentum. Every move on his body is exactly the same as Vegeta's Wave King. It's over. Even Goku and Vegeta have failed. There is really no hope for the Earth. After feeling the power of Majin Bu, Piccolo lowered his head and gave up resistance. And his eyes seemed to have seen his next result and the result of the Earth, so the whole person seemed to be welcoming the judgment of fate. Hey! How can you be so confident about your absorption? Didn't you see that I didn't use my full strength when fighting with the guy you absorbed just now? Or do you think that your strength will surpass mine after absorbing that guy? Faced with the arrogant Gajita Bu, Yang just shook his head. Although the aura released by Gajita Bu at this moment is no longer comparable to that of the previous Big Bu, Yang still did not take it to heart. Tisk. Playing tricks, I will know whether I can agree to give it a try. At this moment, Majin Bu no longer has the ability to think calmly as before, but has inherited Vegeta's impulsiveness. After blasting out his aura, he rushed directly towards Yang. Let me let you try this trick too. After saying that, Gajita Bu put his hands on his waist and formed a calyx shape. It is obvious that Majin Bu is preparing to use Kamehameha. Kamehameha Kamehameha Kamehameha. After a roar, the energy needed for Kamehameha in Majin Buu's palm was gathered. It's Kamehameha, he actually has the ability of Old Sun. At this time, Piccolo came to his senses. Kamehameha? It's a piece of cake. Then let me show you my compressed energy bomb. Looking at the Kamehameha coming towards him, Yang not only had no worries, but also showed a satisfied smile at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that he was waiting for this opportunity. P.S. Please support. Please support. Readers who have flowers and evaluation tickets can give some of them. These are free and will be cleared the next day. These are more important during the new book period. Thank you all. 056, Waste. Now let you see what a Super Saiyan is. Compressed Energy Bomb. Accompanied by a roar, Yang immediately raised his arms behind him and a purple energy ball quickly gathered in Yang's hands. Watching the purple energy ball slowly grow bigger, just when everyone thought it was about to explode out of control. The purple energy ball suddenly became the size of a pebble, and then it grew bigger and smaller again, bigger and smaller, and kept repeating. And the speed was faster and faster. For a while, both Gogeta Buu and Piccolo were collectively frozen in place. Thinking that neither of them had figured out what was going on. Time is too tight. Can it only be compressed to the 15th power? But it doesn't matter. Even the 15th power is enough. Yang's fingertips trembled lightly, and then the pebble-sized compressed energy bomb collided directly with the Kamehameha wave shot by Gogeta Buu. Boom boom boom. All kinds of explosions spread at once. The whole earth shook violently as if it was hit by a comet. The sky suddenly turned from day to night, and the sky was covered with dark clouds, and lightning struck one after another. This time, the earth was like hell on earth for more than 10 minutes. When all this was over, a huge deep pit appeared directly on the ground. The size of the deep pit was about 3 times that of Vegeta's self-exposure to attack Majin Buu. So it can be seen how terrifying the power of Yang's casual attack was. Such a powerful force, even if Goku used all the creatures on the earth to create the spirit bomb, it might not be able to do this. Yang. How did Yang do it? Looking at the huge depth in front of him, Piccolo seemed to have seen something unbelievable. His neck leaned forward and the cold sweat on his forehead flowed down his cheeks to his chin. The body trembled slightly. Don't be so excited. If it weren't for the lack of time just now, the power of my compressed energy bomb could be even stronger. Looking at the shocked Piccolo, Yang just shook his head and said. What? It can be even stronger. What about Majin Buu? After hearing Yang's words, Piccolo was a little shocked, but he still asked Yang tentatively. After all, the price they paid to destroy Majin Buu was simply too high, and now even Vegeta and Son Goku were absorbed by Majin Buu. Of course, if Majin Buu can be defeated successfully, all of this can be resurrected with the Dragon Balls. So Piccolo now wants to see one thing happen, that is, the death of Majin Buu. If it was the previous Majin Buu, he might not even have a hair left, but now that Majin Buu has absorbed the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta, this power is not enough to kill him completely. Yang's eyes became serious as he spoke. Because he has already felt the aura of Majin Buu. Although the attack just now gave Majin Buu a warning, it did not cause much damage to Majin Buu, and even the aura emitted from the opponent did not weaken at all. Hehe. You can use such a powerful attack. To be honest, I thought I was going to die just now, but I didn't expect that I survived. And the attack just now didn't hurt me at all. After absorbing that guy, my body's recovery ability has become much stronger than before. I'm really looking forward to whether my strength will become stronger if I absorb you as a part of my body. And with your ability, it seems to be easier to destroy the planet. Majin Buu licked his lips and looked at Yang like a single prey. How powerful was the attack just now? It still didn't kill Majin Buu. Seeing Majin Buu appear in front of the two people as if nothing had happened, Piccolo swallowed his saliva and consciously retreated behind Yang. At present, it is estimated that Yang is the only one in the universe who can defeat Majin Buu, so hiding behind Yang is relatively safest. If you want to absorb me, it depends on whether you have the strength. But I don't think you have the strength at all. After all, I only saw that your body is more resistant than before. As for other places, I don't feel that you are any different. Facing Majin Buu's words, Yang started to mock. Damn it! You dare to look down on me, then I'll let you see. Take a look at my strength. After saying that, Majin Buu put his hands on his chest and exerted force gently. Haa! After a roar, golden flames gushed out of his whole body. It is not difficult to see that Majin Buu has learned to use the power of Gogeta's Super Saiyan at this moment. Super Saiyan's Chi. This guy is using the power of Goku and others. After seeing that Majin Buu had turned into a Super Saiyan, Piccolo's face showed a shocked expression. It's just a show, you didn't use their power to its fullest. Looking at the changes in Gogeta Buu's body, Yang shook his head. Obviously, Yang was not very satisfied with Gogeta Buu's performance. Tisk! Just bragging. Gogeta Buu snorted coldly, and then rushed towards Yang. Now let you see if my strength is just a show. As he spoke, Majin Buu's heavy punch hit Yang's body fiercely. Seeing that Yang did not dodge, Gogeta Buu thought that the other party was shocked by his speed, and a smile appeared on his mouth. However, at this moment, Yang suddenly kicked Gogeta Buu's chin. Waste! Now I'll show you what a real Super Saiyan is. P.S. Please support. Please support. Readers who have flowers and evaluation tickets can give some. These are free and will be cleared the next day. These are more important during the new book period. Thank you. 057, Super 4 All Attack Rate. Shocked. Now I'll show you what a real Super Saiyan is. Yang's mouth suddenly raised a smile. After a roar, golden flames suddenly gushed out around Yang, and these golden flames were accompanied by powerful lightning. Aha! Then, a roar like a beast came out of Yang's mouth. At that moment, the ground cracked, and a powerful light shot out from Yang's body and broke through the sky. Crackle! Then the blue snake-like lightning visible to the naked eye swirled around Yang's body. At this time, Yang's muscles also became much bigger. Even Piccolo, who was not far from Yang, showed a look of horror after seeing this scene. This? Super Saiyan? Why is his hair not golden, and the aura he exudes is completely different from that of Lao Sun and the others? Who is he? Who is he? At this moment, Gogeta Buu stood in the distance and looked at Yang's current appearance, and there was a wave of shock in his heart. So strong! Is this the end of the world? For a moment, not only Piccolo and Majin Buu were shocked by the powerful momentum that erupted from Yang, but even the people in the distant Temple of Heaven were terrified. What on earth happened? Goku and the others' energy completely disappeared, and now what is the matter with this sudden burst of powerful energy? Krillin looked at the strange phenomena around him, which looked like the end of the world, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. When Goku and the others' aura disappeared and Majin Buu's aura reappeared, he knew that something bad must have happened. And now this sudden powerful force must have been caused by Yang. Yang! Is your strength really that terrifying? Who are you? What will the future of the Earth look like? Although he wanted to find out, Krillin never took that step, because he knew that even if he went there, he would not be able to help. This level of battle was no longer something he could intervene in. Looking at the changes in the world caused by the energy he burst out of his body, Yang's mouth showed a satisfied smile. Although Super Saiyan 4 looks very ordinary and does not have a strong momentum, just like a normal Saiyan, if the powerful aura in his body is really burst out, the momentum is not weaker than the transformation of the Super Saiyan. Majin Buu, are you ready? Ye Yang looked at the other party with sharp eyes. Bang! When they looked at each other, Gajatabu's body was suppressed and he knelt on one knee. Then his forehead was covered with sweat and he was panting. Damn! Is this the real strength of that guy? How could there be someone stronger than me, Majin Bu? Gajatabu raised his head and looked at Ye Yang, but when he wanted to stand up and distance himself from Ye Yang, he found that he couldn't do it at all. Swish! Without waiting for Majin Bu to move, Ye Yang's body flashed and he was in front of Gajatabu. Then he kicked Majin Bu in the face. Bang! For a moment, Majin Bu's body was blown away like a cannonball, dragging a white stream of light. Then Ye Yang's body flashed again and appeared behind Majin Bu. He punched Majin Bu again, and then intercepted Majin Bu's flying body and attacked Qi. He didn't give Majin Bu any chance to resist. Majin Bu was kicked like a ball by Ye Yang for more than 10 minutes before he was blasted into pieces by Ye Yang's Qigong bomb. What a powerful force! Is this Ye Yang's true strength? It's not the power we can imagine. The earth should be saved now. Seeing that Majin Bu had no power to fight back in Ye Yang's hands, Piccolo collapsed on the ground excitedly, and then looked at Ye Yang in the distance with excitement. He he he. No matter how strong you are, you can't hit me. After absorbing that guy, my strength has become so strong that even if this planet is destroyed, I won't die. A strange laugh came out from the half-digit, and Majin Bu's body slowly gathered together. In the end, it turned back to its original appearance, as if Ye Yang's attack did not cause any damage to him at all. What? Even so, there is no way to destroy Majin Bu. Seeing that Majin Bu actually appeared again intact, Piccolo doubted his life even more. Is it really like what that guy said, that even if the whole earth is destroyed, there is no way to destroy him? How can you be so confident that I can't do anything to you? Facing the restored Majin Bu, Ye Yang did not show any shock, but smiled faintly as if everything was under his control. That's right, and I really like your strength. Hehe, even if your strength is strong, it will eventually run out. When your strength is exhausted, I will absorb you into my body like I absorbed this guy. P.S. Please support. Please support. Readers who have flowers and evaluation tickets can give some. These are free and will be cleared the next day. These are more important during the new book period. Thank you everyone. 058:80 Compressed energy bombs. Gajatabu panicked. No matter how you attack me, it will have no effect, and when your power is exhausted, I will absorb you into my body just like I absorbed this guy before. Gajatabu shouted confidently. Damn guy! Ye Yang, you must retain your strength next time, otherwise when your power is really exhausted, you may really be absorbed by this bastard like Gaku and the others. Hearing this, Piccolo was even more excited to protect Ye Yang behind him. Ye Yang can now be said to be the only hope of the earth. If even Ye Yang is absorbed by Majin Bu, then their earth will really have no hope at all. So Piccolo has to protect Ye Yang from being absorbed by Majin Bu even if he risks his own life. Are you really sure that my attack has no effect on you? And you, Piccolo, I'm not panicking, why are you so nervous? If you don't want to die, just stay away. Ye Yang grabbed Piccolo's arm that was blocking him and threw it behind him. If it weren't for his disguised help to Majin Bu, could he successfully absorb Gajata? And all this was within Ye Yang's plan, so how could Ye Yang not be able to deal with Majin Bu? No matter how strong Majin Bu's body's recovery ability becomes after absorbing Gajata, Ye Yang's compressed energy bomb can also blow it to pieces. You should know that the compressed energy used by Ye Yang before was only compressed to the 15th power, and its power can only be regarded as average. If Ye Yang wants, he can do it to the 50th power or even the 100th power. Ye Yang, do you really have a way to deal with Majin Bu? Pico, who was thrown out by Ye Yang, asked nervously. You should know that except Ye Yang, no one is a match for Majin Bu. If even Ye Yang is not confident enough, then there is really no hope. So when Piccolo saw Ye Yang's confidence, a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. I still say that if you want to die, don't move here. I promise that another attack will raise this generation to the ground. As for Majin Buu, just open your eyes and watch carefully. Ye Yang said calmly. Swish! At this time, Ye Yang's right hand erupted with a golden flame, and the golden flame slowly formed a solid on Ye Yang's arm. It looked like the lightsaber used by Zamasu. But it is not difficult to see that the lightsaber used by Ye Yang was formed entirely by the golden flame on the body of the Super Saiyan, and his power is naturally needless to say. At least the lightsaber formed by the golden flames on Super Saiyan 4 is definitely not as powerful as Zamasu. This is the first time I have seen such a move. Does Ye Yang want to use this to destroy Majin Buu? Although Piccolo had doubts about Ye Yang's words, he could tell from his serious expression that he was not lying. Finally, Piccolo obeyed Ye Yang's warning and flew out to a farther place to watch all this. Then at this moment, Ye Yang's body suddenly flashed and disappeared from the spot, and the next second his body came to Majin Buu. Swish! The lightsaber on his arm swung out quickly, directly cutting Majin Buu's body into 2 pieces. Ah! It's useless. No matter how you attack, you can't hurt me. Don't waste your energy. In the end, your power will be absorbed by me. Even though Majin Buu was cut into 2 pieces by Ye Yang, he didn't worry at all. Instead, he suddenly laughed out loud. Then his body quickly returned to its original appearance. What do you think? I've said that your attack is useless to me. After restoring his body to its original state, Majin Buu said with a smug look on his face. Oh! Do you really think so? Then just watch carefully. Even though Ye Yang saw that Majin Buu's severed body was restored to its original state at a very fast speed, he did not worry at all. He raised his eyebrows slightly, and then the lightsaber on his arm danced again. This time, Ye Yang's speed was even faster. He did not give Majin Buu any chance to recover his body. In an instant, he had chopped Majin Buu's body into countless small particles. Then he stretched out his arm and fired an energy bomb to blast those small particles into smoke and dust. But Ye Yang knew that even in this way, it was impossible to kill Majin Buu, and Ye Yang's purpose of doing this was not to kill Majin Buu, because Ye Yang's purpose was to buy time for himself to compress the energy bomb. After Ye Yang completed this series of things, he quickly flew to a distance, and then stretched out his 2 arms to quickly compress the energy bomb in the center of his right hand. This time, Ye Yang compressed the energy bomb even faster. In a blink of an eye, an energy bomb as big as a hot air balloon turned directly into the size of an egg, and then turned into the size of a hot air balloon again and then into the size of an egg again. Then it repeated for 80 times before stopping. What a powerful energy! How did he do it? It's like the energy ball that defeated Majin Buu. Although it looks small, the energy contained in it is countless times more than the strongest magic light cannon I can release. What kind of person is Ye Yang? Pico, who had been hiding far away at this moment, still showed an extremely shocked expression after seeing this scene. Because the basketball-sized energy bomb in Ye Yang's hand was simply too terrifying. At this time, Majin Buu's body had gradually changed from pink gas back to his original appearance. Hee. Didn't expect that even such an attack couldn't kill me. What? Such a powerful energy. What on earth is that? Originally, after Majin Buu recovered his body, he was still proud, but when he noticed the basketball-sized energy bomb in Ye Yang's hand, he was stunned. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Although his body has a strong recovery ability, Majin Buu is a little afraid when he sees the energy bomb that can destroy the world. Because he can feel the breath of death from Ye Yang. Damn it, I must find a way to stop this guy. P.S. Please support. Please support. Readers who have flowers and evaluation tickets can give some. These are free and will be cleared the next day. These are more important during the new book period. Thank you. 059, Explosion. The earth is like purgatory. Damn it, I must find a way to stop this bastard. If I let his attack fall on me, I don't know what will happen. Gajita Bu looked at the energy bomb in Ye Yang's hand and realized the seriousness of the matter. Die for me. Look at my strongest attack. Immediately, with a roar from Gajita Bu, a powerful pink energy ball gathered in front of him. Hehe, although you are very strong, I wonder if this planet will be destroyed by me. A smug smile appeared on Gajita Bu's face. Super shattering bomb? It was the ability used by Kid Bu when he destroyed the Earth. But unfortunately, you can't do anything in front of my compressed energy bomb after 80 times. Looking at Gajita Bu who had chosen to fight to the death, Ye Yang's face did not show any panic, but a face full of contempt. Go. Then Ye Yang shook his arm gently, and the compressed energy bomb that had been compressed 80 times was directly blasted towards Majin Bu's body. What? So fast? Majin Bu, who originally wanted to destroy the Earth with the super shattering bomb, looked at the powerful energy bomb coming towards him, and had to give up the plan to destroy the Earth at this time and use the super shattering bomb in his hand to meet the compressed energy bomb released by Ye Yang. Because he had a feeling that if this energy bomb hit him, even if he survived, he would not be able to survive. Boom boom boom. After the compressed energy bomb and Majin Bu's super destruction bomb collided, the entire Earth suddenly shook violently. But after a few seconds, there was no reaction, as if Ye Yang's attack was successfully intercepted by Majin Bu's super destruction bomb. Haha! How powerful is your momentum? How powerful is your attack? It seems that I am too nervous. When Majin Bu saw that he successfully intercepted Ye Yang's energy bomb, he laughed excitedly. What? How could this happen? No matter how powerful Ye Yang's attack is, he was intercepted by Majin Bu. Is there really no hope for the Earth? After seeing this scene, Piccolo also collapsed to the ground. Even if the powerful attack can't destroy Majin Bu, he can't think of any other way to deal with Majin Bu. Haha! You are too impatient, Majin Bu. How can you be sure that you have successfully intercepted my attack? Facing the scene in front of him, Ye Yang was not panicked at all, but a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that all this was within his expectations. Tisk! What are you talking about? I've already blocked your strongest attack. I don't believe you can do anything else. Could it be? Just when Majin Bu thought he had successfully blocked Ye Yang's attack, an energy bomb instantly penetrated his super shattering bomb and attacked his body. Boom! Boom! Just when the compressed energy bomb touched Majin Bu's body, a powerful explosion sounded throughout the earth, and then the ground cracked, causing magma to spurt out. At this moment, the earth was like hell on earth. And such an explosion lasted for half an hour before it finally stopped. Although it stopped, the earth was basically destroyed, and a terrifying deep pit appeared on the ground. It was even more terrible than the pit left by the meteorite hitting the earth. Is this the real power of Ye Yang's attack just now? Such a powerful energy. Who is Ye Yang? Piccolo looked at the terrifying deep pit in the distance, and then looked at the mysterious man who was wrapped in golden flames and stood on the sky. His view of Ye Yang was like that of a real god. Even the Kai King god at that time had never given him such a strong sense of oppression. I have done what I should do. As for the aftermath, there should be no problem leaving it to you. As for the earth, I still like it here. I hope you can restore everything here to its original state as soon as possible. At this time, Ye Yang suddenly appeared beside Piccolo, stretched out his arm and patted Piccolo's shoulder gently and said, This is of course no problem. Lord Ye Yang, don't worry about these things. Leave them to us. I will definitely restore the earth to its original state in the shortest time. Piccolo lowered his head, and didn't even dare to look at Ye Yang's eyes. The oppression of this godlike man was too strong. Swoosh! At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared not far away. Fug! Lord Kai! Didn't you say this is the earth? This is not the earth, this is clearly hell. P.S. Please support. Please support. Readers who have flowers and evaluation tickets can give some of them. These are free and will be cleared the next day. These are more important during the new book period. Thank you. 060, Majin Bu was destroyed. Excited King Kai Shin. Fug! Lord Kai, didn't you say this is the earth? This is not the earth, this is clearly hell. Sun Gohan looked around at the hell-like scene, and then he set his eyes on King Kai Shin with a shocked face. How could this happen? This is clearly earth. I learned the same teleportation from my ancestors as Jepitel. There is no way I could be wrong. At this moment, King Kai Shin was also looking at everything around him in shock. King Kai Shin had originally thought that Sun Gohan would be able to defeat Majin Bu after receiving the awakening ceremony of the old King Kai, so he learned the ability of teleportation in order to come to Earth more conveniently for Sun Gohan to destroy Majin Bu. I never thought that in such a short time, the Earth had been destroyed by Majin Bu and turned into a hell. Although he was unwilling to believe that this was Earth, his intuition told him that this was Earth. What is that? Gohan! Hey! Gohan! Originally, Piccolo was about to leave to look for the Dragon Balls, but when he saw Son Gohan suddenly appear, he shouted excitedly. Although Goku and Vegeta are both dead now, as long as Son Gohan is still alive, it's fine. Junyang Sanchi 172-9199. God fan. Hehe, his strength is really good. It seems that Son Gohan should have unlocked the seal of the King of the Kai sword and released the old King of the Kai. 0. Looking at the King of the Kais, Axon, and the God of the Kais in the distance, Ye Yang stopped. 5. There is actually someone alive. Is that person Majin Bu? Kai King Goddessin, looking at the figures of Piccolo and Ye Yang in the distance, immediately hid behind Son Gohan excitedly. After all, the earth has become like this, and there must be no one else who can survive except Majin Bu. What are you talking about, Lord Kaishin? That seems to be Uncle Piccolo's aura. Is this really the earth? Then everything here, damn Majin Bu, I will not let you go this time. After confirming that the place under his feet is the earth, Son Gohan's heart suddenly burned. I didn't expect that the earth would become like this after he left. I guess the humans on the earth should have been killed almost. Son Gohan thought of the innocent humans killed by Majin Bu. For a moment, the powerful power of the whole person was released without reservation. Although there was no golden flame wrapped around Son Gohan, it can be seen from the momentum alone that the aura released by Son Gohan at this moment has completely surpassed the Super Saiyan 3 Son Goku. Such a powerful energy! How powerful has Gohan become? When Piccolo saw that Gohan was fine, he wanted to rush over and tell Gohan what happened here, but after feeling the powerful energy released by Son Gohan, Piccolo finally stopped. At this moment, the angry Son Gohan instantly flew in front of Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo! Here! What happened on Earth? Where did Dad and the others and Majin Bu go? While talking, Son Gohan did not suppress his inner roar at all, and veins could be seen throbbing on his forehead. Gohan! You calm down first. Majin Bu has been destroyed. Feeling the powerful aura released by Son Gohan for a moment, even Piccolo couldn't help but take 2 steps back. What? You said Majin Bu has been destroyed? How can you say that he was defeated by Mr. Goku? Hearing this, King Kai Shin, who was hiding aside because he was worried about Majin Bu, flew to Piccolo's place excitedly after hearing that Majin Bu had been destroyed. Why don't you believe it? Then try to see if you can sense Majin Bu's aura now. Ye Yang looked at King Kai Shin, who looked unbelievable, and sneered. King Kai-shin heard this and closed his eyes slightly, trying to use his divine power to search for Majin Buu's aura in the entire universe. After about a few minutes, King Kai suddenly opened his eyes, and then he jumped up excitedly. Great! Sure enough, Majin Buu's aura has completely disappeared. Majin Buu has been completely destroyed this time. There is no need to worry about Majin Buu threatening the safety of the entire universe. King Kai shouted excitedly. Son Gohan was originally angry, but after seeing the reaction of King Kai, he couldn't get angry at all. Uncle Piccolo. What happened? Who destroyed Majin Buu? P.S. Please support. Please support. Readers who have flowers and evaluation tickets can give some. These are free and will be cleared the next day. These are more important during the new book period. Thank you. 061, I have something to do with the old King Kai. Uncle Piccolo, what happened? Who destroyed Majin Buu? How did the earth become like this now? After taking back his breath, Son Gohan set his sights on Piccolo. Because he knew that the only person who could tell him the truth was probably Piccolo. Because of his anger, Son Gohan ignored Yang beside Piccolo. Although he knew that Yang was very strong, it was obviously unlikely to be compared with Majin Buu. All this. Piccolo's face was a little ugly when facing Son Gohan's question, because he didn't know whether to tell Gohan that all this was caused by Yang. But seeing that Yang didn't seem to show any objection, Piccolo finally told Son Gohan all this. What? Dad and Uncle Vegeta were absorbed by Majin Buu, and Majin Buu was actually destroyed by classmate Yang. Son Gohan's face changed drastically after hearing Piccolo's words. Although he knew that Yang was very strong, so strong that even he was not his opponent before, Son Gohan never thought that Yang's strength could be so strong that he could completely destroy Majin Buu. It wasn't Mr. Goku, but... Hearing this, King Kaiasen also set his sights on Yang. Although he had felt that Yang was different from ordinary people before. But he didn't care too much, because he was shocked by the power released by Son Goku and others after they became Super Saiyans. But he never thought that Son Goku was not the strongest, and the strongest people were always by their side. Hee. Gohan classmate, don't look at me like this. If I didn't do this, Majin Buu would definitely kill more innocent humans. Look, seeing the extremely shocked expressions of Son Gohan and King Kai, Yang said with a smile. Of course, if we leave Majin Buu alone, more people on Earth will be sacrificed. I just didn't expect that classmate Yang was so strong. Even Majin Buu, who even my father couldn't deal with, was destroyed by you. I thought that our strengths were similar, but I didn't expect that you were so much stronger than me. Sure enough, I was too relaxed in my training over the years. Speaking of this, Son Gohan shook his head with a bitter look on his face. If he had insisted on practicing every day to improve his strength after killing Cell, he might have been able to stop Majin Buu, and everything the region is suffering now might be different. Groob. His father Son Goku would not be killed by Majin Buu again just after resurrection. Okay, Gohan, you don't have to blame yourself too much. Although Goku and the others are dead, as long as there are Dragon Balls, they can still come back to life, so don't worry anymore. 5. Piccolo looked at Son Gohan's self-blaming face and immediately comforted him. No. Uncle Piccolo, if I practiced well after defeating Cell, I would definitely be able to defeat Majin Buu now. 9. From this incident, Son Gohan also understood that only strength is the most important. If his strength is not enough, then the lovers around him will still fall in front of him one by one when he encounters a powerful enemy next time. Mr. Yang, may I ask, who are you? According to my records, you should not belong to the earth, right? 4. Although Kaishin was a little afraid of Yang's tyrannical strength, when he thought of Son Gohan who could protect him, he finally spoke out his doubts. After all, the Yang in front of him is a strong man who can easily defeat Majin Buu. 4. If it is a good scion like Sun Gohan, it is fine, but if it is a guy who threatens the universe like Majin Buu, then King Kai Shin will have to think carefully about how to deal with Ye Yang. Hehe. King Kai. I know what you want to ask. I know you very well, so there is no need to beat around the bush in front of me. I will answer your question, but I also have my conditions in return. Looking at King Kai Shin, who was looking at him solemnly, Ye Yang spoke. The other party must have used the same teleportation as Jebit to reach the earth in such a short time, and Ye Yang had long been tempted by Jebit's teleportation that can be transferred to a designated location at will, and now is naturally an opportunity. Conditions. Hearing this, King Kai Shin suddenly became a little nervous, fearing that the other party would put forward some excessive conditions. However, thinking that the other party knew him so well, King Kai Shin finally asked Ye Yang tentatively what the conditions were. What conditions? As long as it's not a bad thing, I will naturally not refuse. I can answer your doubts, but I need you to take me to the King Kai realm to teach me the ability of teleportation. In addition, I have something to do with the old King Kai. P.S. I don't know if anyone is still reading this. If so, I hope you can support the author. You can leave a message and read it. Please. I hope to get everyone's support. In addition, flowers and evaluation tickets will be refreshed every day. If you still have some left, I hope you can vote. Thank you. 062, Ye Yang's target is Bardos. I can answer your doubts, but I need you to take me to the King Kai realm to teach me the ability of teleportation. In addition, I have something to do with the old King Kai. Ye Yang looked at King Kai Shin and said lightly. Although it is very convenient to fly using the sky dance technique, it would be a waste of time if you encounter some places that are far away. Ye Yang has had ideas about teleportation for a long time, and now is the right opportunity. So Ye Yang will not miss this opportunity. Besides, he does have something to do with going to the King of the Gods realm to find the old King of the Gods. First, the old King of the Gods can help him develop his potential, and second, only by going to the King of the Gods realm can he slowly cultivate the power of God. In addition, Ye Yang has a hunch that although Beerus will need half a year to wake up, Xiangpa should have been collecting Super Dragon Balls in the 7th universe by now. If this time is broken, he may be able to see another goddess Bardos in the Dragon Ball universe, but if he encounters Xiangpa, Ye Yang cannot guarantee that he will definitely be Xiangpa's opponent. So now Ye Yang must make plans early. After all, although Ye Yang's current strength can easily destroy Majin Buu. But if he faces the god of destruction, even the weakest god of destruction Xiangpa may not be his opponent. Therefore, Ye Yang needs to improve his strength again in the next 6 months, because he doesn't want to be crushed like Sun Wukong in the original story when Beerus comes to Earth. Instead, he hopes that he can impress Beerus and even Whis with his absolute strength. In this way, Ye Yang will be better off in the next 6 months. Good grasp. However, fortunately, Ye Yang will be able to collect Dragon Balls in half a month, and he can use Dragon Balls to gain strength at that time. Hint: the Dragon Balls collected by the protagonist are independent, and will not be affected by others using Dragon Balls to make wishes. How did you know about the ancestors? Kaishin Axon was already very shocked by Ye Yang's powerful strength, but he didn't expect that the other party even knew about their ancestors. You know, their ancestors were just released from the Kaishin sword by Son Gohan. What? Who is Ye Yang, even Kaishin? When Piccolo saw Kaishin showing such a shocked expression, cold sweat also broke out on his forehead. Is Ye Yang's identity really so mysterious? Gohan. Seeing Gohan wanted to say something, Piccolo directly hugged Son Gohan to the side and stopped Son Gohan from speaking. Although he knew that Sun Wukong had become much stronger, Piccolo also knew that even if it was so, he would never be Ye Yang Guo's opponent. After all, Ye Yang was the one who destroyed Majin Buu with one move. And it is not difficult to see from Ye Yang's extremely shocked expression that the other party may not have used his full strength yet. For a person with such terrifying strength, Piccolo naturally did not want to offend him. He also did not want to see the earth fall into crisis again just after it was safe. Kai Wangshen, I told you not to be shocked. I know everything about you, and naturally I know about the old Kai Wangshen. Ye Yang glanced at Kai Wangshen Axon. Then his tone became cold. Back up? Shu? Can I remind you that agreeing to my conditions will only benefit you and not harm you? You don't want us to become enemies, do you? Ye Yang said in a somewhat cold tone. Okay. I can promise to give you teleportation. As for whether the ancestor is willing to see you, I need to ask his opinion. After saying that, King Kaiasen urged the divine power in his body to contact the old King Kai who was far away in the King Kai realm. What should I do? Old ancestor, can you tell who Ye Yang is? King Kaiasen asked anxiously. No. He is too mysterious. I can't tell his strength, but he should have no ill intentions. Bring him here as he said. As for the rest of the matter, we can only take it one step at a time. We dare not be enemies with such a terrifying guy. The old King Kai sighed helplessly. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a thing just after his resurrection. Okay. Mr. Ye Yang, the ancestor agreed. But you also need to promise me not to hurt anyone, otherwise I won't take you to the King Kai realm. After seeing that his ancestor agreed to let Ye Yang enter the King Kai realm, the King Kai immediately spoke his final request. Don't worry, I have no interest in you. As for other people, as long as they don't come to offend me, I will naturally not attack anyone. Ye Yang glanced at King Kai coldly and said. If it wasn't because Ye Yang took too much time to go to King Kai, why would he waste time with King Kai, the cowardice? Okay, then I'll take you to see the ancestor now. P.S. I don't know if anyone is still reading this. If there is, I hope you can support the author and leave a message before reading. Please. I hope to get everyone's support. In addition, flowers and evaluation tickets will be refreshed every day. If you still have some left, I hope you can vote. Thank you. 0.063, can't become Super Saiyan 4? Because they are too weak. Although Son Gohan had many doubts at this moment, he couldn't do anything in the end because Piccolo stopped him. In the end, the two watched King Kai and Ye Yang disappear from their sight. Uncle Piccolo. Why are you stopping me? Since Ye Yang has destroyed Majin Buu, he shouldn't be a bad guy. After seeing Piccolo let him go, Son Gohan asked excitedly. Ye Yang did destroy Majin Buu, but I can feel that he didn't use his full strength when he destroyed Majin Buu. Which means how strong Ye Yang is. No one of us can see this. So since he won't be our enemy for the time being, we'd better not take the initiative to provoke him. As he spoke, Piccolo's face was gloomy. Although he also wanted to know more from Ye Yang, he had to put it aside because of the other party's strength. After all, he didn't want to anger the other party. If he really talked too much and made the other party unhappy, then anything terrible could happen. 2. Uncle Piccolo. Ye Yang. Is Ye Yang's strength really that terrifying? Son Gohan looked at Piccolo with some disbelief. You know, he has become much stronger after receiving the awakening ceremony of Old Kai. Even Son Gohan feels that his current strength has surpassed the combat power of Son Goku after he became Super Saiyan 3. And just when he came to Earth, he had released all his strength. I believe Piccolo would not fail to feel it. And although the other party knew that he was much stronger now, he was still afraid that he would offend Ye Yang. How strong is Ye Yang? Son Gohan couldn't imagine this. You are right, Gohan. Ye Yang is very strong, so strong that even you and Goku together are not his opponents. Forget it, since he is not an enemy, there is no need to worry. Let's collect the Dragon Balls as soon as possible and restore the Earth to its original state. Looking at Son Gohan's worried look, Piccolo said hurriedly again. Uncle Piccolo, you are right. No matter what, it is most important to use the Dragon Balls to revive the humans and Dad on the Earth first. Although Son Gohan still had many doubts in his heart at this moment, he could only restore the Earth to its original state before thinking about other things. On the other side, Yang and King Kai had successfully arrived at the King Kai realm. Yang! Mr. Yang, we have reached the Kaishan realm. Although he brought Yang to his hometown, King Kaishan still looked a little uneasy when he looked at Yang. After all, this guy can destroy Majin Buu, and he also knows so much about himself, so even if the other party promised not to hurt anyone, King Kai still dare not relax his vigilance. This is the Kaishan realm, it is indeed a very suitable place for cultivation. Yang looked at everything around him, then took a deep breath and found that this place is indeed more suitable for cultivation than the earth. Mr. Yang, if you are willing, I can give you the method of teleportation now. But can you tell me who you are, and why you know so many things? Seeing that Yang did not pay attention to him, King Kaishan asked again. Sure. Give me the method of teleportation first. For Yang, the ability of teleportation is quite useful, because with teleportation, Yang can freely travel between the earth and any place. Even if you want to go to Beerus's destruction god realm, it won't be a difficult thing. If you don't worry about being killed by Beerus. Okay. Then I'll teach you now. Seeing that Yang agreed so readily, King Kai became even more excited. Finally, he hurriedly handed the method of teleportation to Yang. Although it took a little time, Yang still easily learned the teleportation like Jebbit. You can move to any place freely. It's amazing, how quickly you learn teleportation, even I can't reach such a speed. King Kaiasan said excitedly after seeing how quickly Yang learned teleportation. Haha. It's just a small matter, don't compare me with you. Facing the shocked King Kaiasan, Yang just smiled slightly. After hearing Yang's mocking words, King Kaiasan was a little unhappy, but didn't say much. After all, the opponent's strength is much stronger than his. Mr. Yang, since you have learned teleportation now, shouldn't you fulfill your promise and tell me who you are? King Kai stared at Yang, hoping to get some useful information from him. Isn't it obvious? Yang frowned slightly, then raised his tail behind him. As you can see, I am a scion. Scion. How is this possible? Although you and Mr. Goku have many similarities. But you seem to have many differences except your tail, which is the same as the scion's. King Kai's eyes were on Yang's black and red hair. I thought every Super Saiyan has a common feature, that is, golden hair, but Yang is different. Haha. I understand what you want to ask, but their strength is not enough. When their strength is the same as mine, they will become the same as me. The premise is that they can reach my strength. Yang said with a sneer. What, you mean, is your current appearance also a kind of Super Saiyan transformation? Hearing this, King Kaishan became even more excited. Because what Yang said is not impossible. That's right. Their strength is too weak, so they can't become like me. But when their strength is strong enough, it is also possible to become Super Saiyan 4. P.S. New book is on the shelves. Please subscribe. Please, all the masters. Please subscribe. Please, please. 064. Develop potential. Master the power of God. They are too weak now, so they can't become Super Saiyan 4. Faced with King Kaishan's inquiry, Yang said lightly. After hearing what Yang said, King Kaishan was stunned. What did you say? Super Saiyan 4? Is it a more powerful transformation state than the Super Saiyan 3 that Mr. Goku transformed into before? How is this possible? Do Scions have no limits? Kai was panicked at this moment, because he felt that Ye Yang was not deceiving him. Okay, there is no need to waste time anymore. Take me to see the old Kai now. I still have something to find him for. Facing the shocked Kai, Ye Yang just said indifferently. For the useless Kai, Shin, Ye Yang was too lazy to waste time on him. Ye Yang even felt that there would be no more Kais as weak as Shin in the 12 universes. Not only does he not know anything, he is also a coward. If it weren't for him, Majin Bu would not have been resurrected so quickly in the original work. But Shin did not take Ye Yang to find the old Kai immediately, but fell into silence. In his heart, he used divine power to communicate with old Kai. What should I do, ancestor? Hey! There is no way. Bring him over here, let me deal with him. Old Kai said helplessly. I didn't expect that I would run into such a scary guy just after my resurrection. Okay, I know. Mr. Ye Yang, please follow me. King of the Four Kings, Shin, was worried that Ye Yang would do something bad to the Four Kings, but seeing that his ancestor had agreed, he had no choice but to take Ye Yang over. After a while, Ye Yang came to the place where old Kai was under the leadership of Shin. What a scary scion! I didn't expect that he could grow to such a level. Although old Kai glanced at Ye Yang, he still felt the strength of Ye Yang. Don't worry, I'm not a threat to you. I'm here for only one purpose. Old Kai has no use except to help him develop his potential, so Ye Yang doesn't plan to talk too much to old Kai and the others. After all, it's meaningless. What's the purpose? I'm an old man who doesn't know how old I am. There shouldn't be anything I can do to help you. After saying that, old Kai tapped his waist lightly. Use your mysterious ritual to stimulate the potential in my body. After saying that, Ye Yang smiled at old Kai. Ancestor, you still have such ability. After hearing Ye Yang's words, Kai-san said with an unbelievable look on his face. Old Kai wanted to fool around, but when he heard that the other party seemed to know everything, he exhaled helplessly. Okay, follow me. Old Kai had guessed the other party's purpose of coming to him on purpose. However, what he didn't expect was that this ability to develop other people's potential had never been told to anyone, and how did this mysterious scion know about it? However, due to the opponent's strong strength, the old Kai finally agreed to the other party directly. After all, the other party had eliminated Majin Bu and helped the universe solve a major crisis. Old ancestor, do you really know this method? Then can you also stimulate the potential in my body? At this moment, the Kai King Shin followed behind the old Kai King like a follower. After all, the other party was the Kai King 15 generations ago, and it shouldn't be strange that he had some magical abilities. Using this ability consumes a lot of divine power and physical strength. And even if the potential in your body is stimulated, your strength is not that strong. The old Kai King looked at the Kai King Shin and hit him without hesitation. Okay. Although he knew that he was weak, King Kai Shin was still a little disappointed after hearing his ancestor say such words. Then the old King Kai chose a place and let Ye Yang sit in it. He began to walk around Ye Yang with a very strange pace. This way made Ye Yang almost unbearable, but in order to improve his strength again, Ye Yang finally chose to endure. Because during the awakening ceremony, Ye Yang actually felt a trace of divine power. Even a little divine power can make his body undergo huge changes. Mysterious Gohan must have been born in this way. After a long time, when the old King Kai stopped walking, Ye Yang walked out of the encirclement of the ceremony in the fastest way. Boom! The powerful aura emitted by the body made the old King Kai and King Kai Shin sit on the ground in fear. What a powerful force! I feel his aura is even stronger than before. Kaishin Axon looked at Ye Yang not far away with a look of shock. On the other hand, although the old Kaishin was also frightened and sat on the ground, he was even more shocked when he saw Ye Yang who had successfully stimulated his potential. Of course, my ability is quite powerful. Old Is he just a scion? Can scions really be so powerful? After seeing Ye Yang flying away, King Kaiasan slowly walked to the side of the old King Kai and asked carefully. Well, from the breath on his body, he is indeed a scion, but I feel endless potential in him, even I can only develop a small part. The old King Kai glanced at Asan and said, in short, the future of this scion named Ye Yang is limitless, so we must not be his enemy. The old King Kai said with a gloomy face. He himself has fully developed the potential of Gohan. This is the first time that the old King Kai has encountered such a thing, so the old King Kai looked at Ye Yang's figure with a solemn face. Because he also felt that the scion in front of him was definitely not simple. Okay. Don't worry, old ancestor, I got it. Kaioshin Aksan was about to ask something in doubt, but when he saw his old ancestor's eyes were so solemn, he immediately stopped asking. It seems that he is leaving the Kaioshin realm, let's go and see him off, good job. The two flew towards Ye Yang's location. Kaioshin. Just when Ye Yang simply displayed his enhanced strength nearby and was about to leave the Kaioshin realm, he found that two Kaioshin were actually flying towards him. Old ancestor. Before landing, Kaioshin Aksan looked at Ye Yang beating the Kaioshin realm into this state and looked like he had seen a ghost. How powerful is his body to destroy the Kaioshin realm into what it is now in such a short time? Kaioshin Aksan came to the old Kaioshin and said slowly. I'm so sorry, I just stretched my muscles a little. Post. P.S. New book is on the shelves. Please subscribe. Update more. As for how many chapters to update, the readers have the final say. Leave a message with how many chapters to update, and the author will definitely do it. Please, all the great masters. Subscribe. Please, please. 065, there is a reason why you are afraid of the god of destruction. On a desolate planet, two figures appeared. If Ye Yang saw these two people, and if Ye Yang was not unfamiliar with these two people. A man and a woman, if you have to say, it should be a man and a cat. The woman wore a dark green suit and held a mysterious-looking staff in her hand. A high silver ponytail hung vertically at her waist. She had a graceful figure and perfect facial features, but her skin color was different from that of ordinary people. That is, her skin color was light blue. And the whole person exuded a noble temperament like 1,000-year-old ice. Next to him was a purple fat cat. These two people were the god of destruction of Universe 6, Xiongpa, and the angel of Universe 6, Bardos. The reason why they suddenly came to Universe 7 was nothing else but to find the Super Dragon Balls scattered in the two universes. Because Xiongpa and Beerus were always at odds with each other, they would not suddenly come to Universe 7 if there was nothing important. Such a powerful energy. I didn't expect that there was such a strong man in Universe 6. Feeling the huge energy reaction coming from not far away, Xiongpa said with a frown. Lord Xiongpa, that energy seems to come from the Kaioshin realm of Universe 7. Facing Xiongpa's doubts, Bardos smiled lightly and said very calmly. Tisk. It's actually the Kaioshin realm of Universe 7. Let's go Bardos and see what happened there. Could it be that the Kaioshin of Universe 7 has such a powerful strength? Xiongpa curled his lips, obviously feeling very unhappy about this matter. Because Xiongpa and Beerus were not on good terms, Xiongpa could not be happy when he saw that the king of the Kai on Beerus' side had the power that might surpass their king of the 6th universe. What's going on? Who is this person with this sudden aura? Ye Yang was originally practicing the power of God that he had just mastered in the King of the Kai realm, but he stopped immediately after feeling the powerful aura of God. Could it be that the god of destruction Beerus woke up early? But that shouldn't be right. According to the development trajectory in the original work, Beerus would have to sleep for at least 39 years. And it is absolutely impossible for him to wake up now. But if it wasn't, Beerus, then who else could release such a powerful aura of God? With a head full of doubts, Ya Yang found King of the Kaisan and Old King of the Kai. Hey! Don't you two feel a huge divine power approaching us? No, I don't feel anything. Kaioshan scratched his head in confusion and didn't understand what Ya Yang was saying. You are such a muggle. How come you can't even feel the huge divine aura? He is indeed the weakest Kaioshan. Ya Yang looked at Kaioshan and cast a contemptuous look at him again. He knew that Kaioshan was very weak, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even sense the powerful divine aura that was so close. Such a huge divine aura, there must be no one else except the god of destruction. The old Kaioshan looked at the distance with a serious face. Although he couldn't be sure whether the huge divine aura in the distance was from Beerus, he was sure that it was definitely a divine aura that could only be emitted by a god of destruction. Is it the god of destruction? Xiongpa, Bardos, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Hearing this, Ya Yang couldn't help but clench his fists together. Kaioshan, I remember you should have a crystal ball that can observe any corner of the universe. At this time, Ya Yang also thought of the original work, where King Kai and his companions often used the crystal ball to observe the earth and other interesting situations. Hurry up and take a look at who the owner of this divine breath is. We must also prepare in advance. Although Ya Yang was already 80% sure that the owner of the breath was Xiongpa, the god of destruction of the sixth universe, he still wanted to confirm it. Yes, if you use the crystal ball, you can see who the owner of the breath is. I'll go get it now. King of the Kai, Shin, nodded, and quickly took the crystal ball. Old King of the Kai used some magical ability to search for per thousand search, kun, times, degree 4, ju, 0, j, and a picture appeared in the crystal ball. Two figures, one fat and one thin, appeared in the picture. The owners of the two figures of Rena were the god of destruction of the sixth universe, Xiongpa, and the angel of the sixth universe, Bardos. When he saw the two, Ya Yang's face showed a look of surprise. It's Xiongpa, come quickly. I have long wanted to find a god of destruction to test my current strength. Looking at Xiongpa's gloomy smile, Ya Yang clenched his fists, and the fighting national race on his body, the blood of the subhumans, was boiling. Their faces were filled with the desire to fight. It's not Lord Beerus, it's the god of destruction of Universe 6, Xiongpa. It's over. The god of destruction Xiongpa is not a good guy. After seeing that the people in the crystal ball were actually the god of destruction of Universe 6, Xiongpa, and the angels of Universe 6, the old Kai walked around anxiously. Ancestor, who is this fat guy, why are you so worried? King Asan didn't know the existence of the god of destruction. After seeing that his ancestor was so afraid of the fat cat in the crystal ball, he said with a puzzled look. Stupid, that's the god of destruction. There are gods like us in this world who create planets and life, and the same there are also gods who destroy planets and lives, that is the god of destruction, and the god of destruction of our seventh universe is Lord Beerus, and the person in the crystal ball is Lord Xiongpa, the god of destruction of the sixth universe. And he is more difficult to deal with than Lord Beerus. Then destruction, is there any meaning for it? King Kai Shin obviously has not understood the horror of the god of destruction from the words of the old King Kai. I say, two Lords Kai, do you have to be so scared? That is only the god of destruction of the sixth universe. Besides, we are in our seventh universe now. Are you still worried about what he will do to you when he comes here? Although the status of the god of destruction is very different, each god of destruction is the supreme god standing at the top of each universe. But Xiongpa is only the god of destruction of the sixth universe after all, and he probably doesn't dare to do anything to the Kai of the seventh universe. The most important point is that the lives of the Kai and the god of destruction are connected. Once the Kai is killed, the god of destruction will die with him. So even if Xiongpa is given the opportunity to kill the Kai, he will never dare to kill the Kai. Mr. Ya Yang, what you said is indeed true, but you don't know the horror of the god of destruction at all, and Xiongpa, the god of destruction of the 6th universe, is even more arrogant than the Kai of our 7th universe. The old Kai is still nervous. Haha. You think horror should be the reason why you were sealed in the Kaishan sword by the god of destruction Beerus. 066, Amazing Bardos. Haha. You think horror should be the reason why you were sealed in the Kaishan sword by the god of destruction Beerus. Yang glanced at old Kai and said. In the original work, old Kai himself once said that he was sealed in the sword of King Kai by someone. However, it seems that the guy who can seal old Kai is no one else except Beerus, the god of destruction. What? How do you know this? That happened thousands of years ago. Hearing this, a look of horror appeared on old Kai's face. Although he knew that Yang was very mysterious, he didn't expect that he was so clear about the fact that he was sealed in the sword of King Kai by the god of destruction Beerus thousands of years ago. Old ancestor, could Mr. Yang be talking arbitrarily? The reason why you came out of the Kaishan sword, is because you were. Shut up! Before Kaishinasan finished speaking, the old Kaishan shouted loudly. Such humiliating things are no longer mentioned by the old Kaishan. Okay, Kaishan, since the old Kaishan doesn't want such things to be mentioned, you don't have to ask. And the most important thing right now is to deal with the upcoming 6th universe god of destruction Xiongpa, this is the most important thing. Seeing that Kaishan, this idiot, still wanted to ask at this time, Yang stopped him directly. Mr. Yang is right, and the 6th universe god of destruction Xiongpa is not a good god. That guy is more difficult than Lord Beerus and likes to make trouble for no reason. Although Xiongpa is a little difficult to deal with, this is in the 7th universe after all, so there is no need to worry. He dare not do anything out of line. Yang still had a smiling face. And don't I have me here? If Xiangpa really dares to do anything here, I will definitely not agree. Although Yang has not yet surpassed the power of the god of destruction, Yang feels that he can still fight Xiangpa. And Yang has long wanted to find a god of destruction to test his strength. Yang has neither a good impression nor a dislike for the god of destruction like Xiangpa. He simply knows that they are powerful and wants to use their powerful strength to test his own strength. After the normalization of Super Saiyan 4, has his strength reached the point where he can rival the god of destruction? Yang. Mr. Yang, although we know that your strength is indeed very strong, there is still a big gap between you and the sword of the god of destruction. The power and terror of the god of destruction far exceeds your imagination. After listening to Yang's words, the old Kai did not relax but frowned even more. Mr. Yang, so I think when Lord Xiongpa, the god of destruction of the 6th universe, comes to the god realm, we'd better not provoke him. Although the old Kai also knew that Yang's strength was very strong, especially after he developed his potential, he would be even stronger. If he faced an ordinary opponent, he would not have to worry about anything. But the god of destruction is different. They are the top gods in this universe, and the destructive power they possess can make creatures or planets disappear completely in an instant. If they are the producers in this universe, then the god of destruction is a decomposer. Who can decompose anything in the universe at will, including human life? And in the memory of the old Kai, the power of the god of destruction is simply too terrifying. When he was young, he just accidentally angered the god of destruction Beerus, and then he was sealed in the sword of the king of the Kai for thousands of years. The power of the god of destruction is too strong. Even the gods are not his opponents, let alone humans. If Yang is not in the king of the Kai realm now, the old Kai may not be so panicked, but if Yang waits for a while and keeps his advice and insists on fighting the god of destruction Xiongpa, that would be the worst thing. Tisk. After all, you are also a king of the Kai, and you are a god of the same level as the god of destruction. Don't be so cowardly all the time, okay? And have you ever seen me use all my strength? Yang looked at the old King Kai with contempt. Sure enough, this guy became a coward after being sealed in the King Kai sword by the god of destruction Beerus. Forget it. Since you helped me develop my potential before, I will try not to say anything. But if that guy like Pa goes too far, you don't have to worry about what will happen. That's not something you can control. If the god of destruction Xiongpa's attitude was a little more polite, Yang would naturally not say anything to him. But if this guy spoke rudely or deliberately provoked, Yang might intend to indulge him. After all, this is not his sixth universe. And Yang did not think that Xiongpa would say anything nice with his character, and in this way, Yang could naturally teach Xiongpa a lesson. Of course, one of Yang's purposes in coming to the Kaishan realm was to find a god of destruction to test his strength, and now that there is such an opportunity, how could Yang let it go easily? Please send flowers 0. Transfer, T. Well, then thank you, Mr. Yang, you should hide behind us and later try to avoid contact between you and Lord Xiongpa. The old Kaishan said with a wry smile. Even if he was unwilling in his heart, he had no way to do it. After all, how powerful both sides were, what could he do? I'll hide behind him. Okay. Yang glanced at the less than 1 meter tall figure of King Kaiasan. He let a 1.8 meter tall strong man hide behind King Kaiasan. I really don't know if the old King Kai is confused or what. Here it comes. Feeling the sudden divine breath from afar, Yang's eyes became solemn. Swish! Almost at the moment Yang spoke, 2 sounds of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Then, the god of destruction of the 6th universe, Xiongpa, and the angel of the 6th universe, Bardos, appeared in front of Yang and others. Xiongpa! Lord Xiongpa! Why did you suddenly come to our 7th universe's Kai King God realm? Seeing Xiongpa opposite, the old Kai King God hurriedly nodded and greeted him. And the Kai King Goddessan behind him also looked like a scholar, with a face full of awe. As for Yang, when he saw the 2 people coming, his eyes were already on Bardos, because Xiongpa could not attract his attention at all, and Yang would not ignore a goddess in the Dragon Ball world and look at a fat cat. In Yang's memory, Bardos was already very beautiful, but when he saw the angel Bardos in reality, Yang was still amazed. It is indeed more beautiful and moving than in animation and comics, especially he has a cold and noble temperament, which makes people a little unable to stop looking at him. It is really very attractive. In the original work, although Bardos is a goddess as famous as Android 18. Both of them have the kind of cold temperament, but they are not the same. Because Android 18's coldness is the kind on the surface, while Bardos's coldness comes from the heart, which makes people feel a little bit afraid to approach her. The corners of Bardos' mouth outline a shallow arc, making her look much more charming. Hee. It turns out to be the old Kai of the 7th universe. How come I haven't seen you for so long that I thought you have been dead for so many years? Xiongpa glanced at the old Kai, and then said with cold contempt. P.S. Please support. 1. 067, Weird. Bardos. Hee. It turns out to be the old Kai of the 7th universe. How come I haven't seen you for so long that I thought you have been dead for so many years? Xiongpa glanced at the old Kai, and then said with cold contempt. The old Kai could only look embarrassed. He couldn't tell the story of how he was sealed in the Kai sword by the god of destruction Beerus again. Hey! When did a guy who I didn't know appear in the Kaishan realm of your universe 7? The power of God. Interesting that he's actually a human. The god of destruction Xiongpa looked at Yang with curiosity. He was wondering why there was a guy he had never seen before, but he didn't expect that this guy was actually a human with the power of God. The fact that a human being could control the power of God in his body was enough to attract Xiongpa's attention. Hey! Could this guy Kaishan be the candidate for the Kaishan of your universe 7? He actually has the power of God. Xiongpa frowned slightly at the old Kaishan. The Kaishan candidate, yes, yes. Lord Xiongpa, Mr. Ye Yang is the Kaishan candidate of our 7th universe. The old Kaishan did not expect that Ye Yang could control the power of God after staying in the Kaishan realm for a few days, and when he saw Xiongpa, he actually thought that he was the candidate for the god of destruction of their 7th universe, so the old Kaishan simply made the best of it. After all, the most important thing is to fool Xiongpa away first. He is really the Kaishan candidate of your 7th universe, no wonder he can't control the power of God. But he looks like he has some backbone, and he stood up straight when he saw the god of destruction. Xiongpa spoke in a cold and arrogant tone just like in the original work, with a feeling of superiority. But it's no wonder, the god of destruction Xiongpa is the highest god in the universe after all. Even the Kaishan and others are respectful when they see the god of destruction, so it's hard for Xiongpa and others not to be arrogant. A person controls the destruction of a cosmic creature, and naturally has this kind of superiority over time. Ju Xiongpa. Lord Xiongpa, please forgive Ye Yang. Although he is a very good candidate, he has never seen the god of destruction. When the old Kai saw that the god of destruction Xiongpa was a little unhappy because of Ye Yang's behavior, he immediately hurriedly explained. Wu, so that's how it is. It seems that you, the candidate for the king of the world, don't know the horror of the god of destruction. Xiongpa smiled coldly. It seems that this guy doesn't know the horror of the god of destruction, so he is so fearless. Lord Xiongpa, have you forgotten the purpose of our coming here? Seeing that Xiongpa forgot why he came here, Bardos reminded him. By the way, I almost forgot, is Bardos's powerful power coming from the king of the worlds? After being reminded, the god of destruction Xiongpa changed his mind and came here for the source of that powerful energy. That's right, Lord Xiongpa. The owner of that powerful energy should be the candidate for the king of the 7th universe. After saying that, Bardos set his sights on Ye Yang. Oh! No wonder. I was wondering why a small human like him could become the candidate for the king of the 7th universe. It turns out that he has hidden such a powerful strength. Hearing this, the god of destruction Xiongpa also set his sights on Ye Yang. At the beginning, he felt that the guy looked a little unusual. I didn't expect that this guy not only controlled the power of God, but also had such a powerful strength. Master Xiongpa, are you mistaken? Although Mr. Ye Yang is the candidate for the king of the 7th universe, his strength is very ordinary. At this moment, the old king of the Kai was panicking, although he didn't know how Xiongpa and the others knew that Ye Yang was very powerful. But he didn't want the two to fight, because if that happened, it would be their king of the Kais who would suffer. And he just admitted that Ye Yang was their king of the Kais candidate, so it would be even more difficult to end it at that time. Mr. Ye Yang? Hey king of the Kais! I shouldn't have heard it wrong. You, an old guy, actually called a candidate king of the Kais, sir. It seems that this guy is really not simple. Before, how straight his back was must not just be a simple matter of not knowing how powerful the god of destruction is. It was only at this time that Xiongpa realized that the king of the Kais had been calling Ye Yang, the candidate for the king of the Kais, Mr. Ye Yang from beginning to end. This situation is quite strange. If the other party is just an ordinary Kaishan candidate, how could the old Kaishan call him sir? It must be that this guy has some other identity, or there is really a strong power in his body. Just like he had sensed that strong power near the Kaishan realm before. That. I said it wrong, Lord Xiongpa. It's just because we have always called Ye Yang, so I can't get it right for a while, and Ye Yangxian's strength is actually very weak. The old Kaishan hurriedly explained. At this time, Bardos, who had always had a smile on his face, suddenly said, "Since I came here, you have been staring at me. Is there something wrong with my face? Or is there something dirty on my face?" Although many people have cast such a look at Bardos like Ye Yang, it is the first time that Bardos has met someone who has been staring at him from beginning to end like Ye Yang. Because no one has ever dared to look at him with such eyes, this feeling made Bardas a little uncomfortable. Besides, Ye Yang is just an ordinary human being. Even if he is a candidate for the King of the Worlds, he is still far behind his position. No, and it seems that there is nothing wrong with appreciating beauty. And how can flowers be compared with you? You are much more charming than flowers. Ye Yang smiled 0.1, but what he said was indeed very serious. Because Ye Yang was not flattering Bardas, but praising him from the heart. Indeed, everyone has the right to appreciate beauty. It's just that Ye Yang is braver than others. If it was just ordinary beauty, Ye Yang would not look at it for a long time, because Bardas is not only beautiful, but also has a temperament that makes people unable to extricate themselves. But Bardas didn't know how to answer after hearing Ye Yang's words. This guy's butterfly is too different from others. This kind of straightforward expression of his beauty really makes him a little angry. Even for angels, such compliments are very useful. After all, they are just women. Oh, oh, oh. I didn't expect that there would be someone who knows how to appreciate in the 7th universe. 068, Provoking Xiangpa. Oh, 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 I didn't expect that there would be someone who knows how to appreciate in the 7th universe. In comparison, our 6th universe is far behind. Bados looked at Xiangpa as if he was hinting at something. Because Xiangpa, because of his body shape, always says that fat is beautiful. Tisk. He is just a small human being. Even if he becomes a candidate for the King of the Kai, it is nothing great. What does he know about beauty and ugliness? Xiangpa curled his lips at Bardas. This guy always likes to embarrass himself in front of outsiders. Although Xiangpa is basically used to Bardas's personality, he is a destroyer of the universe after all, and his face is still very important. Xiangpa is still very angry that Bardas embarrassed him like this. Hey! Hey, the Kaishan candidate of the 7th universe, what's your name yet? Xiangpa looked at Ye Yang, not sure if he called him right, but it didn't matter, after all, he was the god of destruction and the other party was just a small human. Forget the name, it doesn't matter. What's important is that your strength must have surpassed the 2 Kaishan around you, otherwise they wouldn't call you sir so respectfully. So the powerful energy before should also come from you. Xiangpa had seen that Ye Yang was not simple at the moment. After all, if the other party was just an ordinary candidate or an ordinary human, the old Kaishan would not show such awe. So this guy must be more than just a Kaishan's successor, and from his eyes, he didn't see any awe or fear. Instead, he was very determined, and he had been thinking about the beauty from the beginning. You have to know their identities. They are gods of destruction. Although they seem to have the same godly position as the Kaishan, how is the old Kaishan actually, how can it be reflected by being sealed in the King of the Kai sword by Beerus? There is still a big gap between the two. And even if the other party does not know the horror of the god of destruction, then the old King of the Kai must have mentioned it, and even so, the other party still has no intention of being in awe or even afraid of himself. Is this something that an ordinary King of the Kai candidate can do? Well, you are right, my strength is indeed a little stronger than the 2 of them. Ye Yang did not hold back at all, but nodded seriously. The purpose of the special is to compete with Xiangpa, so there is naturally no need to deliberately respect Xiangpa. Otherwise, how can the 2 of them compete? And Ye Yang is very sure that his strength is indeed above the 2 King of the Kai. Even if Xiangpa personally takes action, maybe he can tie with him. Interesting, how can you be so confident? It seems that you are really extraordinary. I am really interested. How do you feel about your strength compared to me, the god of destruction? Xiangpa raised his chin. If the strength surpassing the Kai King god is in the world of ordinary people, it may be very good, but in the eyes of Xiangpa, the god of destruction, it is not worth mentioning at all. It's so-so, I should be able to barely draw a tie. Ye Yang scratched the back of his head and said casually, as if he didn't care about fighting Xiang Pa, the god of destruction. What? Ye Yang, what are you talking about? Hurry up and apologize to Xiang Pa. At this time, the hearts of the old Kai King God and the Kai King Goddessin were almost in their throats. They never thought that Ye Yang would be so arrogant. Xiang Pa compared himself, and he was already very good at others. I didn't expect Ye Yang's answer to be a tie with Xiang Pa. Both of you shut up, get out of the way. Xiang Pa saw that the old Kais had stopped Ye Yang behind him, and wanted to explain to Ye Yang, but he roared. Faced with the divine aura on Xiang Pa, which was like the sea of Wang Yang, the two could not bear the strong sense of oppression and crawled away. I am interested in being able to tie with me. I haven't exercised for a long time, so I can practice with you. Xiang Pa said with his eyes narrowed as he looked at Ye Yang. While he was talking about exercising, it can be seen from the powerful divine aura released from Xiang Pa that he wanted to teach Ye Yang a lesson. This guy is just a small candidate for the Kais. They didn't even take him seriously. What would happen when he became the Kais of the 7th universe in the future? I couldn't ask for more. I was planning to do that. Ye Yang naturally agreed with Xiang Pa's proposal. After all, a large part of the reason why he came to the Kaishan realm was to challenge the god of destruction. Although Ye Yang has no confidence in defeating the strongest god of destruction Beerus, he is still somewhat confident about the weakest god of destruction Xiangpa. Even if he really cannot defeat the opponent, it will not be difficult to protect himself. Besides, this is the universe where Beerus, the strongest god of destruction in the 7th universe, is located, and Xiangpa is just the weakest. Besides, Xiangpa secretly came to his universe to collect Super Dragon Balls without Beerus's knowledge, so Xiangpa does not want Beerus to find out that he has entered the other universe without permission. I have heard that the strength of the god of destruction is the most powerful in every universe. Now I have such an opportunity. Let me feel the terrifying strength of the god of destruction. I thought it might take some effort to fight Xiangpa, but I didn't expect Xiangpa to take the initiative to propose it. This is just right. Anyway, I promised Kaishan and the others not to provoke the god of destruction Xiangpa 917, and now that Xiangpa has taken the initiative to invite him to fight, how can Ye Yang go back and refuse? Ye Yang! Mr. Ye Yang, you really don't know how terrifying the god of destruction is. Now quickly admit your mistake to Lord Xiangpa. Maybe you still have a chance to survive, otherwise even if you are really the candidate for the king of the 7th universe, there is no guarantee that Lord Xiangpa will not beat you to death or cripple you. At this moment, the old king of the Kai was like a mess. He didn't know why things turned out like this. And now Ye Yang is actually going to fight the god of destruction Xiangpa, even though he knows that Ye Yang is powerful. But this time the opponent is the god of destruction Xiangpa. As long as he makes him unhappy, he may destroy you from this universe at any time. Since you have already agreed, there is no reason to regret it. Faced with the dissuasion of the old king of the Kai, Ye Yang just smiled faintly and didn't take it seriously. The old Kai king saw that he had no idea of the seriousness of the matter. His face turned pale and he shouted again, Ye Yang, the one standing in front of us now is the most powerful god of destruction in every universe. Although Lord Xiangpa is not the strongest among the 12 gods of destruction, the strength is definitely not something you can deal with. We know that you are very powerful, but please don't do such a stupid thing. 069, Super Saiyan 4 Full Open. Although we know that your strength is very strong, please don't do stupid things. Seeing that Ye Yang was indifferent, the old Kai King God once again warned. I said, why are you so nervous here? And Lord Xiangpa and I are just sparring, not a life and death duel. Facing the old Kai who was chattering away, Ye Yang gave him a cold eye roll. Ye Yang had already discovered when he read the original that Kaishan had a cowardly personality, but he did not expect that the old Kaishan's personality was exactly the same as Kaishan's. Although the old Kaishan was cowardly because he was too willful and angered Beerus, and then was sealed for 1,000 years, and after he came out, he had a shadow on the god of destruction. But no matter what, his endless personality is really speechless. This human kid is right, old Kaishan, I think you have become less courageous as you get older. Don't worry, since he is the candidate for the Kaishan of your 7th universe, I will definitely not do anything too outrageous to him. Xiangpa said lightly. He also thought so in his heart. He just wanted to teach Yang a simple lesson. After all, as a god, even if your strength is very strong, it is easy to make people angry if you don't take him, the god of destruction, seriously. Xiangpa just hopes that after he taught this kid a lesson, the other party will be more polite the next time he sees him. As for killing Yang, Xiangpa never thought about it at all. After all, Yang is the candidate for the king of the 7th universe. If Beerus wakes up and finds that the candidate for the king of the 7th universe has been killed by him, then he will directly attack the god of destruction of their 6th universe. Okay, since Lord Xiangpa has spoken, I won't say anything more. I just hope that Lord Xiangpa will be gentler when he attacks. The old king of the 7th universe nodded helplessly. Now that even Xiangpa said so, he had no choice. He could only pray that Xiangpa would be gentler when he attacked. Okay. Boy, no one can disturb our fight now. Show your full strength and let me see how powerful your Kaishan of the 7th universe is. But don't let me down, if you can't even withstand my punch even if you use your full strength, then even if you are beaten to death, it's not my problem. Xiangpa said to Yang meaningfully while rubbing his fists and rubbing his palms. It seemed to imply to Yang that if you can't even withstand his punch, then even if you are beaten to death, you can only blame his poor strength and insist on finding the god of destruction to fight. After all, the god of destruction is so powerful that it seems that there is nothing wrong with killing a weak person because he can't control his strength well. And in this way, even if Beerus wakes up and goes to his 6th universe to make trouble, Xiangpa will have an excuse. Do you want to see all the strength? Since you are interested in my strength, Lord Xiangpa, then I will show you. After saying this, Yang raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, and then he put his fists in front of his chest and clenched them. At the moment when his fists were clenched, the aura emanating from Yang's entire body changed. Haa! Then, with a roar, golden flames instantly gushed out from around Yang's body. And that energy was so huge that at the moment the energy burst out, the ground of the Kai King God realm had huge spider web-like cracks with Yang as the center. For a moment, the entire God realm was shaken. At the same time, the gravel on the ground kept shaking, and the gravel closer to Yang actually floated directly in the air. Before, in order to prevent Xiangpa from noticing Yang's relationship, the old Kai King God gave Yang the clothes of the Kai King gods, so when Yang put on the strong before the huge energy burst out, he could not realize how powerful Yang was. Even if it was not for the angel Bardos to remind him, even a god of destruction like Pa might not have discovered that the powerful energy came from Yang. After Yang burst out the power of Super Saiyan 4 in his body, the clothes of the King of the Kings on his body had completely burst open at this moment. The clothes on the upper body could no longer cover Yang's body, and were replaced by a layer of red hair. The rough black hair and the red eye makeup revealed an evil aura in the blink of an eye. The most obvious thing was the red tail that was swinging behind Yang. At this moment, Yang had completely released the power of Super Saiyan 4 in his body. Hey! The aura of this guy is stronger than what I sensed from a distance before, and his appearance seems to have changed a little. Bardos, do you know what's going on? The god of destruction Xiangpa was slightly surprised. He originally thought that Yang's strength, even if all his strength was used, he would not have much fighting power, but he did not expect that Yang would burst out with such a powerful force. It seems that since he was wrapped in that layer of golden flame, his strength has changed dramatically. But it seems that this guy is really not simple. No wonder he was so calm before. It turns out that he has the capital of confidence. There is a tale behind him. Then he should not be an ordinary human but a scion, but I don't know how the scions in their universe can change their appearance to achieve a way to increase their strength in an instant. Hey! It's really strange. They are all scions, but why don't the scions in our sixth universe have such power? While looking at the information of the scions in the seventh universe with the staff in his hand, Bardos poked his chin with his finger. Although it was a small move, it was very charming. A transformation method that can increase your strength in an instant? What a boring trick! This kind of thing is not even worthy of being put on the table for a god. Compared to the god of destruction, it's still far behind. After saying this, the god of destruction Xiangpa showed a desire for war on his face. To be honest, as the most powerful god of destruction in the universe, Xiangpa and Beerus are really lonely. If it weren't for this reason, Beerus wouldn't be so crazy looking for the Super Scion god. It's just that he wants to find someone with strength close to his own for entertainment. Although the angels are also very strong, the god of destruction will not look for trouble and take the initiative to provoke a guy who he can never defeat. That's just asking for trouble. So when they encounter a stronger opponent, the desire to fight in their bodies will be stimulated. Really? Then let's try it. Lord Xiangpa, the god of destruction, please don't let me down with your strength. As he spoke, Yang's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a sneer. 070, Xiangpa who was defeated. You are really the most complacent person I have ever seen. Do you think that you can defeat the god of destruction with this little strength? You are really overestimating yourself. You dare to say such words to the god of destruction. I really don't know whether I should say that you are ignorant or that you have a problem with your brain. Xiangpa, the god of destruction, didn't expect that he just casually praised Yang just now, but this guy actually chose to take advantage of him. He was so complacent. If he didn't teach him a lesson, Xiangpa felt that he, the god of destruction, really didn't need to continue to be the god of destruction. Come on, use your skills to attack me quickly, otherwise you will have no chance when I take action. Xiangpa waved at Yang, signaling him to use all his strength to fight him. Isn't it time to take it seriously? Hehe, but it doesn't matter, you will know how powerful Super Saiyan 4 is in a moment. Looking at Xiangpa's lazy look, even showing a disdainful expression on his face, Yang's smile gradually disappeared and then became serious. For a destroyer god at the top of the universe, he is already unruly. If you want him to fight you seriously, then you must show the corresponding strength, otherwise he will not hold you at all. And now is such a situation. Although the strength that Yang showed just now is very powerful, those powers are only very powerful in the eyes of ordinary people, and they are not worth mentioning for the destroyer god. Then let's speak with strength. After Yang's voice fell, his body flashed out instantly. Swish! The speed was extremely fast, and he arrived in front of Xiangpa, the destroyer god, almost in an instant, and then punched without hesitation. Of course, Yang didn't use his full strength at this time. If Xiangpa was testing how strong Yang was at this moment, then Yang was naturally the same. At this moment, he also didn't use his full strength. And Xiangpa looked at Yang's fist, but there was no expression on his face. He just stretched out a palm lightly. The next moment, Yang's body stopped abruptly. But Xiangpa's body didn't move at all. It's obvious that there was no effect on Xiangpa, not even a little effect. Is your strength only this? Too weak. After receiving Yang's attack, Xiangpa shook his head gently. It was obvious that Yang's performance did not satisfy him. It seems that the strength of the god of destruction is much stronger than my concept stock. Seeing that his attack was so easily received by Xiangpa, Yang immediately came to a conclusion in his heart. Although in the original Dragon Ball, the strength of the god of destruction has always been the top existence in every universe, but Xiangpa in the original work is the most powerful among the 12 gods of destruction. But it seems that even the weakest destroyer Xiangpa is not that weak. What's wrong? Are you planning to give up? It seems that I have overestimated you. You don't even have the strength to make the god of destruction move his body. Xiangpa looked at Ye Yang coldly, his eyes full of disdain. Although such a look makes people feel very uncomfortable, Xiangpa's strength is very strong. But unfortunately, if Xiangpa faces just ordinary humans or king gods, he can definitely crush his opponents with overwhelming strength. But Xiangpa's opponent is Ye Yang, which makes it not easy for him to win. Haha! I know that the Lord God of Destruction is deliberately testing my strength, and I am also testing the strength of the Lord God of Destruction. After saying that, Ye Yang sneered, then clenched his fist again, and then punched out quickly again. This time, Ye Yang did not continue to hold back, but blasted out his strength completely. Just garbage. Facing Ye Yang's attack, Xiangpa just snorted coldly, and then stretched out a hand to greet it like last time. Bang! This time, the collision between the two bodies did not end as hastily as before. Then, when the collision occurred, the terrifying impact instantly spread to the ground. The ground under the feet of the two also had huge cracks. The gravel shot in all directions like a cannonball. Faced with such powerful energy fluctuations from the two, the old Kai kings fled in panic. What, you, kid, actually have such a powerful force? I thought Ye Yang's attack would not last too long, but even Xiangpa did not expect that Ye Yang's body seemed to have no limit, and the power transmitted from his arms was getting stronger and stronger. Boom! Finally, after a period of struggling to support, Xiangpa still failed to keep his body in place, but was repelled more than 10 meters by Ye Yang's attack. 2 deep scratches were plowed under Xiangpa's feet. Master Xiangpa, your strength is really strong. You only retreated more than 10 meters when I hit you with all my strength. Awesome! Master Xiangpa! Ye Yang clapped his hands. Damn bastard! Xiangpa clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. On the surface, Ye Yang seemed to be praising his strength, but in fact, such praise was more annoying than insulting a destroyer like Xiangpa. I didn't expect that you still have such a strong power. It seems that I underestimated you before. I have to say that your attack just now was very successful, but this kind of thing will not happen again next time. Xiangpa clenched his fists, and his face was no longer lazy as before, but was replaced by a serious face. This is the 7th universe of his nemesis Beerus. It would be fine if he was defeated by Beerus. After all, Beerus' strength was indeed above his, but he didn't expect that he would be defeated by a small candidate for the king of the Kai. Such a thing is unacceptable to Xiangpa no matter what. So he must teach Ye Yang a lesson now to show his strength. Oh! What will Lord Xiangpa say? It seems that you are going to fight me seriously, but since you are so confident, I will wait and see. Ye Yang smiled lightly. From the first fight just now, Ye Yang also discovered the power of the god of destruction. Although Ye Yang still has hidden cards now, he still can't defeat Xiangpa. It seems that I need a stronger power when collecting Dragon Balls next time. The strength of Super Saiyan alone is obviously not enough to defeat Xiangpa. Although Ye Yang has now normalized Super Saiyan 4, it is not easy to defeat a god of destruction even in this state. So if you really want to defeat Xiangpa, you need a stronger power. Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct is the most powerful and mysterious ability in the Dragon Ball world. Ye Yang dares to guarantee that as long as he has Ultra Instinct, there is no suspense at all to defeat the god of destruction Xiangpa. Come on, kid, don't hold back any strength this time, because if you continue to hold back your strength, you may not be able to use it in your life. Because I must be serious. Xiangpa waved at Ye Yang again, signaling the other party to attack him. Although Xiangpa wanted to take the initiative to press Ye Yang to the ground and rub him hard, he was hindered by his identity and the fact that there were so many people watching him. Okay. If that's the case, I won't be polite, Lord Xiangpa. 071, Bardos intends to recruit candidates for the God of Destruction. If that's the case, I won't be polite, Lord Xiangpa. After saying that, Ye Yang didn't hesitate at all, and suddenly roared, opened his arms and pulled out a posture. Hey 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 hey! Swish! At this moment, the golden flames instantly burst out from Ye Yang's body, swirling around his body. It's not over yet, the next is Super Saiyan full attack rate. After saying that, Ye Yang let out a roar. Hey hey ah! Boom! At this moment, the entire ground suddenly trembled. The gravel on the ground even floated directly in the air. Aha! Then, a roar like a beast came out of Ye Yang's mouth. At that moment, the ground cracked, and a grass-green light shot out from Ye Yang's body and broke through the sky. Crackle! Then the blue snake-like lightning visible to the naked eye swirled around Ye Yang's body. At this time, Ye Yang's muscles also grew a lot. Not only the Kai King God, but even Xiangpa showed a look of shock after seeing this scene in front of him. Is this all your strength? Looking at the changes in Ye Yang, even the God of Destruction Xiangpa Niding was shocked, but Xiangpa's personality would naturally not be easily expressed. I have to admit that your strength is very good, but if that's all, it's still wishful thinking to defeat the God of Destruction. Although Ye Yang's strength has shocked Xiangpa, it's no problem for this kind of power to fight the God of Destruction, but it's obviously unlikely to really defeat the God of Destruction. Old Ancestor, do you feel that the entire God realm is trembling because of the terrifying aura of Mr. Ye Yang? King of the World Zissen didn't know how to describe his shock at the moment. If he just thought that Ye Yang defeated Majin Bu and his strength was terrifying, then at this moment, they would definitely think that Ye Yang was not bragging before, although whether he could defeat the God of Destruction was another matter. But Ye Yang had the strength to fight the God of Destruction. Is this Ye Yang's true strength? It's simply too hard to imagine. No wonder he is so confident. Old King of the Worlds also looked at Ye Yang with serious eyes. Even he didn't expect how powerful Ye Yang was. Wow! I didn't expect the Kai King candidate of the 7th universe to be so strong. I guess Lord Xiangpa needs to exercise his body well today. Even the angel Bardos beside him showed astonishment on his face. Because even he, an angel, didn't expect the Kai King candidate of the 7th universe to have such powerful energy. And you have to know that the Kai Kings of the 12 universes are basically average. How can the powerful ones become the God of Destruction and go back to be the King of the world? And from the strength shown by Ye Yang now, Ye Yang's strength is not too much even if he becomes the candidate of the God of Destruction. Wow! Let's wait and see. If he can perform better, it's not a bad idea to try to poach him. After all, he appreciates beauty more than people in our universe. Because the first conversation before had already made Bardos feel good about Ye Yang. So now, after seeing Ye Yang burst out with such a powerful strength, Bardos actually had the idea of poaching him. After all, the position of the God of Destruction candidate in their 6th universe has been vacant. And as for whether to accept the God of Destruction candidate, it is entirely up to her. Even if he is willing, even if Xiangpa disagrees. Just when everyone showed surprise on their faces, Ye Yang's body flashed and rushed directly in the direction of Beerus. The speed was very fast, and only strong people like angels and gods of destruction could see Ye Yang's speed clearly. As for King Kai, they couldn't see Ye Yang's movements clearly. It's a bit interesting. Except for the gods of destruction of the same level, no one has made me want to fight like this. I have to say that you and this guy's performance are really good. The god of destruction pursed his lips like a woman, and his face showed a desire for battle. Every time Xiangpa moved his body, he basically went to fight Beerus, but Beerus would not wake up for decades every time he slept, and now Xiangpa has not moved properly for decades. Please give flowers 0. Meeting a strong guy like Ye Yang naturally made him a little excited. Today, we can finally have a hearty fight. Swish! Facing Ye Yang's rapid charge, Xiangpa also disappeared in a flash. When their bodies reappeared, their fists had already collided fiercely. Boom boom! As the two punches hit each other, the entire Kaishan realm seemed to tremble violently because of it. Old Ancestor, if Mr. Ye Yang and Lord Xiangpa continue to fight like this, our Kaishan realm may disappear because of this. Looking at the ground that was constantly breaking apart in the Kaishan realm, Kaishanisan became a little anxious. 0. Hey! What can I do? This kind of battle is not something you and I can intervene in. I just pray that the fight between the two of them can end quickly, otherwise if there is too much noise and disturbs the god of destruction Beerus, that's when it's really out of control. The old king god shook his head helplessly. If it was just a little damage to their king god realm, it wouldn't be a big deal. At most, they could just repair it. But if Beerus was alarmed, that would be another matter. The battle between the two broken gods would be really terrifying at that time. Swish! Just imagine that Pa's body flashed flexibly at this moment, and Ye Yang's fist was thrown over. Although Pa's body looked a little fat and bloated, his speed was not slow at all. At the moment of dodging Ye Yang's attack, his knee directly hit Ye Yang's abdomen. But fortunately, his nerves were always in a tense state, and he didn't dare to be careless at all. In the second before the attack was about to fall on him, he quickly retracted his arms and crossed them across his chest for defense. Bang! But even so, Ye Yang's body still smashed a mountain before stopping. Is this the strength of the god of destruction Xiangpa? It's too terrifying. Even facing Ye Yang's unimaginable power, there is still no chance of winning in front of the god of destruction Xiangpa. Looking at the battle in front of him, King Kaisan opened his mouth wide. 072, Fusion. Super Saiyan 4 Gods. Is this, the power of the god of destruction? It's really outrageous. Ye Yang slowly stood up and gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although Xiangpa's attack just now had caused Ye Yang's body to suffer a lot of damage, even so, Ye Yang still didn't feel any fear. At this moment, Ye Yang's face was full of excitement. It seems that Beerus didn't use his full strength in the battle with Sun Wukong in the original work. In the original God vs God War, Beerus once said that he used 70% of his strength. If Beerus really used 70% of his strength at that time, then when Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan God Blue, he should have been at the same level as Beerus or even surpassed Beerus. According to Ye Yang's speculation, the strength of Super Saiyan 4 should be similar to that of Super Saiyan God Blue. But now Ye Yang has made Super Saiyan 4 a normal state, and the strength is at least close to that of Super Saiyan 925, but even so, it still seems a little weak in the hands of the god of destruction Xiangpa. You know, Beerus' strength is unknown how much more than Xiangpa. From here, it can be seen that when Beerus fought with Super Red Sun Wukong, it is very likely that he did not even use half of his strength. Hey! Although I don't know if I can defeat Xiangpa after using that move, at least I won't lose. Ye Yang looked up at Xiangpa in the air, thinking whether to use that move or not. What's wrong? Why hasn't there been any movement for so long? You've probably run out of tricks, haven't you? The god of destruction Xiangpa sneered at Ye Yang on the ground and said. Of course not. I still have many tricks that I haven't used yet, Master Xiangpa. I'm just considering whether I should use more powerful tricks to fight you with your attack. Ye Yang stood still, looking at the god of destruction Xiangpa in mid-air. Facing the terrifying strength of the god of destruction, Ye Yang not only had no fear, but a smile on his lips, his face full of excitement. Although even if Ye Yang opened the Super Saiyan 4 to the full attack rate, he was still not the opponent's opponent, but Ye Yang was not too surprised by such a result. Because the god of destruction is the strongest fighting force in every universe after all. It would be strange if he was defeated so easily. And you have to know that the full attack rate of Super Saiyan 4 is not Ye Yang's limit, and the reason why Ye Yang used Super Saiyan 4 to fight Xiongpa is to test the opponent's strength. And the most important thing is to enhance his actual combat ability in the battle. Hehe. I have to say that you are indeed an interesting guy. It is really a waste of talent to be a candidate for the King of Kings in the 7th universe. I originally intended to invite you to our 6th universe. But I'm sorry, I don't have this plan now, because you are as annoying as that guy Beerus. As Xiongpa's voice came out, a strong breath of God immediately surged out of Xiongpa's body. Even Nene could clearly see the purple mist floating around Xiongpa. And those mists are the destructive energy of the god of destruction. Now, as long as the god of destruction Xiongpa is willing, he can directly use his destructive energy to destroy the entire Kaishan realm. Oh! It seems that Lord Xiongpa is really angry this time. Facing the scene in front of him, Bardos couldn't help but cover his big mouth. It's over. It's completely over. The Kaishan realm is hopeless. At this moment, the old Kaishan sat on the ground. It seems that it would not be difficult to destroy the entire Kaishan realm with such a powerful destructive energy. Old ancestor. Kaioshinison also naturally felt the terrifying energy emanating from Xiongpa, and cold sweat also broke out on his forehead. Kaioshinison at this time only then did he know what the real terrifying power was. Compared with this power, Majin Bu was nothing. He was not even as good as the little finger of the god of destruction. Is this the destructive energy of the god of destruction? It is indeed a terrifying ability. Looking at the terrifying destructive aura released by Xiongpa, even Ye Yang felt a huge threat. Humph! Lord Xiongpa, are you finally willing to fight me with all your strength now? Facing the god of destruction Xiongpa who was using all his strength, Ye Yang actually smiled at this time. What do you mean by this, kid? For a while, Xiongpa was confused by Ye Yang's words. Could it be that this guy had been deliberately provoking him just to make him fight him with all his strength? He was just a human being. Could it be that he was so confident in his own strength? It's over. It's completely over. The two Kaishins all slumped on the ground, waiting for the judgment of their fate. On the contrary, the angel Bardos, who was a little worried, seemed to realize something after hearing the conversation between Ye Yang and the others. A smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he said to the two Kaishin beside him, "Don't be nervous, it's not over yet. Since he is so confident, he should bring us some unexpected surprises." Because at this time Bardos also noticed that although Ye Yang looked a little embarrassed, he was not seriously injured, and even his aura was very stable without any disorder. You have to know that facing the terrifying energy released by the god of destruction Xiongpa, he can still remain so calm. Even Bardos has not seen many people, and Ye Yang in front of him obviously did it. I hope you can bring us some surprises. Looking at Ye Yang's calm smile, Bardos' heart has a little more expectation. That's right, Lord Xiongpa. If we are going to spar, then how can we not use all our strength? But now that Lord Xiongpa has used all his strength, let me show you my full strength. After saying that, Ye Yang's expression instantly became serious, and then he clenched his fists. Ha! After a roar, the airflow on Ye Yang's body underwent some clever changes. The air on his body was no longer as violent as before. Instead, it became extremely gentle, and even vaguely, people could not feel the existence of his breath. Hey 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 hey! At this time, Ye Yang roared again. Above the golden aura on his body, a circle of red aura surrounded him. And these two experiences were synthesizing each other. Slowly, the two auras began to merge together. As the two auras, one red and one yellow, merged together, Ye Yang's body also underwent some changes. The violent aura of the Super Saiyan suddenly quieted down at this moment. Even for a moment, if you don't look carefully, you can't find Ye Yang's location. The aura disappeared? That's the power of God. Did this guy merge the power of God with his own power? Feeling the changes in Ye Yang's body, even Xiangpa was surprised. Although he knew that Ye Yang could control the power of God now, he didn't expect that he could merge the power of God with his own power. It's not over yet. At this moment, Ye Yang's black hair turned red. Yes, this red is not an ordinary red, but the red of Sun Wukong's hair when he turned into a Super Saiyan God. Sometimes after seeing this scene, the angel Bardas's face showed a touch of disbelief. Because at this moment, Ye Yang is no longer an ordinary human, but a real god. 073, the god of destruction is invincible? Knock it away with one punch. God. This is the power of God. How deep is this kid hiding? He is no longer a human being, but a perfect god. Even the god of destruction Xiangpa was shocked when he saw Ye Yang become what he is now. Although he had discovered that Ye Yang had some god's power in his body, he did not expect that Ye Yang could become what he is now. And the power emanating from his body was not the kind of violent breath of a Super Saiyan, but the mysterious breath of God. If it is said that Ye Yang had no chance of winning against the god of destruction Xiangpa who used the energy of destruction, then now that he has become a god, Ye Yang can be said to have reached the point where he can fight the god of destruction Xiangpa with equal strength. It is so exaggerated. Because when Ye Yang was fighting with Xiangpa before, Xiangpa took advantage of him, and that was all because of the breath they used before. Essentially, Ye Yang's combat power is actually the same as that of the god of destruction, or even surpasses the god of destruction a little bit. But because he did not use the breath of God, he was crushed by the god of destruction Xiangpa. But now it's different, Ye Yang has become a god. The aura of Super Saiyan God 4 has also become the same as that of Destruction. 26 God Xiangpa's divine aura. At this time, if Xiangpa didn't use too strong destructive energy, even Xiangpa himself would be a little unsure whether he could defeat the guy in front of him. Wow! I knew he would definitely bring us a surprise. I really didn't expect that he would use the power of God to make himself a god. What a surprising guy! And if this happens, it's hard to say what the result will be. Bado stared at Ye Yang with both eyes, because even she didn't expect Ye Yang to really bring a miracle. Although the current god of destruction Xiangpa has used the destructive energy, Ye Yang has also become a god. If he insists on fighting, then what the final result will be, it's hard to say. So Bardas also became interested. After hearing Bardas' words, the eyes of the old Kai kings not far away once again ignited the light of hope. So it turns out that Mr. Ye Yang's limit was not before, and the scene is Mr. Ye Yang's most powerful strength. This is too terrifying, he actually became a god directly. The old Kai looked at Ye Yang, who was emitting a mixture of gold and red in the distance, and hope ignited in his heart. After all, if Xiangpa used the destructive energy attack like this, their Kaishan realm would really be over. But now it's different. Although the crisis has not been resolved, as long as Ye Yang can defeat or stabilize the god of destruction Xiangpa, their battle should not last too long. After all, this is not Xiangpa's sixth universe, so even if Xiangpa is rampant, he dare not make too much noise. If he really wakes up the god of destruction Beerus, it is estimated that even if Xiangpa escapes to the sixth universe, he will hardly escape the fate of being beaten by Beerus. Ancestor, we have hope. The Kaishan looked at his ancestor and found that he was so excited, and then he asked excitedly. That's right, although the problem has not been solved, as long as Mr. Ye Yang can keep from being defeated by Lord Xiangpa, I believe the result will definitely improve. Old Kai said excitedly. Tisk. Keep from being defeated by me. What are you thinking, old man? Destroyer Xiangpa looked at old Kai with anger, because old Kai spoke too loudly just now, even the destroyer Xiangpa in the distance had heard it. After seeing that what he said just now was heard by Xiangpa, Old Kai was so scared that he quickly closed his mouth. Boy, no matter how strong you become, in front of the absolute strength of the god of destruction, you are as weak as an ant. Xiangpa narrowed his eyes and looked at Ye Yang. His words were full of ridicule for Ye Yang. Oh! Really? But I don't think so. The god of destruction is nothing special, and you seem to be a little too proud of yourself. Looking at the mocking expression on the face of the god of destruction, Xiang Apo, Ye Yang was also a little angry. Xiang Pa is indeed as self-righteous as in the original book. If Ye Yang had not yet become a god, he might not have felt much when Xiang Pa said such a thing. But now that the strength of the two is basically equal, the other party is still so arrogant, then Ye Yang does not need to indulge the other party. After all, this is the 7th universe, not Xiang Pa's 6th universe. Even if Ye Yang can't do anything to Xiang Pa now, if the other party's actions are really too much, I believe Beerus will not let him go easily. Although Xiang Pa is a god of destruction, he is only the weakest of the 12 gods of destruction. He actually pretended in front of him. You are really sharp-tongued. But do you think you can defeat me with what you have now? Although Xiangpa had already felt Ye Yang's current strength, his personality was like this. Even though he felt that Ye Yang's strength might not be weaker than his own, he still sneered with disdain. Whether I can defeat you or not, we will know after a try. After saying that, Ye Yang roared again, and golden red flames once again spurted out of his body, swirling around Ye Yang's body wildly. The iconic red hair of the Super Saiyan God danced in the wind. Boom! With both feet stomping on the ground exploded and spread in all directions like a spider web. And Ye Yang's body also appeared in front of Xiangpa at this time. Without any signs. Yes. Even if Ye Yang's speed was so fast, even Xiangpa didn't see clearly when Ye Yang appeared in front of him. Swish, swish, swish. F2 fists were constantly blasting out like a violent storm. Dodged every attack of Ye Yang like a ghost. Bahehe. I've already said that you are not qualified to defeat the god of destruction. After a while, Xiangpa mocked again. Oh. Then I have to prove it to you today. 3as Ye Yang said this, the corner of his mouth suddenly raised an arc, and then his arm swung out quickly. A heavy punch seemed to have found a way out. The destroyer Xiangpa was like a gap. Lin accurately hit Xiangpa's abdomen. Boom! After being hit, Xiangpa's body flew out like a cannonball. Then it smashed 2 hills in succession and finally landed in a ruin. You ahem, you bastard! And although the destroyer Xiangpa quickly let his body fly out of the ruins, he could feel that his stomach was like a churning sea, and then he vomited a mouthful of acid water. Wow! He can actually make Lord Xiangpa lose face. It seems that this little Ye Yang has great potential. Looking at the current state of the god of destruction Xiangpa, Bardos could not help but not panic, but laughed softly. 074, driving Xiangpa crazy. Wow! He can actually make Lord Xiangpa lose face. It seems that this little Ye Yang has great potential. Looking at the current state of the god of destruction Xiangpa, Bardos could not help but not panic, but laughed softly. Damn bastard, you made me so embarrassed. I don't care if you are a candidate for the king of the worlds. If you angered me Xiangpa, then you should disappear. After being punched away by Ye Yang, Xiangpa was completely crazy and no longer cared about anything else. He directly released the destructive energy at Ye Yang. This guy actually made him, the god of destruction, so embarrassed that it would not be an exaggeration to kill him. However, Ye Yang did not show any panic at all. Even when he saw the destructive energy coming towards him, Ye Yang was still not panicked. Instead, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was as if he was mocking Xiangpa for being really rubbish. If he couldn't beat him, he would use the destructive energy. He didn't open it much. It seems that he should have some means to deal with it. Seeing this, Bardos's eyes became solemn. That was the destructive energy. Just a touch of it could make any planet disappear in an instant. Even if a planet could be destroyed instantly, let alone a person. That's why Bardos showed such a solemn expression at this moment. Although Ye Yang's strength was still far behind that of the god of destruction, he could force a god of destruction to such a point. Even in the 12 universes, it was estimated that it would be difficult to find an opponent other than the god of destruction. For Ye Yang, Bardos already had the intention to recruit him, so naturally he didn't want to see him destroyed by Xiangpa's destructive energy. So now she has made plans. As long as Ye Yang cannot deal with the attack of destructive energy, she will immediately save Ye Yang. Just when Bardos was about to attack, she suddenly stopped. The destructive energy released by the god of destruction Xiangpa was actually knocked away by a basketball-sized energy bomb released by Ye Yang. It can actually block the attack of destructive energy. Interesting, it actually makes its energy increase its power by multiple times in compression. This is the first time I have seen such a fighting method. Although Bardos was a little surprised by the ability used by Ye Yang, she quickly saw the clues. It's exactly the same as I guessed. The compressed energy bomb after the fusion of the breath of God is more than 100 times more powerful than before. It can actually directly knock away Xiangpa's destructive energy. After seeing his compressed energy bomb knock away Xiangpa's destructive energy, Ye Yang showed a satisfied smile on his face. Since there is a way to deal with the destructive energy, Ye Yang doesn't have to be afraid of anything now. It's enough to teach Xiangpa a good lesson. What? My attack was actually deflected by this guy. At this time, Xiangpa also realized the seriousness of the matter. He thought that his attack might directly end Ye Yang's life. He was still worried about how to deal with Beerus. I didn't expect that the destructive energy he shot out was actually deflected directly. Xiangpa, your attack is useless to me. I will prove to you now that the god of destruction is not invincible, and the game should be over. Ye Yang glanced at Xiangpa, who was furious, and said in a cold voice. What? Without waiting for Xiangpa to react, Ye Yang's body turned into a stream of light, and he appeared in front of Xiangpa, and then punched out. Bang! The fist hit Xiangpa's abdomen again, and this time Xiangpa still vomited a mouthful of acid water. The body flew out immediately, and it fell over several hills before finally stopping. However, Xiangpa only looked embarrassed, but he was not actually injured. It was just that Xiangpa's face became more and more gloomy. Damn! Damn! Xiangpa clenched his fists tightly and roared angrily twice. Then he flew towards Ye Yang again. The two fought fiercely together, but the ending was the same this time, because the strength of the two was basically equal now, so no matter how crazy Xiangpa attacked Ye Yang, it was difficult to hurt Ye Yang. Ye Yang's counterattack was also difficult to hit Xiangpa. But it didn't last too long. After waiting for a few minutes, Xiangpa's body was once again knocked out by Ye Yang. At this moment, Xiangpa was so exhausted from vomiting that it was difficult for him to get up again because of the overwhelming power. Wow, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Bardos looked at Ye Yang and Xiangpa Lianjun in surprise, frowning slightly. Because this battle can no longer continue. The powerful divine aura emitted by the battle between Xiangpa and Ye Yang must have been discovered by the angel Whis even if it didn't wake up the god of destruction Beerus. 3. And if the two of them made too much noise and really alerted Beerus, then it is estimated that neither Xiangpa nor herself would be able to leave smoothly today. 7. As for Ye Yang, it is obvious that there will not be much impact, after all, he is from this universe. 1. And he is also a candidate for the king of the Kai. Although he woke up Beerus, I believe Beerus should not blame him. 7. Bastard! 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 Damn you, I will destroy you and the entire Kaishan realm today. 2. Xiangpa almost roared out. Even Beerus had never humiliated him like this. He, a god of destruction, was so embarrassed in the hands of a human today. Little. Die for me, said. After saying that, Xiangpa stretched out his hands and madly shot powerful destructive energy at the surrounding sky. Groob. And those destructive energies did not attack Ye Yang, but slowly stopped in the air around him, as if they had some other purpose. 9. But in an instant, the entire Kaishan realm was wrapped in the sky full of destructive energy. 1. It's over. This time it's really over, we are going to disappear with the Kaishan realm. 1. Looking at the sky full of destructive energy, the old, promised, Kaishan collapsed directly to the ground. 9. I thought that these things would be solved after Ye Yang became a god, but I didn't expect that things would not only not be solved. Instead, it became more serious. In this situation, the king of the worlds couldn't think of any way to deal with it. Ye Yang was somewhat shocked when he saw the destructive energy all around him, because he didn't expect that Xiangpa would dare to attack him without caring about the consequences. But the problem was not big, because Ye Yang learned instant movement from King of the Worlds when he came to the King of the Worlds. Even if Xiangpa really dared to attack, Ye Yang could move his body to another place in that instant. Die. Wait, Lord Xiangpa. Before Xiangpa finished speaking, Bardos' body suddenly appeared in front of Xiangpa. Then he said, Lord Xiangpa, the battle can no longer continue. 075, Bardos's promise, the next god of destruction. The battle can no longer continue. If you two continue to fight, the entire god realm will be destroyed by you, and by then, Whis and Beerus will definitely find out. After all, we came to the 7th universe this time secretly, and we have other purposes. If Whis and Beerus find out, it will be difficult to explain. The reason why Xiangpa and Bardos came to the 7th universe is to find the Super Dragon Balls. Although with Bardos's cover and help, it is not easy for Whis and the god of destruction Beerus to find them. But let me ask, if Xiangpa directly destroyed the king of the gods, would Whis and the others still be able to find them? It's okay to destroy one or two small planets, after all, the universe is so big and there is Bardos's cover, but if the king of the gods is really destroyed, the two of them probably won't be able to leave the 7th universe easily today. And this matter may even be brought to the attention of the high priest, and if that is really the case, it will be a bit dangerous. Damn it! Why at this time? After hearing what Bardos said, Xiangpa clenched his fists. As the god of destruction, it was the first time that he was embarrassed by a human kid, and now he couldn't continue to attack him. This made Xiangpa even more uncomfortable. Are you going to let this hateful guy go like this? Wu Xiangpa had never suffered such a big anger even at the hands of Beerus, so he naturally didn't plan to let Ye Yang go easily. Chi 920 Moreover, what this guy did before was a great disrespect to the god of destruction. If Lu couldn't teach this guy a lesson now, he would probably not take him seriously when they met next time. Although I know that Lord Xiangpa is very angry, you took the initiative to propose the competition, and there is no other way now. Bardos shrugged his shoulders. You have seen Mr. Ye Yang's strength. He is already very powerful. After becoming a god, his strength has become even more terrifying. So even if you continue to fight, you may not be able to get any benefits. Of course, this is the case without using a large amount of destructive energy. If you, Mr. Xiangpa, really use a large amount of destructive energy, even I can't help you cover up. At that time, Whis and Mr. Beerus Willie will definitely come here at the first time. Barbados did not favor anyone but told the truth. Even if the god of destruction Xiangpa still has the power that he has not used, Ye Yang has become a god and has perfect control of the breath of God. In this way, although Xiangpa still has the possibility of defeating Ye Yang, it is impossible to do so without using a large amount of destructive energy. And if Xiangpa really uses a large amount of destructive energy, even if she helps Xiangpa cover it up, the angels Whis and Beerus will sense it at the first time. At that time, not only will it not affect Ye Yang, but Xiongpa will be beaten by Beerus. The situation will become more troublesome. After hearing what Bardos said, Xiongpa's face changed slightly. Indeed, this matter must not be known to Beerus. But giving up the opportunity to teach Yang a lesson made the god of destruction Xiongpa feel uncomfortable. But Xiongpa also knew in his heart that, as Bardos said, if a large amount of destructive energy was not used, then even if he continued to fight with Yang, there would probably be no good results. It's really impossible to do anything to him for a while. Tisk. It seems that we can only stop here today. If you want to teach this guy a lesson, there will be plenty of time in the future, but now we must not let Beerus know that we are collecting Super Dragon Balls in his universe. Although he was unwilling, Xiongpa finally chose to give up. After all, he had other things to do, and these things could not be discovered by Beerus no matter what. But Xiongpa was hard to swallow. Next time I come to the 7th universe, I must teach this guy a lesson. Or, I can find a way to get Beerus out of the way, and then I can teach Yang, the bastard, a lesson without restraint. What's wrong with you? Lord Xiongpa, are you not going to continue attacking? Looking at Xiongpa's unwilling face and the angel Bardos who suddenly appeared beside Xiongpa, Yang knew that the battle was about to end. After all, this is not Xiongpa's 6th universe but the 7th universe of the god of destruction Beerus. The two of them came here for other purposes, so they are naturally worried about whether they will be discovered by Niobe Road. After all, if Beerus really finds out, it will be quite troublesome. Besides, the relationship between the two brothers Beerus and Xiongpa has never been very harmonious. If Beerus knew that Xiongpa dared to sneak into his universe to collect Super Dragon Balls, he will never let Xiongpa go easily. So at this moment, Xiongpa can only stop temporarily even if he is unwilling. Tisk. You are an annoying bastard like Beerus, but I will let you go today, but this does not mean that I recognize your strength. You are not qualified to fight me, Xiongpa, on equal terms. Just wait, one day I will beat you to the ground regardless of the consequences. Xiangpa said with a vicious look on his face. Okay. Lord Xiangpa, I should not be able to find an opponent in a short time anyway, so you must come to compete with me more often in the future, and you can also witness how I surpass the god of destruction step by step. Yang smiled, his tone was very calm. Yang did not exaggerate. After he became the Super Saiyan god of 4, his strength had basically surpassed Xiangpa a little. As long as Xiangpa did not use the destructive energy, Yang could beat the god of destruction Xiangpa. But this is just that Yang is a little afraid of the destructive power of the god of destruction today. When Yang returns to Earth and learns the power of the Dragon Ball, the gap between the two will become bigger and bigger. You bastard, you take yourself too seriously, and you even want to surpass the god of destruction. The power of the god of destruction is not just as simple as you see now. But I have other things to do today, so I'll let you go for now. Wait, one day I'll let you see why our god of destruction is called the god of destruction. Xiongpa narrowed his eyes slightly, and the anger in his heart still did not subside. Let's go, Bardos, let's leave here immediately after we find it. Otherwise, if we really wake up that guy Beerus, things will become quite troublesome. Although he was angry, Xiongpa still wanted to leave here as soon as possible. Because he didn't want Beerus to know that he was beaten by a human. Even if Beerus didn't beat him, the ridicule would make him angry to death. Wow! Wait a minute, Lord Xiongpa, wait for me to do something. Bardos laughed, and then flew directly to Yang's side. I didn't expect you to appreciate beauty so much. And your strength is also very good. While speaking, Bardos's cold and beautiful face, which looked like 10,000 years of ice, actually showed a real smile. This smile was not the professional fake smile on Bardos' face before, but gave people an extremely friendly feeling, as if the relationship between the two was instantly brought closer by each other. It is also a happy thing to be recognized by Bardos. Ye Yang was also a little fascinated by Bardas' smile, and then hesitated for a while before opening his mouth. Said, "Well, how about it? Are you interested in coming to our 6th universe to become the next candidate for the God of Destruction? Of course, I will take care of the unpleasantness between you and Lord Xiongpa." Seeing that Ye Yang did not reject him because of Xiongpa, Bardas's smile became even brighter. "Candidate for the God of Destruction? From the 6th universe?